favourite Warwickshire memory so far has to be winning the championship last year, that final day that so many of you I'm sure can remember.
It's winning the championship last year.
It's when we won the Champo.
It's to be my debut back in 2019 against Somerset at Edgbaston.
My first wicket again at Lords.
Probably signing the professional contract. My first cricket memory is taking all 10 wickets in an innings.
Playing in the garden with my dad.
Andrew Flint off bowling at Edgbaston 2005 Ashes.
Following my dad when he was second team captain at my local cricket club all around the county in Hertfordshire where I'm from.
Playing in the back garden, I think it was at Christmas actually, dragging my dad and my granddad out to play with a cricket set my mum got from the post office.
My two older brothers were playing in a cricket match, a hardball game, and I was going as a scorer with my dad, and the opposition were a man short, so they had 10 players, so I had to play for the opposition.
My favourite Warwickshire memory so far has to be winning the championship last year, that final day that so many of you I'm sure can remember.
It's winning the championship last year.
It's when we won the Champo.
It's to be my debut back in 2019 against Somerset at Edgbaston.
My first wicket again at Lords.
Probably signing the professional contract. My first cricket memory is taking all-time wickets in an innings.
Playing in the garden with my dad.
Andrew Flintoff bowling at Edgbaston 2005 Ashes.
Following my dad when he was second team captain of my local cricket club all around the county in Hertfordshire where I'm from.
Playing in the back garden, I think it was at Christmas actually, dragging my dad and my granddad out to play with a cricket set my mum got from the post office.
My two older brothers were playing in a cricket match, a hardball game, and I was going as a scorer with my dad, and the opposition were a man short, so they had 10 players, so I had to play for the opposition.
Sussex team Please welcome the opening batsman for Warwickshire, number 15, Hamza Sheikh, and number 17, Roberts.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to Edgbaston for the next instalment of 50 Over Cricket. I'm Adrian Harms, delighted to be joined by Clive Eakin and Phil Bripwey with us as well throughout the day here. It is the most glorious day at Edgbaston, looking out towards the city, the lovely skyline, and I have to report there is not a cloud in the sky. Looks fantastic. Sussex in their pink shirts, I call them salmon pink, but everybody else disagrees, are out in the field. Warwickshire have won the toss. They've decided to bat first, and that looks a pretty good decision. I'm sure the Warwickshire lads will be glad to see sitting in the shade, Clive, because it's a very hot day here.
Yes. I'm not sure it's going to get any cooler, though.
No, I agree.
So it swings around to the house.
Warwickshire's time will come. So,
are salmon that pink?
well, probably not. Everybody, I mean, yeah.
I don't know.
It's very pink.
I haven't seen too many
pink salmon.
uncooked salmon. Well, I suppose smoked salmon. Yeah, I suppose. Maybe.
But it's going to be Ari Carvelos who's going to get us underway. The South African-born who's through his father qualifies to play for Greece. He's at Sussex on a month's loan, right arm, medium fast, and he's going to be bowling. And I should have sorted this out before. Is this the?
This is the pavilion end.
Okay. And
striking originality. What's that over there?
Yeah, we call it the city.
It's Birmingham. It's the Birmingham end. It used to be the city end. It's now the Birmingham.
Oh, really?
End. Yes. Has been for a while.
Here comes Carvelos to bowl the first ball of the match, bowls and edged by Yates down to third man. There are two slips in place, but Warwickshire are on their way off the very first ball of the innings bowled by Ari Carvelos. So have you recovered from the Commonwealth Games? Because it was all exciting stuff here.
Yeah, I wasn't here for any of the cricket,
right.
Which I think was a good tournament, albeit ultimately rather disappointing from an England point of view. I did a bit of judo, a bit of wrestling, reporting on them. I used to do Adam Bowles, because the stuff in the Coventry and Warwickshire area was my main interest.
Yeah. And was the rugby at Coventry as well?
Yes, it's a slightly sore point at the moment.
Okay.
Because it's somewhat decimated the pitch that Coventry City is supposed to play on.
In comes Carvelos, bowls to Sheikh, who lets that go outside the other side. The right hander taken by Tom Alsop, and there is no run.
So this is
Hamza Sheikh.
This is a senior debut for Hamza Sheikh, brought in because Dom Sibley is away with the Lions. He's a very young lad. He's just finished his GCSEs.
Wow.
Apparently he scored some runs as a 14-year-old against what was effectively a Worcestershire first team in a game a couple of years back.
Comes Carvelos, two slips go down, and Sheikh is forward and plays a very confident shot to backward point, fielded there by Harrison Ward, and there is no run.
So
it can only be 16 there, or 17.
Yeah, something. I
GCSE.
think he's 16 or 17.
Wow.
I'll see if I can double check that age. But yes, he is a young man.
Carvelos pressed from his exploits on Sunday when he picked up 4 for 21 against Leicestershire at Hove. Sussex having won back-to-back matches, as in comes Carvelos bowls, and Sheikh gets his first run, plays it to short fine leg and gets a nice round of applause, fielded back there by Brad Curry.
I mean, this is ridiculous, Adrian. There's someone who was born in 2006 out there. He's 16. He just turned 16 a couple of months ago.
That's making us feel very old. Actually, the last couple of seasons we've been talking about a lot of the Sussex lads who are 16, 17. They all sort of seem to be edging towards 18, so they're almost veterans, really. As then comes Carvelos, comes in and bowls to Yates, wideish of the off stump. He lets it go through to Alsop, and there is no run. So 2 slips and a third man, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a short fine leg, and a deep mid-wicket. So the 2 men allowed outside of the 30-yard circle in the opening 10 overs in the power play 1. Third man, deep mid-wicket, as Carvelos, number 36. His back runs away from us.
I'll give you an idea of how new he is in a moment, Sheikh.
And bowls, and again let go by Yates outside the off stump. Had a quizzical look at the umpire, almost suggesting that was why, but a good tidy over from Ari Carvelos. Warwickshire 2 without loss.
He's so new that the Cricket Info scorecard haven't been able to put his name in their scorecards, so at the moment they've just got Yates batting on his own. So there we are, 2 without loss in the first over. Talk a bit about the, I'm going to do an update in 38 seconds, 38 seconds. But wow. It's very precise, our updates. We do them at 3 minutes past, whether they're ready or not. Yes.
I'm impressed.
So,
Brad Curry
comes in. Oh no, he doesn't. He was just doing a little preparatory jog. There's Bradley Curry. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where we're just underway for the latest Royal London One-Day Cup match. Warwickshire taking on Sussex. Warwickshire batting first, which means straight into the action. The young lad making his debut, Hamza Sheikh, only 16 years of age. He's in the side because Dom Sibley is away with England Lions. He's got his first senior run already. Warwickshire are 2 without loss after the first over. So, in comes Curry, and that's a little bit of inside edge from Sheikh. He's going to get 1 run. They'd have a look to see if there's a second. They conclude there isn't. So, we looked at that Warwickshire team. Although they had 11 players effectively lost to the 100. That does include Ollie Stone and Chris Wokes, who aren't actually playing in the 100 because they're injured, but had they been fit, they would have been. So despite losing that number of players, it still looked quite a strong-looking Warwickshire side at the start. It has been slightly, inevitably is the way, as the tournament goes on, they lose players. They've lost it, I think, for just 1 game only because of the England Lions, but they've also now lost Craig Miles, who was playing in the 100 last night. That's played to mid-on. There's no run, so he's the latest player to be called up to the 100. So it's not as strong as it was at the start of the competition for that first game against Gloucestershire, but still looks a much stronger side than last season. Partly because they're not. Last season they opted to rest 1 or 2 sort of championship bowlers. This season, so far anyway, they've played Liam Norwell and Ollie Hannon-Dolby in this competition. Also partly because they signed a player specifically for it, a fairly high-profile player, Krunal Pandya. That's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. And Dom Sibley, who didn't play it last season, he's playing it this season, so he's missing this game. I think he'll play on all the others. So quite a strong-looking Warwickshire side who've started with a win and a slightly bizarre tie.
Yeah, that looks amazing.
Well, they had that one and then didn't. Such is the nature, I suppose, of 50-over cricket. It can turn around, and it is, but in the end, it looked like they were going to lose it. Liam Norwell managed to get the last wicket, and that's gone to leg side. Now they're appealing for a catch, and the umpire says, nope, that hit missed everything because I'm calling that a wide.
I think Brad Curry hurt his ankle there as well.
Possibly in the process of appealing, wasn't it? Didn't he get slightly twisted as he turned around and appealed? Yeah, he winced.
So that game at the Oval, because it looked to me as if Warwickshire were kind of out of it. Did they make some runs down the order?
I wasn't. Surrey were out of it. They were 180 off for 7. And Kimber came in and made piles of runs and almost got them over the line, but There were 9 wickets down, needed 1 more run to win, and Liam Norwell managed to get the wicket that at least secured them a tie, and the match they really should have won. That's play by Yates to mid-on. Nonetheless, it's been a reasonable start, good win, comfortable win against Gloucestershire. I think they'll have high hopes of at least getting some sort of qualification. Warwickshire.
Well, the group's very open, Rich, isn't it? Because then Gloucestershire beat Notts.
Yeah. So, Curry, 23 years of age, comes into bowl. That's squirted out past the slip cordon, but there is a fielder down at third. We are in the power play, of course, so just 2 fielders allowed on the boundary. And quiet. Oh, it's not quite completely yet. Yeah, but 3 runs off it so far. It's 5 without loss.
Yeah, so 5 sides have got 4 points. 2 sides have got 3 points. 1 side, Durham, have got 2 points. They're 8th. And Somerset haven't got any points at all. So, you know, everyone is still in with a chance, really. Only the top 3 go through.
Yes. And this next one is left. There's no run. And it's 5 without loss.
Could I give out our email address, Richard? Because we do get a few people sending us emails. It doesn't always work. There may be Sussex listeners who want to drop us an email, or anybody really. Could I give it out?
Yes, of course.
It's at sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. So if you're listening on the south coast or anywhere really, and you want to send us an email, it is working today, which is unfortunately I spilled coffee over my laptop earlier on the season. It doesn't work every day, but anyway, it's working today, which is good news. In comes Harry Carvelos, comes in and bowls to Yates, who's forward and plays to mid-off, fielded by Cheshire Pujara, who's skippering Sussex in this competition. Tom Haynes is the usual Sussex captain, but Tom broke his hand a few weeks ago in the county championship. So if Tom is listening, and I know that his brother sometimes listens, I don't know how your hand's getting on, Tom, but let's hope it's on the mend, and we see you back in action soon. And Ollie Robinson, much like Dom Sibley, has been called up to play in the match against the South Africans at Canterbury this week, as in comes Carvelos bowls, and a play and a miss outside the off stump by Yates, looking to cut that one away through backward point, goes through to Tom Alsop, and there is no run. In terms of the 100, really Sussex have emerged pretty much unscathed, in that George Garton is playing for the Southern Brave, who's probably the only player. Well, Ollie Robinson was originally selected for the Manchester Originals, but he pulled out of the 100 to concentrate on getting fit for the Test series. So really, apart from that, there's no one who was contracted who would have played. In comes Carvelos bowls, a good shot from Yates into the covers, fielded by Daniel Ibrahim. There is no run. So the likes of Tamel Mills, Luke Wright, Ravi Papara, sorry, that's my equipment, which is flagrant, are all just contracted for T20 cricket.
Yeah. Well, it has been noted that you've not been too badly hit by the 100.
No. No, very, very.
But there we are.
Carvelos. In bowls, and forward comes Yates. Good line and length that Carvelos bowls. Played into the offside again, fielded by Ibrahim. So he's one of the 2 18-year-olds in the Sussex side, Dan Ibrahim. He was only 18 earlier on this week. The other being Archie Lenham, the leg spinner, fielding here at mid-on. The grandson of Les Lenham and son of Neil Lenham, both who played for Sussex. Carvelos. Still the 2 slips in place. He bowls driven. That's going to be the first boundary today. Too much for this occasion from Harry Carvelos, and driven beautifully by Yates through extra cover for 4 runs towards the Eric Hollis stand. Cheshire Pujara needs to trot and retrieve the ball. First boundary of the day. Lovely looking shot as well. And Warwickshire go to 9 without loss. Looked like Birmingham really got behind the Commonwealth Games though, Clive.
I think it's a very successful event. As I say, it wasn't just, I mean, it was the Birmingham Games, but I was out in Coventry and in Leamington, and something in Warwick as well. And so, but yeah, I think as an event, it was very successful.
Carvelos in and bowls, and Yates picks up a single through mid-wicket. They'll think about getting 2 here. They may be ill-advised because Ward is very quick across the ground and gets in the throw. It's just a single to Yates. He goes to 7. Warwickshire to 10 without loss.
It's amazing how many people got involved. I kept seeing people in Commonwealth Games uniforms. A couple of seasoned journalists who do the rounds of football throughout the season were there at Coventry in their Commonwealth Games uniforms.
My daughter came up for a few events. She went to the swimming at Sandwell.
Yeah.
Was that a new facility?
That's a good question. I think it was a developed facility, I think.
Right.
Would be,
she said it was a great atmosphere.
Yeah, Curry comes into bowl. That's quite wide, and it's called a wide. I mean, for the most part, it was about using existing facilities and, you know, development. Alexander Stadium got a good facelift. It's been holding athletics, of course, international athletics for years, but rather than build a new stadium, they just developed that a bit. Cricket here at Edgbaston, of course. Women's T20. Curry comes into bowl. Yates, he's having a reasonably good competition, having lost his form in the championship, lost his place in the championship as he pushes out the offside. There's no run. I mean, he's a very talented young player. He's not going to be out for too long, I'm sure, but this season he struggled for form. There's some sympathy from supporters who've muttered about the fact that he made lots of runs as opening bat last season, but was dropped down to 3 this season because of the signing of Alex Davis. And it hasn't happened for him in the championship, so he's lost his place in that. But with the white ball, he a couple of little cameos in the T20 towards the end of that competition, and he's doing well in this competition as well so far, which is good to see. So he's finding some form. As he pushes out to the offside, there's no run. 11 without loss.
You were talking about the 100 of players that have been lost. I was quite surprised that maybe Michael Burgess didn't get a gig in the 100.
Yeah, possibly. Though he didn't play for the Bears in the T20, which I thought was a bit surprising. Now, there's two things there. One, you can't really argue with their selection in terms of the bat, in that they passed 205 times during the course of the competition. So the batting lineup they did select did pretty well for the most part. This next one is turned onto the onside for a single, and he didn't actually have a very good T20 last season, in truth. He struggled in the competition, but he's been in excellent form in the championship this season, so I was a bit surprised that he didn't have a role to play in the T20. And yeah, I think he probably is a bit unlucky. Well, he's probably one injured wicketkeeper away, though, from being called up.
No, I'm sure you're right.
12 without loss is the score here.
He did well for Sussex when he was down there a couple of seasons ago.
I think he's been tremendous in the championship with the bat and also keeping wicket. He's come on a lot as a wicketkeeper. He opens the face to the bat there to Sheikh, who's been a pretty confident start. He's on to 3. It's quiet, but he looks comfortably enough out there. 13 without loss. 16 years old. Well, should be doing a paper round.
Perhaps he is. Perhaps he's already done it this morning. It's a while since we've been here. I was saying to Phil when we arrived this morning, it's I can't. We were lucky enough to get to finals day last year, but for a championship match, it's 5 years since we've been here. See Sussex play Warwickshire.
Next one is played to mid-on. There's no run. Yates on strike.
It was the first game of the season, and it absolutely poured with rain. We lost the first day. It was Jason Gillespie's first match in charge, and then we got underway in the second day. I remember Ollie Stone bowling at the speed of light. First time I watched him. And he's gone now, isn't he?
He's going. He's injured, unfortunately. Just as he was getting back to fitness, he did play in the T20, but he injured a finger in a second 11 game. That's played by Yates out onto the onside, and he's going to get 2 runs. Quite an expensive injury for him personally, because it ruled him out of the 100, in which he would certainly be involved had he been fit, but he is leaving at the end of the season. 15 without loss after 4 overs, so a quiet and steady start from Warwickshire. Rob Yates hitting the only boundary so far is on 10, and Hamza Sheikh is on 3.
And you're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC, I think it's WM, and BBC commentary, or Warwickshire on commentary. Clive when he comes back. So 15 without loss. Warwickshire winning the toss this morning. Beautiful day in Birmingham, not a cloud in the sky. Most of the spectators, surprisingly, are sitting in the sun. There's very few have found shady areas. As in comes Carvelos, bowls and he beats Shake outside the off-stump. That's a good delivery, just leaving the right-hander. Taken low down in front of first slip by Tom Alsop. There is no run. If it was me, Clive, I would definitely be trying to find some shade, but most folk are... sorry, I've got a dodgy button.
Yeah, I'm very much one for the shade.
Yeah.
Yeah, a few people enjoying the sun. Hopefully they put plenty of cream on.
Carvelos. Rawlins at first slip. Tom Clark at second. He's in and bowls and Shake left. That won't go outside of the off stump, taken by Alsop.
There's one of my family I've been saying, for goodness sake, wear a hat.
Yeah.
But some of them aren't.
No, they're not. There's quite a few without hats on, actually. All around the ground, there are signs for the Birmingham Phoenix and advertising the 100.
Yes. Yeah, talk about players in the 100. Henry Brooks did well the other day, got 5 wickets.
Yes.
Shabola.
Carvelos in the bowls and Shake plays to backward point, fielded by Harrison Ward. There is no run. I mean, the groundsman here must have been hellishly busy because he's had all the usual. Then the Commonwealth Games, now the 100.
Absolutely, yeah. And of course he's got final stage to look forward to as well, international matches. So yeah, they do a pretty remarkable job, the ground staff. Which is why they get a bit sensitive when people like Mark Butcher drop little sort of throwaway comments against grounds people.
Carvelos in a bowl shot, pulled away by Shake. He's going to get away with it. It was in the air. Ali Orr comes round from deep mid-wicket to field. There's a single to Shake. He goes to 4. And Warwickshire to 16 without loss in the 5th over. What about what you're saying?
Oh, there was a thing and he was just doing a chat. And I get it, it's kind of his job, but he was having a chat on Sky about the state of county cricket. Because, of course, as we know, it's the county championship's entirely to blame for all England's problems.
Oh, right, yeah. Carvelos bowls and Yates clips this down by leg, and that's going to be the second boundary of the morning. Straying down the leg side, Harry Carvelos, and a nice shot by Rob Yates, just flicked it away down to fine leg for a boundary. He goes to 14, Warwickshire to 20 without loss.
So he just said, I think it was towards the end of the transmission, so it was a quick comment. He said, I think all county pitches are poor, or something like words like that effect. And there was a bit of reaction from Gary Barwell, the head groundsman here. He sort of said, well, we might as well give up then if... and Mark Butcher responded by telling him to grow up, which I thought was a bit harsh. Gary was entitled to have his 2 pennies worth. Anyway.
Good track here for the test match. In comes Carvelos bowls and driven through the offside. More runs here. Cheteshwar Pujara is chasing towards the extra cover boundary. A sliding stop by Pujara. Not before Yates comes back for a second run. He goes to 18 at the end of the 5th over. Warwickshire are 22 without loss, having won the toss. We had our first email of the day has come in from Ray Yates, who's listening all the way up in Inverness. I don't know whether it's hot and sunny in Inverness, Ray. Perhaps you could let us know. He says, morning, Adrian. You mentioned that George Gartner was the only Sussex player contracted to the 100. I'm sure I saw Tamal playing for the Southern Brave the other day. Thanks for the commentary. Yes, he is contracted. Tamal Mills is contracted. But he wouldn't have played in this competition, was the only point I was making, Ray, because he's only contracted to Sussex for T20 as well. So I think I'm correct in saying that George is the only player who might have played in this competition had he not got a gig in the 100, because the others are all just T20.
Curry comes into bowl, and that's played out to mid-off for a single by Yates. Yeah, and one of the reasons why Warwickshire are relatively strong this season is they have got quite a large squad with quite deliberately getting sort of T20 specialists, and it doesn't always keep players happy, actually, because Adam Hose is another one who is leaving at the end of the season, possibly slightly frustrated that he never gets selected for the Red Bull game. Big part of the T20 team. So the danger of that, if you have players and you only pick them for one format or another, even though they're contracted for all. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's beaten Yates outside off stump. And and drifted away from Curry. The danger is keeping players happy. Can be difficult. Another county comes along and says, tell you what, mate, and Warwickshire did exactly the same, actually, to a couple of players in the past. They did the same for Alex Davis. Some extent they did the same when they signed Dom Sibley. Other counties come along and say, look, you're only playing one format for this lot. We'll put you in. We'll give you a 3-year contract. You play all formats. So it's, oh, yeah, I like that.
Like Danny
Off we go. Yeah, absolutely. So trying to keep players happy when you do that isn't always easy. So that's pushed out to mid-off, there's no run. But the point I'm making, though, is that although Warwickshire have got now 12 players, actually, effectively either in the 100 or would be if they weren't injured, is some of them probably wouldn't necessarily have expected to play in this competition anyway, or rather they got players in the red ball team to cover for some of those, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Anyway, 23 without loss. It's a steady enough start. Curry comes in to bowl and driven by Yates. We're going to mid-off. Good and accurate bowling from Curry.
Actually, Clive, I mean Sussex have gone in a sort of a different direction since we were last here for a match between the two counties. A lot of young players, but in terms of players who they've lost, and quite a few have gone for a variety of reasons, and no need to go into the ins and outs. But one who I think Sussex have really missed is Danny Briggs, who was just excellent for Sussex, and he's done very well. I just wonder what your opinion of Danny's been since he's been here at Edgbaston.
Yeah, an excellent season last season, key part of the county championship winning team. That's played out. Oh, it's a good shot by Yates. It's beaten mid-on rather, and that's gone to the boundary for 4. Yates dominating the innings. As it must feel a bit strange to Rob Yates. He's the senior player here because he's hardly. He's still a very young man himself, but he's senior to his batting partner. At the moment, he's taken on that role really confident. He's on 20. Yes, Danny Briggs, he's not perhaps as good a season this season. I think he has had a couple of niggles. He's been playing with a couple of niggles, Mark Robinson was saying. So he's not been necessarily 100% fit when he's played, and he's not quite managed to match the success of last season, but still a very key player for Warwickshire. He was for the Bears too in the T20. He, of course, is away with 100. So that one is a bit of an edge to backward point. I think he got to the final last season, didn't he, Danny Briggs?
Yes.
In that.
He was with I think he was with the Brave last year, and he's at the Oval Invincible.
Yes. Oh, he's irrationally irritated by the Oval Invincibles because as soon as they lose a match, they should be forced to change the name of their team because they clearly aren't invincible.
One thing with Danny Briggs, I always thought he's a very underrated batsman.
Yeah, his batting has been important for
Warwickshire. A lot of runs, low down the order. And didn't he play an important innings towards the end of the championship last year?
Yes, he did. He did. Absolutely, he did. Yeah. Warwickshire took it right to the death to get the win.
6 overs gone, Warwickshire 27 without loss. In comes Harry Carvelos, bowls to Singh, who again plays and misses outside the off stump. Allsop can't take it cleanly, to be fair. The ball rather died on Tom Allsop as it went through to him. There is no run.
Hamza Sheikh has now got his name on the cricket info.
Ah, good.
Well done. Well done, Hamza. 5 of 11 balls so far. So Yates is playing a very responsible innings here. He's dominating the strike, not doing anything reckless. But he is, to some extent, looking after his young batting partner.
That's his way again. Bowls, and that's down the leg side. There's an appeal.
That must have clipped. In fact, the umpire's saying that, isn't it? That it clipped the thigh pad because otherwise that would have been a wide.
Just looking at the two umpires here today. One of the names I'm not familiar with actually. Find my scorecard. Which come up in a sec. The umpires are Chris Watts and Simon Widup.
Looks like Widup, doesn't it? He's a Yorkshireman.
Carvelos bowls and hits the pad that was going down the leg side, and Archie Lennon comes sprinting in from it onto field. There is no run.
Actually had quite a modest playing career by the looks of things. I've not come across that name, but he only played 11 first-class matches for Yorkshire.
Well, I think, Clive, the umpires should have their names on their backs as well, because they've got the same gear on, and it's very difficult to tell them apart. I think this is Chris Watts at this end, but it would be a bit of a guess. Carvelos Still those 2 slips in place, runs away from us on a lovely day in Birmingham. In and bowls, and it's in place very nicely through back. Oh, what a great bit of fielding that is by Harrison Ward, who shies at the stumps. Misses the stumps, as well backed up by Ali Orr. Good bit of fielding though by Ward, low to his left. Prevents more than one. 28 without loss.
It was a good running as well from Yates though, because he was decisive in going for that single, and because of the good fielding, if he hadn't been decisive, he could have been in trouble. But he went for it straight away, didn't hesitate, and managed to get the one.
And for the first time today, Sussex have taken out the second slip. Delray Rawlings is going into extra cover. So Sussex, in fact, with a ring of 4, saving one on the offside, and the slip, who's Tom Clark, has now gone into gullies. There's a third man, a gully, backward point, cover, extra cover mid-off, then on the onside, a mid-on, short fine leg, and a deep mid-wicket. Carvelos in, bowls to Yates, and Yates, despite that straight from left side field, drills a wide one with top to cover. That's a gorgeous shot. He goes to 24, and Warwickshire to 32 without loss. Beautifully played, and despite all the fielders, affected him completely.
Yeah, it's 4-4. It's a well-worn ground, as you expect. Fielding could be tricky on the square because there's lots of well-worn pitches there that have been used for so many matches. Pitches pretty much in the middle. So perfect view from that point of view from here. Boundary quite well out, not all the way out, but even a little bit actually on the offside. But decent-sized boundaries, but I think this outfield will be fairly quick.
Has changed the angle of attack. He's coming around the wicket now for the final ball. The over bowls Yates again. That's wide of the off stump. Yates doesn't time it. Carvelos fields off his own bowling. There is no run. So 4 overs for 19 for Harry Carvelos. And at the end of the 7th over, Sussex, Warwickshire, having won the toss, are 32 without loss. With Yates on 24, Shake on 6.
Yeah, so far steady enough. Nothing special. I mean, Sussex will feel kept reasonable control, but Warwickshire not getting too worked up about the power play. They're just ticking along. With Yates hitting the odd boundary here and there. So what's going on elsewhere, just to keep you across 50 over games. They're playing at Derby, Derbyshire, Hampshire. Derbyshire 25 without loss in the 7th. They're playing at Chester Street, where Gloucestershire off to a good start, 31 without loss in the 7th. Against Durham, Leicestershire 15 for 1 in the 8th against Somerset at Leicester. Glamorgan 24 for 4 after 6 overs at Northampton. A ridiculous game at Northampton in this competition, didn't they? Ridiculous target was chased down. Curry bowled, and he's appealing for a call behind. There was a good delivery drifting away from Sheikh, but it just drifted away a millimetre too much because he didn't get a touch onto it, the batter. And it goes to the wicketkeeper. Middlesex are playing at Grantham. 52 for 1 in the 7th over against Nottinghamshire. There is, there are a couple of, there's a double header in the 100 again this evening. This time it's opposite way around to yesterday. The women's match is first. Southern Brave against London Spirit at Southampton. That starts at 3, followed by the men's match 6:30. As Curry comes in to bowl, and that's played out into the offside. There's no run. So let's hope those that are there for the women's game stay behind and watch the men's game as well.
Yeah.
2 for the price of 1. But yeah, so BBC, of course, TV showed yesterday's double header. Watched a bit of that. Good. Oval Invincibles did manage to avoid Trade Description Act on that occasion, because they did win both games. No, I must say, watching the women's game, Adrian, I don't know about you, but I'm sitting there watching it, and in comes Curry. And that's hit in the air, but safe. Calculated risk by Sheikh, because mid-on is up. He's hit it over his head, and he's going to get 3. Had we had a TV umpire here, he might have had a look at that. In fact, well done. Well done to the fielder down there, because it did look from here as if his foot might just have hit the rope as he stopped that. There is no way the umpire could have ruled that, but he himself has said, yep.
Well, it was Henry Crocombe down there.
Well done, Henry. Yeah. Because I would have been perfectly happy to believe that he wasn't sure if he'd not signalled, but he has, and so it is 4 runs. 36 of that loss. Good shot from Sheikh. His first boundary in senior cricket.
Yeah, they breed him honest down in Brighton.
Well, I think most players generally are, and I think sometimes you get the crowd giving them, but you have to understand that sometimes that they may genuinely not be sure.
No, I agree.
It's not always that easy to tell, but anyway, Curry comes into bowl, and that's pushed out the offside. The one that I've mentioned a few times, there's no run there, was young Jack, I think it was Jack Haynes, was at New Road. And he stopped, it was a championship mention, he stopped the ball near the boundary and looked a bit, not sure. And he threw the ball back and they ran two and carrying on. And then one of the Warwickshire coaching staff, Worcestershire coaching staff rather, must have said to him, "Look, Jack, I think you actually did." So the poor player was desperately trying to attract the umpire's attention and say, "It's a four, it's a four." He never got his attention, so it went down as a 2. So he was honest, but he didn't lose the runs.
Don't tell me the Baxter was out for 98 as well.
No. This next one is hit uppishly, but saved to back of square leg. And he just gets one there, Shake. 37 without loss, you've got to go.
I better go, yep.
Well, big fill in here, and Adrian will pop back in half an hour. Adrian Harms, commentator of the year, last year, officially. Well done, Adrian. 37 without loss. Last year, mind you, don't rest on your laurels, you've got to be good this year now. Yates is on 24, Shake's on 11. And hot day. If you're in the UK, you're probably pretty hot wherever you are at the minute. As Curry comes into bowl, and just outside off stump, Yates pushes it out the offside for no run. 37 without loss. Warwickshire, who chose to bat first. England Lions against South Africa, by the way. South Africa 65 for 4. 3 wickets there for Ollie Robinson in that innings. That is, well, is that the last day today? Yes, it is. So, big score for England Lions in the first innings. So South Africa, at the moment, in danger of losing that game. Hello, Phil. Phil Britt.
Morning, Clive. Morning, everybody. It's
good start. A bit waspish. You're looking a bit waspish today.
I know. I wasn't sure whether we were going to have... I must be honest, I wasn't sure whether we were going to get the air conditioning on in here, so I thought I'm
sure we have fairly warm, I have to say. Change of bowling, Crocom's coming in for Sussex. We've got Henry Crocombe.
He is from the pavilion end. He's in to Shake, who takes this one back down through the mid-on position. There's no run. Good start from him. He's looked quite confident this morning.
Yes, I think Yates has done a pretty good job with him as well. He's let him sort of play himself in a bit. Yates dominating the strike early on.
He's played some lovely shots this morning, Yates.
It's really, really good news this for Warwickshire to see Rob Yates finding some form.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go come in again, bowls. So there's going to be a run, just turned into the vacant mid-wicket area. And Crocombe comes through and does the fielding of his own bowling, but can't prevent a little sink to Shake. Goes on to 12, 38 for no wicket. 9th over.
You can hear the breeze, kind of breeze blowing out there. It's blowing on our effects, Mike. Have gone on really very steadily. No double figure overs. The first over went for 2, the second for 3. Since then, we've all gone for 5, bar 1, which went for 7. So it's just ticking along, really, from Warwickshire's point of view.
It's been steady, hasn't it? Accumulated. And again, balls to Yates, who looks, readjusts his shot, looks to perhaps pull that one away. He's got a heavily packed offside. There's a third man just mopping his brow down at front of the Swain score. There's the gully, the backward point, cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. Just 3 men on the onside. In the end to bowl. Yates angles this one down into the gully, and again there's no run. 38 for no wicket, it stays.
Smattering of people inside the ground. This competition has had reasonable support while it's been going on alongside the 100. It wasn't getting huge support before then. I don't think the support's gone down much, despite the fact that it's been seen by some as almost a second string competition. I think the turnout's been probably quite similar to what it was previously.
Yeah, I agree. This next one is picked up beautifully by Yates. Lifted over deep back at square leg. First 6 just straying off the leg stump. Yates was onto it with a flash and helped it on its way. There's a man out there Harrison Ward is out there, but all he's got to do is retrieve it from the steps. Unfortunately for him, there's a young, very enthusiastic young man down there who's gone and fetched it. He's sitting in the front row, and he went up and fetched it from halfway up the stand.
They're allowed to do that now.
Yeah,
Last couple of years, you have to shout at people, say, no, don't pick it up, don't pick it up.
He's moved on with that shot to 30. This next one he drives into the offside, but to backward point. There's Warwickshire 44, we've had 9. Yates is on 13, Shakes on 12. First over from Crocombe, cost just 7 runs.
Well, that's the joint productive over so far for Warwickshire, 7 off it. But the power play, they're not, I mean, if you can get 50 odd and be no wickets down, or even 1 wicket down, that's not a bad power play. It's not a spectacular one, but it's not a bad one. So Warwickshire, to get through this last over, get a few runs off it, and don't lose a wicket, I think they'll be happy enough with the power play. As Curry will bowl. They're losing a slip now for the final over of the, well, it's the first power play. That's slightly misnomer. They can't all be power plays, but they are all called power plays now, whichever phase of the game you're in. But the main power play, if you like, 2 fielders allowed out on the boundary. There's 1 at third, there's 1 on the square leg boundary. As Shake pushes that one out to point, there's no run. So Curry has bowled through the power play, 18 runs so far from his 25 deliveries. And Warwickshire are building a foundation here for which they want to make a score. Second time in the competition they batted first. They got 293 at the Oval against Surrey, which proved to be 1 less than they needed, as it turned out.
Yeah, it was a strange game.
Then comes Curry. Oh, that's a swing and a miss there. That was a bit of an ugly shot that time from Shake. Yeah, maybe he's getting a little bit anxious about the power play.
Getting some bit of room. He sort of stepped away from, just opened up his stance and swung across it. It's looking shot.
Wearing number 15, which I think was probably his age right at the start of the season. When they took the pre-season photos, he probably was 15 at that point. So whether that's the reason why he's got that number, I don't know. In comes Curry to bowl to him. Oh, he's played across that, hitting the pads. Curry is crouching down, raising an arm and appealing. Umpire says not out. That's for the first time. Just a little untidy this over. Hamza Shake.
Just pitching, I think, just outside leg stump. That one. Rapping on the pads, but
obviously no reviews here, no TV cameras.
You're so used to watching cricket and everything's being reviewed.
Yes.
But when you come to the live games and this sort of thing, it's interesting for it.
Curry comes into bowl. Oh, he's edged that, but got away with it. He'll go down to third. There is a fielder down there. It's Crocombe, and there is 1 run. Slightly wild throw, but they get the run anyway.
Along though, he's on 13 with that signal. 45 for no wicket. One thing with this competition, you get lots of opportunities. We saw this last season that players get the opportunity to, which probably they wouldn't have got without the 100 competition. Some of these players certainly wouldn't have got the exposure.
Curry comes into bowl to Yates, who just nurdles that into the offside. So Warwickshire not getting to about the fact this is the last over of the power play. Just 1 run off it so far. 1 ball to go. Could end up being the most economic over so far if he can get the last ball in successfully.
Yeah, I was thinking last season Warwickshire found Benjamin through in this competition, who then got into the 100 side, and really, I just wonder how much cricket he would have played had it not been for those opportunities.
Let's play down to a third for a single. Well, Chris Medley played the first game, didn't he? And then got nicked by 100.
Then he got nicked, yeah.
Played the last game of the T20.
That's right.
I think he his first shot was it was either a reverse sweep or a paddle shot for 4, but anyway. And then they thought, oh, great, we'll get them involved in the 50 over, and then got a call about. I'm slightly worried about the way Yates is batting, by the way. I suspect he's one broken finger and the 100 away from being potentially called up. So the end of the power play, it's a modest but reasonable power play for Warwickshire. They have 46 without loss. That was the joint most economic over, along with the first over of the innings, that last one on the power play. And it's 46 for nothing.
Crocombe starts his second over from this pavilion in bowls, and this is Edge down to third man. Third man in right from the start of the innings, and in fact the very first ball went down there. So another single to Yates. It's on to 32, total on to 47 for no wicket. So far this competition blessed with good weather. In fact, the whole summer so far really, Clive, there's been very little lost time. There's one raps shake pad, a bit of inside edge onto it as well. There's a peel from the bowler, but not really supported from behind the stumps. Again, it looked to be going down, a missing leg stump going across Shake, who was trying to help it on its way into the mid-wicket area. He stays on 13. It's off 26 deliveries. Yates is 32 from 36. As Crocombe again comes in, bowls outside the off stump, and it's punched out to extra cover. Again, there's no run. It'll be hot out there on those steps today at the Birmingham end. Suntan day today, have to be careful. People will hopefully have plenty of lotion with them. There's not much shade over there. It's Crocombe in, and listen, in the end, Shake gets himself a bit tied up, looking to pull, but in no real position to do it, and pulls out of the shot, and it goes harmlessly through to the keeper. It was like a swat at it in the end as it went past, but just needs to be a bit careful there that he doesn't get a little thin edge through to the keeper playing that shot. It's Crocombe again in bowls, and this is full and driven, but straight back to the bowler. Again, the top ball, finding it a little bit difficult Shake to get that ball away. It's to 47 they've put on. The 11th over. So it's not lightning, but it's steady progress. In bowls, that's cracked away through extra cover. That's a lovely looking shot through extra cover. Very well fielded by Harrison Ward, running around the boundary. Does the fielding. Saves a couple of runs there. It's a diving, tumbling stop. Gets the ball returned to the keeper. 2 off the last ball of the over there. Takes Shake onto 15. Takes Warwickshire onto 49 without loss. We have had 11 overs.
Yeah, going along slowly but steadily, but the wickets in hand, of course, potentially gives them licence to have a real thrash at it later in the innings. We're going to get a change of bowling. Rawlins is going to come into bowl now. Bradley Curry bowled through the power play and went for 20 runs. Now we're going to see Delray Rawlins, 24-year-old Bermudan. Played for Bermuda, he's actually English qualified. And he comes in. He's still wearing his glasses. Has he got a wicket with his first ball? He thinks he should, but the umpire doesn't, as he wraps Yates on the pounds, maybe going down the leg side. Left arm, spin bowler, Rawlins, and
wasn't a bad shout, that one, though. We're just looking at the replay there.
comes in again to bolt, and Yates gets bat on that one. He was about to appeal again there, Rawlins, but Yates got a bit of bat on it and brings a 50 up for Warwickshire in the 12th over. 68 balls. That's relatively easy mathematics for that one. First 50 then in 68 balls.
So well done to the pair of them, and well done to...
Yes, 50 partnership, of course, as well.
Shake, because
Yeah.
steady start from him.
Whatever happens now, he's had a reasonably enough debut.
Yep.
Could be a sensational one, but it's certainly not going to be a bad one. Unless he drops lots of catches, of course.
There was a lot dropped in that 100
Well,
yesterday.
there's that one slip in place, and that's turnaround. Oh, a slight hesitation from a Shake, and he could pay for it. He just about gets away with it. There's a little lesson from the young man. Rob Yates was absolutely certain. He went straight away, but Shake just hesitated a fraction, and it almost cost him, but they got through for the one.
In the end, he didn't actually take the bails off there.
And the next one is a forward defensive. There's no run. He comes from the Birmingham end. Yates comes down the pitch. He's wrapped in the patch. He's so far down, though. There's no chance really there of. And that'll be the shot came from the wicket keeper.
Rubin's had some success so far in the competition.
He's in again, and that's played back to him. There's no run.
That's a good economic over, really, that one from Rawlins.
Yeah, there were just 2 runs off it.
Good shout, actually, early on, the first baldy bowl to Yates. So, 12 overs gone. It's just 2. Crocom's gone for 10 off his 2 overs, Henry Crocom. 51 for no wicket. Crocom will continue from this pavilion end to Shake, who just runs this one down to the third man, the single, just width outside the off stump, just opening the face, just getting over the top of it. Helping it on its way down to the man placed out on the boundary edge. 52 for no wickets, 17 Shake moves on to. Yates is on 33 and facing. Crocom comes in, bowls. Yates solidly defending this into the onside. There's no run. Great big banners and advertising boards all around the ground for the competition. They've taken all the Commonwealth games down on Monday, Tuesday, and got all this other advertising up actually straight away. I bet it was high activity here in the early part of the week. As this one outside the off stump is cut away past backward point down to a wide third man. Again, only a single. Yates goes to 34. As he came forward and just looking to drive, but helping it on its way down behind square. So watch launched into this Sussex attack yet, but they've just gathered, accumulated against them. This one is just run away again down to third man by Shake, and they come through again for another single. 18 he moves on to. Yates 34. Is this your first match, Clive?
No, I was at Cheltenham.
Oh, that's right, you said, yes. Bet that was a bit parched, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Decent game.
Crocom in bowls, and this is helped by Yates. Behind square on the onside, he pulls it round. He won't get a boundary for it. It's picked up and just inside the fence. A couple of players converged on it, but Yates gets back for his second. He who's on with that shot to 36. Total on to 56 for no wicket. The field really beginning to spread now. On the side, there's big gaps for singles whenever he really wants. There's one as Yates just drops it into the onside, runs. Sheikh perhaps just a tad late responding, but gets home in the end quite safely. Yates keeps the strike. He goes on to 37, and Warwickshire moved to 57 for no wicket. We've had 13 overs.
6 from that over. And Warwickshire still progressing. Steady, having a little chat in the middle.
We've just had 5 boundaries and 1 6 in this so far, in this dozen overs. 13 overs run.
So Rawlins his second over. Oh, he almost gets through Yates, who plays late on that. Rawlins goes on a little run around. Anguish, he's nearly got his hand there. And
It's causing him a bit of trouble at the moment, Rawlins.
he's in again. Yates sweeps that and he gets it finally and beats the fielder down there. It's Henry Crocombe. Looked like he was going to stop that and he ended up diving over it somewhat. And Yates gets an entirely convincing boundary, but a boundary nonetheless.
It's not too impressed there, I don't think, the Rawlins.
And he comes in now to bowl to Yates again. Turns, I think, it comes to the inside of Yates's bat. He's able to get a single to square leg. Rawlins is proving a handful. Yates on to 42, Warwickshire to 62 without loss. 9 testing deliveries now. Rawlins is going to come round the wicket to the right-handed Hamza Sheikh, who plays that to shortish mid-wicket. Quicker ball, and it goes straight to Chet Pujara. There's no run.
Just give it a lot of air. He pushes it through and just causes him a little bit of problem.
This time he makes a bit of room there, does Sheikh. Gets bat onto it, but doesn't get it away. And there is no run. 62 without loss. Next one is hit in the air just over the bowler's head and the umpire's head. Rawlins watches it despairingly as it sails over just out of his reach. And he gets a run there. So actually quite a productive over, but also quite a testing over. They got 6 runs off it, but 1 or 2 testing deliveries. 63 without loss. As the batters take a well-earned drinks break. We've had 14 overs.
Yeah, that last one, it just clips it up in the air. Initially, off the bat, it looked like it might just loop up as a return catch, but in actual fact, it carried on climbing, went straight back over the umpire's head. It was no great pace to it, but it was just the way it ballooned and just dropped into the space. Obviously, you don't have a fielder immediately behind the umpire. So in the end, it was a perfectly safe place to put the ball. But
Going to get to Archie Lenham, the latest bowler, to bowl. Henry Crocombe 3 overs for 16 so far. He's replaced.
So this is the 5th bowler used by Sussex. He'll be bowling to Sheikh, who's on 19 from 37 deliveries.
He's 18 years old. He's bowling to a batter who's 2 years his junior.
He's in down the leg side, and this one is. Yeah, he must have, sort of goes to pull it, didn't he? And he must have just caught him on the pad as he went. Yeah, it caught him on the top of his pad, and it ran away to slip. Otherwise, it would have been a wide had he not touched it. in again with this next one, which again is on leg stump. Yates, once the strike, comes running down. That one was played into the onside. There is a short mid-wicket there. I don't think Yates would have got his ground. In fact, he had to scurry back to make sure he got back at the non-striker's end. And this is played nicely over inside that shot, which beats the ball down on the cover boundary. Nicely played, lifted high over the infield and away for 4 from Sheikh. So he moves into the 20s, he goes on to 23. Second boundary, I think, isn't it?
Yes, I'll check in a minute, but I'm just sort of reading this about Archie Lenham. This makes you feel old, doesn't it? He was apparently the first player to play in the T20 Blast to have been born in its inaugural year. After its inaugural year.
After its...
So that makes you, yeah. Yes, I was thinking it's a new thing.
Then in again to bowl. This is clipped again straight to mid-wicket. There's no run.
He's never known a world without T20 cricket.
I still think of it as quite new.
Yeah.
There's Lenham in and bowls, gives himself space and works this one away again into the offside and toward the fielding. It's just a single this time. He's quite happy to come down, open up his stance and play it away into the offside. Quite likes that shot, Sheikh. Very open and sort of gets his left foot out towards mid-wicket and really sort of plays it from there and pushes it away into the offside. Here's Yates, who's back on strike. He's on 42. So he plays it a bit flat back to Lenham, whose first over is over just for the 5 runs from it. It's 68. We've had 15 of the 50 overs.
Well, sure. The Bears played a match at Coventry a couple of nights ago. One or 2 matches they're playing out in Warwickshire against representative teams. They played one early in the season against the Birmingham League at Kenilworth. They took on the Warwickshire Cricket League. David Wokes was quite heavily involved in the Warwickshire Cricket League team. They played them at Coventry. Rawlins comes in to bowl. Oh, that's a high full toss, goodness. That's pulled by Sheikh. He'll be lucky to get away with that one, Rawlins. I know he's a spin bowler. They do seem to get away with it, spin bowlers. Oh, the square leg umpire saying that was below waist height. I need to get a new pair of glasses then, because they look miles over it to me. But there we go, 69 without loss. Maybe it just dipped in the nick of time. Next one, that's whipped away into the offside. Oh, that's going to be out, surely. It is. Sheikh has run out, Yates called him through, and it wasn't there. And that's a sad end to a promising innings from the 16-year-old Hamza Sheikh. He goes for 25, and I think Yates knows that he made an error there.
Yeah, it didn't help either that Sheikh started and stopped and then had to try and make the ground. A good little innings though from Sheikh, 25 he's made. Too much trouble, and he gets a nice round of applause from the crowd. It's quite a good crowd down here, in the shade down here in the pavilion end. They've chosen to sit down in the shade. When it's overcast, then they tend to go down to the other end, the Birmingham end, where it's a bit warmer. But today they're using that shade to keep cool. So the new batsman is Warwickshire captain Will Rhodes, who comes out as a chat with Yates. They'd been 1 or 2 occasions where the running had just not quite been together, and so perhaps not an expected end to that partnership. Just got to get used to each other, haven't they?
Well, there were a couple of occasions where Sheikh was a bit slow coming. I don't think that was the case there, though.
Well, I was just looking at the replay, and he stopped and then started again when he was done. But he was well out in the end, wasn't he?
Pujara, by the way, with the throw for the run out. Throw it to the wicket keeper.
So 69 for 1. It seems to be taking a long time to get back going again. I think it's been so used to the T20 and the 100 where they're virtually out and starting.
Well, didn't the field decide a little bit of a drinks break there? I think
is that what they all had?
Yeah, so.
Yeah. Yes, they did, yeah.
So, Will Rhodes then, the new batter, and he played in that game I was talking about at Coventry. He got applauded for a half century, he didn't actually score. As the scoreboard gave half century, it turned out he was actually out for 46. That one he turns around his pads and beats leg slip, and we'll get 2.
This was
at Coventry at Binley Road, yeah, Coventry, Warwickshire. I wondered why he wasn't acknowledging the applause for his 50th. I thought that's a bit. But I realise that because he didn't think he deserved it because he hadn't reached 50 at that point. 71 for 1. Rawlins comes into bowl and he turns that round to back a square leg and gets a single. So Rose on to 3.
Adrian's got his laptop here. You're going to take a break, are you?
I will do.
I'll move out and come into you and let Adrian in here. All right, so we don't get
So Rawlins, it's a wideish leg slip in place as he comes into bowler Yates, who guides it to long on for a single. Yates ticking along again, making runs in this competition. He's on to 43, and it's 73 for 1. In comes Rawlins, and that's turned round to mid-wicket for a single by Rose, is on to 4. 74 for 1. We'll be doing an update very shortly. End of the 16th over, and Warwickshire, well, they actually got 6 runs from that over, but lost the wicket with a run out. So they are 74 for 1. Still no double figure overs in the innings, but Warwickshire just ticking along. Here comes my update. And this is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are taking on Sussex in the Royal London One Day Cup. Warwickshire won the toss, are 74 for 1, and a promising debut by 16-year-old Hamza Sheikh, scoring 25, but his innings has come to an end in rather unfortunate circumstances. He was called for a run by Rob Yates, hesitated slightly, and was well run out by a Pujara throw. But it was a decent effort from Sheikh, scored 25 and shared in a good stand with Rob Yates, who's still out there on 43. Warwickshire are progressing in unspectacular but steady fashion. They are 74 for 1 after 16 overs. Adrian Harms will take over, and I'll make way for Phil.
Thank you, Clive. Harrison Ward coming into the Sussex attack, the 6th bowler used so far this morning, the 3rd spinner. So he comes around the wicket, comes in and bowls, and played by Rhodes through the covers, picks up a single, does Rhodes, and 2 more to the total, 76 for 1. So 2 left-handers at the crease. 3 men serving, 1 on the offside. There's a long off and a sweep on the cover boundary as Ward is in bowls. And that's a full toss and clip through mid-wicket. There'll be a couple of runs here because Archie Lenham's got a fair way to come round from deep mid-wicket to field. 2 more to the total, 2 more to Rhodes. He goes to 10. The total to, sorry, goes to 8. That scoreboard's very quick, isn't it? 78 for 1. Hello, Phil. How lovely to see you.
Yes, a long time, isn't it?
Too long.
Yeah.
Yeah, much too long since we've seen each other. As in come the War Bowls. Well, that's a horrible delivery, and he's rather lucky to get away with that. If indeed he does get away with it, it's played out towards the offside. A good sliding stop by Alistair Orr. Throw comes in. He's a very occasional bowler, is Harrison Ward, and he's not got his line and length right at all in this over.
Yeah, that was a horrible ball.
It was. He was lucky to get away with that. 4 balls have gone for 6 so far. runners in around the wicket. Bowls, and that's a much better delivery, played into the offside by Will Rose, fielded at backward point by Tom Clark, and there is no run. 80 for 1 Warwickshire, having won the toss, decided to bat first. Just the unfortunate Hamza Sheikh, who was run out for 25. Ward again bowls, and again there's a much better delivery, played to backward point, again fielded by Tom Clark. There is no run. 80 for 1 at the end of the 17th. Rhodes on 43. Sorry, the 8 on 43, Rhodes on 10. I think both sides will be reasonably happy, Phil, to be honest.
I think so. Sussex have been able to keep the scoring rate down. Warwickshire haven't got away at all here. Well, we had 17 overs. Warwickshire steady. They've got the young man opening, the 16-year-old at the top of the order. They put a decent partnership together. I think it was always, they looked a little bit iffy in their running early, one or two occasions, but it wasn't altogether a surprise when it was ended with a run out. But he showed very promising signs there. It's a shame. Here's Roy Rawlins, who's in for his starts his 4th over. This first ball is punched up to long on for single by Yates. He goes on to 44. Goes on to 81 for 1.
Very tidy, Delray Rawlins so far, isn't it? His 4th over, 0 for 15.
He's actually had the batsman in a bit of trouble as well. So pushes the ball through, doesn't he? He's just a little bit deceptive. This next one, he sees Rhodes push it into the onside, but straight to sort of wide-ish mid-wicket in the game. This one is turned through mid-wicket down for a single by Rhodes. Again, not too many boundaries coming in so far from them.
Sussex will rattle through their overs with these spinners.
They will with all these spinners. Yeah,
they're in the 18th over already. It's only just past the hour mark.
Yeah. This one is driven, but again can't beat the infield. He's had some success though, Rawlins, hasn't he?
He has. I mean, Sussex supporters will tire of me talking because he's such a talented cricketer.
This one is wider outside the off stump, and Yates cuts it out to Ward for 1 out on the cover boundary.
Plays all formats of the game. He was picked up in the 100 last year by the Southern Brave, not picked up this year. He's had a disappointing championship season, but so far he's done really well in this competition, and he's a fine cricketer. He really is.
This next one, Rhodes can only play back, and Rawlins runs across quickly, picks up. He's so economic, and he's got through that over quickly, so doing everything required there. From Bermuda, isn't he?
Yes, he is from Bermuda. He made a very good 91 down at Hove last week. Delray's parents were over as well to watch him. I think they've gone back to Bermuda now. They were telling me about the delights of Bermuda. But he's a fine cricketer. He's a better cricketer certainly in the 4-day game than his statistic would suggest. Very, very good in the field. In fact, I think the Sussex outfield has been very good today. I mean, they're a very young side, so you'd expect them to be chasing around the boundary. But it's pretty much even, Stephen. Harrison Ward is going to bowl the next over with his off spin from the pavilion end. No slips in place. 3 men saving 1 on the offside, 2 on the leg, 4 men allowed outside of the 30-yard circle. Swept away. That's going to be 4. That's a poor delivery by Harrison Ward. That was a full toss on the leg stump, and all Rob Yates had to do was help that down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. Good shot. He goes to 49 off 54 deliveries.
And he got it on the full as well, just, you know, it really was leg side, full toss, and got really what it deserved.
Can't afford to bowl there with your short leg up inside the circle. Ward again bowls, driven away to shortish third man, fielded there by Curry. And on this occasion, there is no run. We're at the 19th of the 50 overs. Looks as good track, Phil. I mean, would there be some benefit to batting first, do you think? Or?
I think it shouldn't make a great deal of difference. I wouldn't have thought. These wickets have been used. They're all looking very, very worn, aren't they? The amount of cricket we've had here at Edgbaston.
Ward didn't get, that's another horrible. Well, he's very, very lucky to get away with that, Harrison Ward. That was a full toss on the leg stump, and Yates is furious with himself. He hit it straight to that fielder at short, fine leg, who's Harry Carvelos. Really, that should have been 4 runs. A yard either side, and it was 4. Ward in again, bowls, full toss, driven away. Good bit of fielding by Bajara. His teammates are getting him out of jail here.
I was going to say, this could have gone
Crumbs.
anything this
Yeah.
over, but he's had a couple of decent pieces of fielding which have helped him.
Ward in again, and this is tucked onto the leg side by Yates, and the applause around the ground. It's for the half century from John Robbie. It's a very fine half century as well. 50 coming is 58 balls with 6 fours and a 6.
Yeah,
72 minutes. Good knock.
He's had a funny season, Rob. He's struggled in the county championship. He's getting some runs in limited overs cricket and perhaps just getting back to form. And a lot of Warwickshire fans will be still asking, why is Rob Yates not been opening this season in the county championship?
Ward bowls to Rhodes. He punches that into the covers, fielded by Bajara. There is no run. Well, he rather got away with that over, did Harrison Ward. 89 for 1. Yates 150. Rhodes. I wonder whether Chester or Bajara might think, I'm not sure about another over.
I would have said, you're lucky it's going to run out if we bowl like that, I think, and you're not going to get away with it a second time.
Now, Phil, it's a while since I've been here, and I'm sure I ought to know, but I do love the colour of the brickwork around the city of Birmingham. It's that lovely dark red colour. And there's the spire of the church away just outside of the ground where we're coming.
Yeah, St. Francis.
St. Francis.
Yeah.
What a beautiful church spire that is, in that lovely Birmingham colours.
Yeah, it's a sort of darkish red.
Yes.
Yeah. This Rawlins pulls out of it. He goes through, and whether Yates wasn't quite ready, I don't know. But he sort of turns his arm but doesn't release the ball. And he comes again with that one. Yates turns this to mid-wicket. There's no run. Yeah, there's quite a lot of buildings with that colour brick.
Yes, particularly around the city centre.
Yeah.
And the old part of Birmingham.
Yes.
I love it. And around the university, it's really. I just love that
tower
colour.
is that colour, isn't it? That
Yes.
tower at the university.
Old Joe.
Yeah. And Rawlins in, and this one he leads back and just cuts to backward point. Again, there's no run.
Yeah, good little spell this by Del Rey. He's just keeping things quiet.
He's bowled a nice line. He's in his 5th over, just 17 runs coming from him. He's in bowls, again brings Yates looking to work it and use his feet, but can only play it back up and field it off his own bowling by Rawlins. And again, this one is punched up to long on. Yates and through for the single. Takes Warwickshire on to 89 for 1. Scoreboard moves so quickly.
Unbelievably fast. It was like that in the test match, you know, when I came in for the first day. I couldn't believe how quickly it was turning over.
You actually quite often add a one onto the board when you're talking, but it's already been put on. This one gets an appeal. Rhodes looking to turn it. It's wrapped on the pad. The ball runs out into the odd side. There's no run in the end, but a loud shout from Rawlins. He's in again, bowls. That's a full toss, and again gets away with that because Rhodes punches that one straight to a fielder as well. So last couple of overs here, that's Warwickshire not been able to capitalise on just 1 or 2 looser deliveries from the spinners, which really they should have been perhaps putting away.
Just the one off the over. 20 overs gone.
We are going to see another over from Ward.
We are. I'm a little surprised. Only in that I think he's been a little fortunate, to be honest, to only go for the 11 runs so far. You won't want to bowl any of those full tosses on leg stump because again he's got his fine leg up inside the circle. As in comes Ward. Bowls. Oh, that's a horrible delivery. Well, I was surprised that Pajara decided to bowl him in this over because I think Sussex have been lucky to get away with it. I mean, that's a full toss on leg stump and he's just been pulled away for 4 runs. Now Harrison Ward, I think, is asking the umpire something here. Now, was that signalled as a no ball? Or...
Well, I think that was above waist height as well.
Right.
I think.
Well, in that case, it's going to be a free hit, isn't it? No, it's not. Well, let's just wait and see. Now, he's not happy, the umpire, with Harrison. I don't know whether Harrison Ward has said something. That's going to be a free hit. It is a free hit.
Yeah.
So he's saying it was above waist height, and this could be very, very costly for Sussex. Ward again. Bowls wide of the off stump, and he does get, and that was a wide. So I think the free hit will remain in place. So it's a wide and a no ball and a boundary, and this is where we get complicated, but I think the no ball remains in place here. Let's just wait and see.
Yep,
yes, it does. So it's still the free hit.
Yep.
And this could be very, very costly for Sussex.
So that's 6 so far for nothing here, isn't it? We haven't had a ball yet.
And we've still got the free hit. Ward again around the wicket, bowls, and that hammered down the ground, and it's just going to be a single fielded down below us by Rawlins. So we've had the 1 ball, and I think we've had 7 off the over so far. Well, it was a gap. We were surprised, weren't we? It's very easy to say these things, but we felt that Sussex had rather got away with a couple of poorish overs from. Now Bajara is going to change the field, and I think that's the right thing to do. He's putting his fine leg back at almost a deep backward square. He's bringing his long on up. Nice. Well, I think this is an over too many, to be honest. In comes Ward, bowls. Oh, that's a horrible delivery. Well, he's lucky to get away with that. I mean, it's pulled down the leg side. They'd moved the deep backward square there, and a good job they had, because otherwise that would have been 4 runs as well. 98, 99 for 1.
I think if I'd have been captain on a Sunday afternoon, he would have been off.
No, I would agree.
Last over.
I would agree. Ward in again, bowls. That's a better delivery. Played into the offside. Fielded by Tom Clark, who comes round from backward point to field, and there is no run.
It's the sort of over, you've given him another over, because if he's not careful, he's only going to bat at number 11 and eat his tea. You might have him 3.
Ward in again, bowls, driven down the ground. Rawlings is very quick, but he won't catch that. That's going to be 4 more. Overpitched by Harrison Ward. His ball is long on up inside the circle, and it's drilled down the ground by Will Rhodes for a boundary. He goes to 16, and the total to 103 for 1, and that's 14 off the over so far, and still 2 balls to go. This is expensive.
Yeah, well, we did forecast this.
We did.
So, for once in our lives, Adrian, we've got it right.
We have.
And you watch, you'll get 2 wickets though.
Ward in bowls and played through the covers. They're going to get 1. Croker's very quickly round here on the boundary edge, keeps it just single, so just the 1 run off that delivery. Harrison Ward looks a bit dejected. He's a very nice lad, Harrison Ward.
He does look a bit down, doesn't he?
He does look down, his head's down. I suspect we won't see him bowl the next over from this end. In he comes, bowls and clipped to mid-wicket. There is no run. So an expensive over from Harrison Ward. It could have been worse, to be honest, but still 15 coming off of it. He takes his sun hat rather disconsolately and wanders away. End of the over, 104 for 1, 56 Yates, 17 to Rhodes. Are you still going around the country taking your photographs of horse racing?
No, I've been doing football a lot more.
Right.
I went to 120 football matches last season.
Wow.
Yeah, and I've already been to 24 games this season.
Well, but you just started.
Pre-season friendlies.
Do you generally do Midlands clubs, or?
Yeah. Although on holiday last week, I was down in Dorset, and I went to 4 matches down there.
I bet you were popular. What was your wife glad to get rid of you for a
She came with me to 3 of them.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
So who did you go to in Dorset?
I went to Pooltown, I went to Dorchester Town. First ball from Cummins is pushed into the onside and there's no run. We went to a game in Bournemouth and Wareham Rangers.
Okay.
And the ground at Wareham Rangers was the colour of sand. This one was pushed by Rhodes into the onside. There wasn't a blade of green on it.
Yeah, I mean, they must be struggling because the grass isn't growing, so if it gets muddy all of a sudden.
Again, bowls. This one is turned for a single through the vacant mid-wicket area. Rhodes. Yates thinks about turning for a second there, but having already got 1 run out against his name, I think the captain there sent him back with a definite no.
Yeah, and I think Rawlins was yelling to get the ball in quickly as well.
Yeah. He had to come in off that off the boundary, so he got to make a lot of ground, but even so, a second there would not have happened. Rawlins in bowls. This is short and pulled away through mid-wicket.
Well fielded.
Terrific piece of fielding down there. Saves a couple of runs. Back.
Yeah, very good indeed. That's Daniel Ibrahim and Alistair Orr out there, an 18-year-old and 21-year-old, throwing themselves around. I think Sussex have fielded well here.
Yeah, terrific piece of fielding there. I thought that was going to go away through between the pair of them for 4, but great fielding. This next one is Yates forward, plays it back, and Rawlins does the fielding. Just having a look at where Rawlins is running through on the line of the off stump.
Good look, wasn't he?
We haven't decided which umpire's which yet, have we?
No, they should have their names on there.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You know, I just don't know why they don't. It's very difficult to distinguish them.
This one was in bowls, and Yates gets a little bit tangled up, but the ball squirts out in the end towards square leg, and is called through for 1 by Rhodes. Yates will keep the bowling. It's 108 for 1. We've had 22 overs, so again steady without Warwickshire getting racing away here.
Perhaps we should start a campaign, Phil, where you think umpires should have their names on the back, because it would benefit us and it would benefit the crowd.
Well, it certainly would benefit us.
Yes.
I have and I've gone about it, so people say, oh, not that old again. But we have all this business about putting numbers on our players' backs, and then we put a cable knit sweater over the top, and you can't see anything.
No, I agree.
And so what's the point?
Archie Lenham is coming back into the Sussex attack. The leg spinner, young 18-year-old, just bowled the 1 over so far for 5. You listen to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms, Phil Britt, live from Edgbaston, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, BBC WM, wherever you're listening from. If you're watching the live stream, thank you for joining us. If you'd like to send us an email, and please do, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, whether you're a Warwickshire fan, a Sussex fan, anyone who's happened to come across us. It'd be lovely to hear from you during the day. 22 overs gone. Warwickshire winning the toss, 108 for 1. So we're in power play 2. That means Sussex have to have 5 fielders inside the 30-yard circle. As in comes Archie Lenham, bowling his leg spin, and that's a full toss driven away, and he's going to go for 4 runs. That's not a great way to start a spinner bowling. It was a full toss on the leg stump, and Rob Yates just went, thanks very much, I'll hit that through square leg for 4 runs, which he did. 112 for 1. Good shot, he goes to 63.
If you're going to be critical at the moment, then the last 3 or 4 overs of bowling from this end have been too many loose balls.
I agree.
And ones which Warwickshire probably haven't totally capitalised on.
Lenham in a game. Oh, that's better. Cut away through backward point. They're going to pick up 1, or is very quick off the cover boundary and gets in the throw, and it is just the single. Throw comes into Tom Alsop, 1 more to Yates, he goes to 64, 113 for 1. It is a cloudless sky.
Yeah.
Not you know, just blue everywhere around Bow. I'm glad we're in here, Phil, but there's lots of spectators sort of shirts off and shorts. They must be roasting. People without hats on. Wow. Yeah. It's a bit too hot for that. In comes Lenham, bowls, and hoiked away, and that's going to be 6 runs. Oh, actually, I thought it was that's a mistake by me. It bounced a foot inside the boundary. Hammered away by Rhodes. He picks up a boundary. He goes to 22. Warwickshire to 117 for 1, and signs here that Warwickshire are looking to step on the accelerator.
Well, they're still in a position where they've only lost that 1 wicket. They've got wickets now. They've got the launch pad now to really accelerate. And this is, I think the next 10 overs is going to define this innings, because Sussex really need to keep the brake on if they can.
Well, the spinners are just starting to go around the park. Yeah. Certainly Lenham and Ward. In comes Lenham again, bowls. And forward, is he going to be caught behind? And a wicket goes down, does it? I thought it was off the pad. I thought for a minute he got a little inside edge onto the pad. The ball ballooned in the air. Tom Alsop took the catch. Interestingly, Alsop didn't appeal. I think he knew it was off the pad.
No,
false alarm.
Just watching the replay, he sort of played the crosses straight into the front pad and straight up in the air, but...
In comes Lenham again, hammered onto the onside. It was too short from Archie Lenham. Pulled around the leg side, fielded by that. Looks like Finn Hudson Prentice on the field, actually, for Sussex, which means that there is a 12th man on the field, so somebody has gone off. Total goes to 119 for 1. Robert has been in touch. Robert Shakeman. And the applause is for the 50 partnership between these two, between Yates and Rhodes, 50 off 46 balls. And it's coming to 25 minutes. Lenham. And again, bowls, and that's pulled away into the leg side, fielded by Hudson Prentice. And it is the end of Archie Lenham's over. His first over went for 5. They've taken, the scoreboard is so quick, it's taken down his statistics already.
Well,
But we
he's
can-
17 now. He's,
Thank you, 12 off the over.
12 off the over, yeah.
120 for one, Yates 64, Rhodes on 25. Robert says, lovely watching the coverage from the office. Hopefully Rob Yates gets 100. Come on, you Bears, says Bobby from Manchester. Hello, Bobby, lovely to hear from you. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Warwickshire 120 for one after 23 overs. The only man out, Hamza Sheikh, who was run out by Pujara. A single taken to mid-wicket. Yates called Sheikh through, but he didn't make his ground. And it was a shame because he batted very nicely up till that point. Young 16-year-old making his debut for Warwickshire today in List A cricket.
I think Sussex have to break up and starts a new over from Rawlins. 43 runs have come from the last 5 overs between Lenham and Ward at this pavilion end. And in the meantime, Rawlins has done a good job at the Birmingham end as this next one brings Rhodes forward, just dropping it down in front of him, and comes running round, does the tidying up.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, 31 off the last 3.
Yeah. Again, Rawlins in bowls. This is turned to mid-wicket. They'll get a single. Rhodes, who's come in and been quite positive. 26 of 28 deliveries.
He has.
29 deliveries, rather. Sorry. Yates. 64. He's made that 65 as he turns this one behind square. Henry Crocombe comes running around and does the fielding. Just behind backward square leg.
You talk about your photography, Phil, mainly doing football. I went to Lingfield Park, which is one of the...
Yes,
Have you taken photographs at Lingfield Park?
I haven't been to Lingfield Park for probably about 7 or 8 years.
Shot.
This next one, he goes to put it away square. In the end, runs it away down a bit sort of top edge-ish way, but he was looking to play it sort of backward square, and it was a bit finer than he thought, but it gets full benefit. It runs all the way down to the third man boundary, so 4 more to Rhodes. He moves on with that shot to 30, Warwickshire on to 126, and the run's beginning to come now. Ball is in, and Rhodes will get another single. Again, back turn behind square on the onside, and again it's Crocombe who comes in and does the fielding. One more. 127 for one. The 24th over finishes. Rhodes is on 31 and 65 to Yates. Yes, they've done a good job at Lingfield Park because it's the all-weather track there, isn't it?
It is. The only reason I went there last Saturday, but there was racing there. They had a music night as well. So it was really well attended, and it's just a lovely place to go. And you get. I'm no horse racing aficionado at all, but you can get close to the horses, and you can see them going around the parade ring, and it was a thoroughly enjoyable day at Lingfield.
Well, if you've enjoyed Lingfield, you want to go up to Sandown and or to Ascot or to Kempton Park. Terrific course, and of course Epsom is not that far from you.
That's right. Here comes Archie Lenham, bowls to Rhodes, who's forward, plays it down the ground. Now they thought about a single. Lenham misfielded the ball. They decided against, and there is no run. I'll have to go next door and do an update after this over. 120.
He's back in because I don't know whether he's got a half 12 one, but
Lenham's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed.
What I'll do, Adrian, is just make way for Clive then. Okay.
Plays straight down the ground by Rhodes, down to Henry Crocombe, who comes running across from long off to field at a position down towards long on. One more to the total. Rhodes goes to 32. Warwickshire to 128 for one in the 25th over. And these two, as I say, have really stepped on things there. After 20 overs, Warwickshire were 89 for one. Lenham again. Oh, now that did turn into the left-hander, into Yates, who plays it to mid-wicket, fielded by Tom Clark, who needs to come round more from mid-wicket to mid-on to field. Yates goes to 66, the total to 129 for one, which brings Will Rhodes on strike. Lennon in again, bowls and dabbed away to backward point. Well fielded there by Daniel Ibrahim.
You better go. You're going to be told.
I will. I'll be in trouble. We've got 2 more balls to go in the over. Archie Lennon.
Are you going to risk it then? Are you going to risk scrumming these 2 balls, or are you going to go?
I will risk it.
Okay.
In comes Lennon.
It's exciting.
Round look at bowls. Better over this from Archie Lennon. Just conceded the 2 runs so far, driven back down in by Rhodes, and there is no run. 129 for 1, Warwickshire. 1 more ball, and they'll be exactly halfway through their innings. As in comes Archie Lennon. Round the wicket bowls, and that did turn again and played, dabbed onto the onside. Picks up a single, does Will Rhodes. He goes to 33. Warwickshire at the halfway point are 130 for 1. I'm going to have to dash.
Yes, you are. You're just going to break the land speed record here. It's 130 for 1. Then some order restored there by Lennon. Just 3 off that last over. But Warwickshire have had 2 big overs. One where the no ball was bowled. They got 15, and the 2 overs later they got 12. Henry Crocombe is going to come back into the attack for the 26th over the innings. So halfway, you'd certainly expect more than double your scores, particularly when you're 1 wicket down at the halfway point. So, well, looking certainly to get the very high 200s, if not to 300, I would have thought from here with these wickets in hand. But for the most part, despite those 2 overs I've mentioned, Sussex have maintained some control. Crocombe's first 3 overs going for 16 runs. So just have the 1-6 hit. That was by Yates. Rhodes, after a decent start, he's on 33. And he pushes out the offside and is going for a quick single. Rhodes was very calm about it. He was going to the danger end. He wasn't in full sprint mode, but he was confident I'm going to get there mode. And he was right, he did get there. 131 for 1, single there. Rhodes, say, had a bit of batting practice at that game I mentioned at Coventry a couple of days ago, T20 match, hit 46. Warwickshire actually did slightly embarrass, well, embarrassing, a bit strongly, but they did lose to the Warwickshire Cricket League. Yates stands up and plays that one away to the sweep on the offside for a single. He's on to 67, so 2 big innings so far in the 50 over, hasn't got to 100, so he'll be keen to do it here. 132 for 1. Did you make it?
Just. Yeah,
you just heard the word harms as you put your headphones on.
You see, sometimes they don't come to you till about 25-2, but they've been really on the button today.
In comes that Crocombe to bowl, and Rose just dabs it out to the onside. There's no run.
I think Pujara's hand has been forced here slightly because Rawlins has bowled extremely well, but Lennon and Harrison were just a little expensive, and he's turned back to the seamer in Crocombe, and I can now see Ari Carvelos warming up as well. So these 2 have certainly, I mean, at 20 overs, Warwickshire were 89 for 1. So they've scored, what, 11-43 in the last 5 in a
fine leg for a single. I'm just looking at, there's a flag there from a Sussex supporter.
Yes, I think
Manchester City on it. Is it Kidderminster? It is Kidderminster.
Yeah.
Sussex. It's got to be an identity crisis, whoever's got that banner. It's got Sussex, Manchester City and Kidderminster on it.
There is a Kidderminster fan, and if I can find it on Twitter, who did say that he was going to be at Edgbaston today. Adam Matthews used to be press officer at Sussex many years ago. He's also a Kidderminster fan, so there are links.
That's driven by Yates for a single, and Yates is on to 68.
See if I can find the tweet from earlier on this week.
They've managed to rein this in a bit, Sussex, after a couple of slightly, they went, what, for 27 or 38 in the space of 4 overs. But since then, it's calmed down somewhat, just 4 runs from the next 11 balls. And that was going down the leg side, that will be a wide. Rhodes swung at it and didn't connect, so it is a wide. That'll be an extra 1 to the total. I was being a bit generous to them, actually. It's actually 7, now 8 runs in 11 balls, but still, last 11 balls, still a measure of control. slightly guilty on the wide department. Let me just bring up how many they've bowled. This next one is played to mid-wicket. There's no run. That will be wide number 5, and we also have the no ball as well. But still steady enough over from Crocombe. 5 off it, 135 for 1 off 26.
Yeah, I think, as I say, that was a good. But we were talking actually before Harrison Moore bowled that very expensive over that went for 15. That we were quite surprised Pujara gave Ward another over, and he didn't really repay his captain's faith. And I think they needed to make, well, they definitely needed to make a change. And it's going to be a double change because Ari Carvelos was warming up at mid-off, and he's going to come back into the attack. Having bowled 4 overs, no wicket for 19, 135 for 1. I've been saying, Clive, thanks for listening to BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, is that right?
It's actually BBC CWR these days.
CWR.
I think people will know it.
I get very confused.
Yeah, we were BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, but then let's had another focus group meeting because we became BBC CWR.
Well, we're BBC Radio Sussex. It wasn't to get the radio.
Yeah, because some use radio and some don't.
I mean, I get confused. Heaven only knows what the listener does. Anyway, in comes Carvelos. Over the wicket bowls, and Carvelos right on the money straight. I've been very impressed with Ari Carvelos.
I love this Ari.
Ari, yeah. His name is Aristides, but I interviewed him after the game against Leicestershire. Never met him before, and I said, now, do I call you by your full name? He said, no, I'm Ari. Everyone calls me Ari, he said. So,
sorry, Barry.
Yes, right, yeah. Who sung that? Was that Sham 69?
I think it might have been, yeah.
Right, okay.
Well, I remember, that's quite good.
In comes Carvelos bowled. Oh, Abishley driven down the ground. Now he's going to get 4 runs. So you have to say it's a good shot by Rob Yates, but it was in the air and not that far away from Carvelos. It would have been a very good caught and bowled. In the end, it's drilled down the ground, and Yates picks up another boundary. Goes to 72. Warwickshire to 139 for 1.
Elsewhere, Derbyshire 80 for 4. Tell me if you've done these a few minutes.
No, I haven't.
Okay, Derbyshire 80 for 4 at Derby against Hampshire. Gloucestershire 151 for 1 and 25th against Durham at Chester Street. Leicestershire 86 for 4 on the 24th. That's slow going at Leicester. Glamorgan 123 for 5 at Northampton the 24th.
It's a bit of a recovery actually. In comes Carvelos bowls, and Yates on his toes plays that to backward point fielded by Ibrahim, no run.
Middlesex 160 for 1 in the 24th at Grantham against Nottinghamshire. The game's being played in this competition today.
Sussex with 3 men inside the circle on the offside. We are in power play 2, so you have to have 5 fielders as a minimum inside the 30-yard circle. 2 on the leg side, short fine leg and a sort of wideish mid-wicket. That's Carvelos. Away from us, runs in bowls. Oh, he's hit on the pad. Now, I can only think maybe he got a little inside edge on that.
Bottom edge onto his pads, I think.
I think there'd been a big appeal otherwise. It goes a little low. The ball is dribbles behind to Alsop, who collects, and there is no run. So it remains 139 for 1. I know you spend your winters commentating on Coventry, which is they're doing pretty well at the moment, aren't they? Back in the Championship when they're playing.
When they're playing, yeah. They unfortunately had 1 game called off because of the pitch problems at the arena. Carvelos
away from us in and bowls, and with a flick of the wrists from Yates, plays it down to deep backward square, fielded by Ward. It'll just be the single, 140 for 1. Yates to 70. So what's the matter with the pitch? Did he get
it's got dug up in the rugby sevens, rather left it pretty badly damaged.
Right.
So it was deemed unsafe for Sunday's game. Hopefully it'll be all right for the next scheduled game, which is, I say all right, hopefully it'll be safe. I don't think it's going to be in great nick, but hopefully it'll be safe by next Tuesday. Earlier this week I commentated on a home Coventry City match from a 5th different venue since I started just over 20 years ago.
Carvelos in and bowls. Yates plays into the offside. Needs to get a bit of a move on. In fact, it was a well-judged single because Pujara had a way to come in from extra cover. Then there is no run. Good accurate over from Ari Carvelos. Just what Sussex needed to sort of stop the runs, which were rather flowing. 141 for 1. Yates on 73. Rhodes on 36. And we've had 27 overs, and we're going to get a drinks break. So where was that, Clive?
That was at Burton Albion, and we've done. We obviously, well, when I first started commentating, they were still at Highfield Road, and they moved to the arena, and of course they spent a season and a bit playing home games at Northampton, and then 2 seasons playing them at St Andrews, Birmingham, and then what hopefully will be a one-off. played the other night at Burton Albion as a home venue, so all very strange. However,
and there's lots of supporters, lots of Sussex supporters who are also Brighton and Hove Albion supporters, and you've got an ex-Albion player. Is it Goikarez? Is he?
Jokeres, Victor Jokeres.
Yeah, Jokeres. Yeah. He's pretty good, isn't he?
Sure you got it right, letting him go.
Yeah, he was good.
Yeah, he's decent. I mean, there were rumours linking it with Everton the other day, although Mark Robbins got quite cross about those, saying they were nonsense.
Really?
You do get a lot of nonsense reported this time of year, don't you? But he's done really well. Signed him on loan initially,
Victor,
and then
is that right?
Victor Jokeres, and scored an extra goal against Sunderland. So there we are. Now we're going to see Lenham.
Yeah, he's only bowled from this end, hasn't he,
Yes,
Archie?
so a change of ends, burning from the Birmingham end.
I'm sure you just put Henry Croker. So he said he's juggling his bowlers here, is Chechishwa Pujara.
20 runs off his 3 overs so far. Round the wicket, loops that high in the air. I think it ends up being a full toss, but Rose can only push it to back a square leg for a single. And 142 for 1. Towel hanging there at the back of his trousers. He must be getting quite hot and sweaty out there. Comes into bowl, and that's played to long on for a single. To be a certain age, you know what I mean by this, but Lennon runs in doing an Alvin Stardust impression, where he holds the ball. It's like how Alvin used to hold his mic.
I no one's ever said that, so I'm going to watch now.
He comes. There's him. That one is up pulled to back a square leg, and that's going to be 4 runs for Rhodes. He moves on to 41, 147 for 1. He did drop that one a bit short. That might have been Alvin Stardust bowling, to be honest. I think he did play the occasional celebrity cricket match, but 147 for 1.
He's got a problem here, Pujara, because his Lenham and Ward are both proving very expensive. He might need to find himself another bowler.
But you see what I mean? He has his arm in the air and his wrist sort of cocks, rather like he's holding the microphone, about to sing My Cuckoo. Anyway, he comes in the bowl, and that's played too long on for a single. I do apologise to anyone under the age of
60.
30. No, not that. A little bit younger than that. I mean, under 30 maybe, if you're wondering what I'm talking about. Could mention Jarvis Cocker, because he's holding the microphone a bit like that as well sometimes. This next one is pulled by Yates, and that's going to be 4, is it? It is. It beats the fielder. It's a back of square leg, and Warwickshire progressing nicely now. And what's the advantage of having wickets in hand? That's the 150 up. And it's 152. I meant to put the scoreboard at 150 is up, and so they put Nenham's figures up, and they've got it up now. 152 for 1.
That was a poor delivery, wasn't it? I was quite surprised Daniel Ibrahim hasn't bowled yet, and I suspect that Pujara will have to change things around here.
It's going over the wicket now to Rose, who sweeps that, but doesn't, to Yates rather, who sweeps that but doesn't get it fine enough. So
lucky to get away with that.
That's the end of the over. So the 150 came in 168 balls, and the third 50, in which they lost no wickets, was by far the quickest so far. That took just 43 balls. First took 68, second 57, third 43 balls. So Warwickshire are accelerating, and of course this is the advantage of having wickets in hand.
Well, I just wondered about Daniel Ibrahim, and I just saw Chechishwa Pujara and Tom Alsop having a natter, and Daniel Ibrahim, and then Pujara pointed to Daniel Ibrahim, so we're going to get, and Daniel Ibrahim's going to bowl the next over from the City end, or the Birmingham end, I should say. Sussex need to arrest this flow of runs, because Warwickshire batting themselves into a very powerful position. Carvelos comes in, bowls to Rhodes, who turns this off the hip down to fine leg. They've taken one, they won't take a second. There's a good bit of fielding down there by Archie Lennon, prevents a second run. So it goes to 153. But yeah, no longer with us, sadly, Alvin Stardust, who actually was living in Sussex.
Yes, I actually knew him.
Did you?
I've had a great honour to have known him in his
lived in Ifold
10, 15 years or so. Yeah, top. Great person. But, you say sadly missed.
Carvelos. In again, bowls, and again just tucked off the hip this time by Yates. Again, it's just going to be a single because Ward is very quickly in from deep mid-wicket to field, actually deep backward square to field. One more to the total, 154 for one.
I don't think he's a big cricket fan, but there is a photo of him and Paul Young and somebody else in cricket gear at a charity match somewhere.
How did you know him?
Well, I was a fan of his in my youth,
yeah.
And I got known via the guy that ran his website, Dave, and sort of got a little bit involved on that side of it.
Carvelis in bowl, short, pulled away by Rhodes, is annoyed he didn't make the boundary. Picks up a single though, followed by Ward. One more to the total. 155 for one. Carvelis. Oh, just this. We wonder if he's hurt his shoulder at virtually every ball because he adjusts his shirt. He's going to come around the wicket now to the left-handed Rob Yates. 155 for one. We're in the 29th of the 50 overs. Carvelis is in, bowls and driven firmly back to Carvelis who feels of his own bowling. And there is no run. A little shout you heard in the effects microphone. Well bowled, Harry. He's in his 6th over, figures of 0 for 28. Yeah, hurry up, Harry, come on. That's what we were talking about. Yeah, I'm sure that's a long time ago, Clive.
Kids are all right as well, yeah.
Tom also wants a change in the field behind the stumps. He's waving to his long on to go a little straighter, I think. In comes Carvelis bowls, driven into the covers. Pujara and Rawlins between them field and managed to save a single. And there is no run. 155 for one. Henry Crocom's getting a drink of water brought out to him by the 12th man, or one of the 12th men, who's Ollie Carter. The 12th men have been busy, and actually Clive and I are lucky we're in an air-conditioned box, and it belies the fact it is absolutely roasting outside.
So you get 50 uninterrupted overs as well. At least in a championship match you sort of get off after 35 or so.
Carvelis in bowls, and a good delivery and a good over by Aaron Carvelis, who's done a good job there for Sussex. End of the over, 155 for one. Yates on 79, Rhodes on 44. Archie Lenham is shown on the scoreboard. He's bowled 4 overs for 31, but he's not going to bowl the next over. And it's going to be the medium pace of the 18-year-old Daniel Ibrahim, who's going to come on from the Birmingham end of the ground. Warwickshire winning the toss this morning. Batting first, listening to live cricket. Adrian Harms, Clive Beakin, BBC Radio Sussex, CWR and WM. And you may be watching on the live stream. If you want to get in touch, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Lovely to hear from you.
So just 3 off that over, and after a double figure over the previous over, so a little bit more control, but they're still, the worry for Sussex will be the number of wickets Warwickshire still have in hand. If they keep them, the last 10 overs could be tough for Sussex unless they can get some wickets. Ibrahim then come into the attack. 7th bowler used.
Yeah, he is, yep.
And he's bowling around the wicket to Rose, who dabs it towards long on, but it's cut off by a fielder close in mid-wicket, so he doesn't get a run.
I'm a little surprised, to be honest, that Daniel Ibrahim hasn't bowled before now. He bowls a medium for an 18-year-old. He's very stockily built, Daniel Ibrahim, but he's bowled well during this competition. I'm a little bit surprised Harrison Ward bowled ahead of him.
Gone round the wicket from the Birmingham end, and Rose comes down the pitch. He ends up getting an edge on that, and it runs down to 3rd for a single. Thrown in by Lenham, and it's 1 run. So tidy enough start from Ibrahim, 156 for 1.
There's 2 12th men here for Sussex. James Coles is out on the cover boundary, and Ollie Carter, and they're both sort of doing laps of the field with water for the players.
Well, this is a championship match now. They'll be thinking 10 minutes till lunch, we'll get off, but we've still got 20 overs to bowl here. That's short, and it's pulled by Rose. There's a fielder out there, but it beats him. It was well struck. Good shot, just banged it in short there, Ibrahim, and Rhodes picked it up very nicely. Yates, I beg his pardon. Oh, Yates picked it up very nicely, and he's on to 83, 160 for 1.
Poor delivery. In fact, it's going to prompt a change in the field. I think that Tom Alsop's going to stand up to the stumps. Pujara just signalled there to Tom Alsop, and I think they're looking to stop. Yates getting down the track to him.
Yeah, like I say, both Yates and Rhodes have been coming down the pitch to him. There used to be a theory, I'm not sure it applies so much now in these power play days, but there used to be a theory that you sort of hope to double your score from 30 overs out. Well, if Warwickshire should do that, they're going to end up 320. So I'm not saying they will get that. They'll have to go some to get that, but it's doable.
Yeah, and you said, Clive, the first thing this morning is going to be a quick outfield, and it's lightning fast. Very green, but it's lightning fast. Looks fantastic, really, considering the cricket that's been played here. The ground looks great.
Third's coming up. In a way, it's slightly risky with the wicketkeeper standing up. Two have gone onto the boundary, well, three in fact on the boundary on the leg side. And that one again is banged in short, but took the pace off at that time, Ibrahim, and Yates just guides it to the sweeper on the offside for a single.
Peter Hemming's been in touch. Hello, Peter. He says, I'm streaming the game up here at home in Durham as I support the Bears. I might have gone across to Chester Street, but 27 degrees is a bit hot for me. Alas, the Bears not down to play Sussex at Hove this year. Looking possible for next year for 4 day. Oh dear.
Well,
regards to Phil Britt, says Peter the Bear in Durham.
It is in two respects. Ibrahim bowls, and that's played down to short third, and Rhodes will have to scamper. And the ball actually is a direct hit there from Denham, so it's a good job Rhodes did scamper as he gets there. I mean, there's no question Warwickshire are battling against relegation now, but of course we don't actually know whether there is going to be relegation or how it's going to set up next season.
I'll tell you what, Peter, it's more. I think it's more than 27 degrees here in Birmingham today. You might have got away with it up on the north. That sounds quite pleasant, really, doesn't it? Well into the 30s here, I think, today.
Ibrahim comes into bowl. And it's a bit of a top edge from Yates, but he's going to get away with it, and it bounces just short of the boundary for 4. Come out of the middle of the bat, but he got enough on it. John has emailed, thanking us for your excellent commentary once again. Thank you for that, John. Says he loves it. I've just been wondering, with all the hot weather around and in other parts of the world, is there any rule that says the fielding side not wear shorts? I really feel for them running around the field in long trousers. Maybe it's happened before the players wear shorts, but I'm not aware of it. I don't know whether there's a rule as such. I mean, it never happens. Although I suppose whether the players would want to just thinking they're sort of sliding along the field, they might not want to wear shorts. But it's an interesting point. You look back at some of the old women's matches, of course, and when the early days of the women's matches, they wore skirts, so that was a bit cooler for them, I guess, but they now wear trousers as well. So I don't know whether there's a rule or not. There might be something that the powers to be might have to think about if weather continues to be so hot.
Well, Ari Carvelos is coming in 11 off the over from Daniel Ibrahim. He comes in and bowls and pulled around to the leg side by Rhodes. He picks up a single, but Ward comes racing in from deep backward square to field to a single. So I thought the introduction of Ibrahim was a little overdue. Well, what do I know? His first over goes for 11 runs. At the minute,
that's a 4th double figure over, and there were none in the first 20 overs. They've all been since then.
That's a great stat. These two batting very nicely, just 2 runs short of the 100 partnership between Rob Yates and Will Rhodes. Carvelos runs away from us in the 31st over of the innings. He's in and bowls and just tucked onto the onside by Yates. Picks up, it was a misfield. And they're going to come, well, they were thinking of coming back for a second, then they'd never run on a misfield, is the old adage, but it was not a great bit of fielding there by Tom Clark. He gets away with it, and Harrison Ward rather got him out of getting a rollicking from the coach. Was that Tom Clark or was that Henry Crocombe? It was Tom Clark. 168 for 1, didn't cost anything. 80-98, 47 to Rhodes.
Just going to give you an idea of how Warwickshire accelerated. Give you the 10 over scores in a moment.
Vegas in again, bowls short, and he thought about pulling that in the inside to let it go through to Morsop, and there is no run.
He was hoping it might be called a wide, but I think it was just inside the line. So the first 10 overs, the power play, they got 46. The second 10, 43 for 1. The third 10, from 21 to 30, 77 without loss. So going almost 8 and over for the last 10 overs. If they carry on like that, it will be around about the 320 mark.
Well, they say sometimes you want to, if you double the total of 30 overs, and that would make around about 340 for Warwickshire. In comes Carvelos bowls and run to backward point, fielded by Ibrahim. And there is no run. Total remains 168 for 1.
Yeah, I mentioned that. I don't know, does that still apply? I don't know. That used to be the old adage that, but I don't know whether with power plays, I suppose.
That's a very good point.
But yeah, I would think Warwickshire would be looking at that. We're thinking, well, because there were 166 at the end of 30 overs, so 330. Yeah, hoping to get that sort of score.
Carvelos away from us, in and bowl, short, pulled around to the leg side. Is it going to go for 4 runs? It is. Well, it was too short for Mary Carvelos, who's generally bowled well here, but it was pulled away, rather set up for Will Rhodes. He pulled it away, and that's the 100 partnership and a 50 as well for Will Rhodes. He goes to 51 of 53 balls, and the 100 partnership between the pair. And they batted very well, coming together when Warwickshire was 69 for 1. So now 172 for 1.
Yeah, it's his first 50 of the competition this season, and he does take the applause this time. I did mention that he was applauded for a 50 in that game at Coventry the other night, when in fact it turned out he hadn't made 50.
Carvelos in. After Rhodes, plays it back to Carvelos. No run, end of the over, 172 for 1, Carvelos. I didn't make a note of the runs at the beginning of that over, and the score was already...
it's 6 they got that over.
Well, comparatively speaking, that was a good over.
Indeed. Just that one ball, really, wasn't it? Might have got away with one, I guess. Yeah, so I mentioned sitting at Coventry where they were playing their Warwickshire Cricket League in a T20 exhibition match. I thought it was a bit churlish of Will not to acknowledge the applause for the 50. Obviously, because he knew he was actually on 46, and then he was out next ball.
Well, the Ibrahim experiment has lasted 1 over for 11. So I was surprised he didn't come into the attack. He didn't bowl a very good over. And it's a change, and it's going to be Delray Rawlins who's back into the attack. Now, they're waving to somebody in the crowd. Who are they waving to all the way?
Bringing an extra bowler on from the crowd.
I wonder what they're doing. Delray Rawlins is waving to
somebody. Might be a window. Is there one of the windows picking up some sun?
Glare.
They're closing.
Well done. Yes, you're quite right, Clive.
It is a way. It's sort of at long off as Rob Yates is looking at it, but it's obviously distracting him. Poor chap there doesn't quite know what he's expected to do. Do I close the windows? Do I open them? What do you want me to do?
Put a towel over the window.
I think they've decided they want him to open them completely, so that will take the glare out.
Well, he's had to go back to Rawlins, who's probably been has been the most economic of the Sussex bowlers. 7 overs for 29.
172 for 1. Rawlins in, and it's a defensive shot from Yates. He actually caused 1 or 2 problems as well. Rawlins, lucky perhaps not to get a wicket, and a good LBW shout first ball. A couple of other near things as well. But he's only got 3 overs to go, including this one. That one is guided by Yates to backward point for a single. Yates on to 90. He'll be hoping to take his good form as far as a century this time. And as I said before, this is when the championship resumes, this is potentially excellent news to see Rob Yates find some form that's eluded him this season, because he's opening the batting, which a lot of people say he should be doing in the championship. He plays out to mid-wicket for a single as Rhodes, but he's got an 87 and a 54 in this competition so far in his 2 innings. Rob Yates.
Played well today. I like 50 over cricket, Clive. I have to say, I think there's tactics within a game, and
it's a good game so far. That one is short, and it's pulled to mid-wicket for a single. 175 for 1. Yeah. Sounds like I'm having a go at Mark Butcher now, because it was the second time I took my weight. But he was sort of suggesting, wondering whether the 50 over format had its day, and I get why. That's played off an inside edge, a square leg for a single. I mean, is just how many formats does cricket want to have? Is the argument. But you're right. I think it's the second year this competition has run alongside the 100. It's actually been pretty good cricket.
I would agree.
Right. Enjoyable. Rawlins comes into bowl, and Yates clips that to the onside for no run. So I think there's a place for it. Whether they have to rein it in a bit at international level, I don't know. But 176 for 1 after 32 overs. So Rawlins again doing a decent job. Only 4 off the over.
Yeah, it's just what Sussex needed, really. I'll do one more over, then I'll bring back in Phil B back with Clive. No, I just like the tactics within the game. I mean, it's you know, I don't think Pajara would have wanted necessarily there to go back to Rawlings, still with 18 overs to go, but he's had to do something to stem the flow of runs. And now he's changing the bowling again, and Henry Crocombe back into the attack from the pavilion end of the ground. 4 overs for 21 from Henry Crocombe. I will break off in a minute because Clive's got his update.
Yeah, we'll be 2.5 minutes time, so you're all right for a bit.
So it's going to be bowling to the left-handed Will Rhodes, who's batted very nicely for his 53. But in comes Crocombe, so it's going to do with the wicket, running in, comes in and bowls to Rhodes, who slogs him down the ground, and that has gone all the way for 6 runs. So back into the attack. First ball pitched up on middle stump, and you just get belted down the ground for 6 runs. That's a lovely shot by Rhodes. He goes to 59, and Warwickshire to 182 for 1. Lovely shot, Clive. Beautifully played.
That's encouraging from a Warwickshire point of view with the crucial championship matches to come. To see Rhodes in good form. He's not had the best of seasons with the bat, but he's doing well in this competition. That's the second 6 of the Warwickshire innings. Rob Yates having hit 1.
Well, it was in the slot, but it wasn't the worst ball in the world. He was just absolutely belted down the ground for 6. And as Clive's been saying, the worry here for Sussex is the platform that Warwickshire are setting. Having said that, these two having got in will be wanting to go on, and you know, a new player comes in, they've still got to set themselves.
Yeah.
59 to Rhodes, 182 for 1. Crocombe in and bowls, and that's a good delivery by Henry Crocombe. Pacey delivery as well, that Rhodes thought about just clipping that down to third man, but he was beaten for pace, and the ball goes through to Alsop. And there is no run, a rare dot ball. 182 for 1. Still the 5 fielders Sussex have to have inside the 30-yard circle. Crocombe, number 5 on the back of his shirt, runs away from us. He's in and bowls, and that's short, and attempted to pull that was Rhodes. It came off the bottom of the bat and dribbled down the pitch, and Crocombe was able to field off his own bowling.
It's taking the pace off that ball because Rhodes was almost through with the shot before the ball reached him.
Ray has been back in touch from Inverness, and he says, interesting to hear you talking about the temperature you have in Birmingham. In Inverness it's overcast but a pleasant 18 degrees. As in comes Crocombe around the wicket, bowls, an attempted ramp from Yates, from Rhodes rather, goes through to keeper Alsop. There is no run, and I'm going to leave you with Clive because his update is due imminently.
Shortly, yeah. Does he need to play a shot like that, Rhodes? It's easy to say that if it comes off, you're saying great shot, but didn't quite get that right. Hit the first ball the over for 6, 2 dot balls since then. 3 dot balls since then. That one is sure he's going to get 4 for that, though. We'll break off and do my report shortly. Now this is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are going along nicely in their Royal London One-Day Cup match against Sussex. They're 186 for 1 in the 33rd over. Will Rhodes has already hit a 6 this over, now just hit a 4. He is on 63, and Rob Yates continuing his good form in this competition on 91. They put on over 100 as a partnership since Hamza Sheikh, the 16-year-old, was run out for a very promising debut innings of 25. But Warwickshire at the moment in a good position. They're 187 for 1. That is the end of another 11 run over. And 187 for 1. Drinks coming on. Bit of thinking for Sussex to do, because at the moment with 17 overs to go, they face a prospect of a pretty big total to chase. Need wickets really, I think, Sussex, and not just 1 or 2, but probably 3 or 4 to try and rein Warwickshire in.
Yeah, that's the big thing. 9 wickets in hand for Warwickshire, and 2 batsmen really well set. 91 with Yates, 64 to Rhodes, and at times they've struggled a bit with their length and control, the Sussex, particularly the spin bowlers.
Good news for Sussex is of the 6 matches been played, this is only the 3rd highest score, because Gloucestershire are 208 for 1 after 33. Chris Dent's on 93 there, and Middlesex, so they are playing at Grantham. It might be a high-scoring outground, but they're 233 for 1 in the 31st against Nottinghamshire, with Stephen Eskenazi, who's having a rather good competition. He's on 105, and Sam Robson is on 93. And the other ones are not quite so high scoring. Derbyshire 120 for 4 in the 32nd against Hampshire. Leicestershire 127 for 4 in the 32nd against Somerset. And Glamorgan 154 for 6 in the 33rd against Northamptonshire.
They've recovered a bit there because they started up really badly, didn't they?
So we're having a bit of a drinks break here. Just the one we get to fall so far. I mentioned it in my report, but Hamza Sheikh run out by Pajara for 25. That was 69 for 1 in the 16th. So 118 added by these two now in 17 overs, with Yates on 91 and Rhodes on 64. Rawlins, one of the bowlers who has kept control, has got 2 overs left. He's about to bowl his penultimate. I assume his penultimate. I'm sure he will bowl the full 10. He's about to bowl out now.
Bowl well, I think.
Yeah.
That's a little unlucky not to have at least a wicket to his name.
Indeed, 33 runs off his 8 overs. He's going to go for a few there, though. It's lofted very neatly by Will Rhodes over the head of the fielder inside the circle, around about sort of wide mid-on, and it's gone all the way over his head to the boundary for 4. So Rhodes on to 68, 191 for 1. Hit the first ball of the last over for 6, hit the first ball of this over for 4.
Yeah, he just picked that up nicely. It was just the perfect spot just into his onto his legs, and whipped it away. And nicely timed shot. Again, Rhodes continuing this really fine spell of form.
In terms of the experience sort of players in the team, he's the batting that looks the strongest for Warwickshire. They have batted well in this competition. As Rhodes pulls out to mid-wicket, there's no run. Easy chase down a target at Cheltenham. 293 at the Oval. Looks like they're going to make rather more here. They should do from here. Rawlins left arm over bowls. Rhodes, little push onto the onside. They'll sprint through for 1. Rhodes is on to 69, 192 for 1. Bowling a little bit less experienced, particularly since Craig Miles is now being called away for the 100, but they do of course have, as that one's played too long on for a single. Krunal Pandya, of course, the spin bowler signed specifically for this competition. Not a decent investment in the competition. Warwickshire. That one is a little push. They might have time to run 2 here. Rose has a look. Yates turns, but fielder onto it. They settle for 1. 194 for 1.
I wonder whether they might use Rob Yates as well as the second spinner in this.
Just possibly Matt Lamb. Will Rose bowled spin again at Coventry. He's clearly working on his spin bowling. That one is played to mid-on for no run. He bowled some spin, apparently. I wasn't there, but review suggests he bowled it quite well in the championship, a dead championship match at Northampton, which was going through the formalities of reaching an end. He bowled a few overs of spin then, and he bowled some of that match at Coventry. Okay. It was possibly less successfully, I have to say. So maybe he's trying to offer that option. 194 for 1 off 34 overs, so after the 4, Rawlins did maintain some control there and kept it down to 7 off that over.
So it's going to be Henry Crocombe to continue from the Birmingham end. Sorry, from the Pavilion end, not the Birmingham end at all, the other end. And he's going to be bowling to the Warwickshire captain, Will Rhodes, who is on 70. 16 overs remaining as Crocombe comes in and bowls, and this is played solidly up to mid-on. Rawlins does the fielding. There's no run. Dug it out, got plenty of bat onto it, but didn't start this over with the boundary. Rhodes, which he has the previous 2. is just in his 6th over as this one is helped away, and that goes all the way behind where it has. Just helped round the corner, sort of stepping across and taking a ball from outside his off stump and flicking it behind down to the fine leg boundary for 6.
Well, there we are. As the last time he tried to play that shot, I said, oh, I'm not sure you need to do that, but obviously he knew what he was doing.
Yep.
That worked rather well.
As a bowler, I should think it's incredibly frustrating when to find a batsman is doing that to you, and you can't think, well, where can I bowl?
There was some sort of announcement there. Some sort of landmark must have been reached, but I didn't hear it, I'm afraid. But I'll have to see if I can look it up.
It brings up the 200 as he tries to repeat the shot, and this time running across his stumps. He literally almost set off at a pace. The ball was delivered, started moving across and tried to flick it over Allsop's head, but in the end gets nothing on it. Not so successful this that time.
So that fourth 50, the 200 came in 207 balls, so the fourth 50, the quickest of the innings so far, 39 balls. The third took 43 balls.
So really begin to accelerate as Rhodes waits and lifts this in the air. He could be caught down at deep backward square leg. He is. Short ball. Rhodes got underneath it. I think that's Harrison Ward down there. Harrison Ward who got around to take the catch. Rhodes has gone for 76. Shorter ball, which he tried to help away and skied and fairly comfortable catch down about 5 or 6 yards in the boundary. Warwickshire lose their second ball. Exactly 200. Good innings from Will Rhodes. It's plenty of applause from quite a substantial crowd down here in the pavilion end, using the shelter of the shade. And
yeah, well, he's
first wicket for Crocombe. Sorry,
he's entitled to start
yep.
taking some risks. Rose with so many wickets in hand, and he sacrifices his wicket, but a partnership there of 131 in just under 19 overs. Now, batter's coming in.
Burgess, Burgess coming out there. He gets a warm round of applause from the crowd. He's had a terrific season in red ball cricket, and of course well known to Sussex fans.
Now, it was a substitute fielder who took that, so that makes it
is that the sub? Is it down there?
Say who that is.
It's not. I thought it was Ward under the Whitestone hat. What number is he, Clive?
Yeah, it is Harrison. I don't know why they put down sub on the score, but I think you're right. I think it's Harrison Ward who took the catch. So I think that's incorrect on the scorecard. It is Ward over there with the white hat. I'm sure he took it, didn't he?
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, it was Ward with the hat on. This next one is right on the mark, and Burgess just runs it down into mid-wicket.
I'm going to put Ward down on my card. I think it was him that took the catch. Stand to be corrected.
Unless he's
necessarily wearing his shirt, of course. That does sometimes happen, but I don't think so.
Crocombe in bowls. Again, and he sets off quickly. Yates was ball watching there. Ball was played down to sort of mid-on, who's a little bit deep. Yates was watching it and then suddenly found that Burgess was charging down the wicket and called him quite late, and Yates had to respond. He gets home okay, but just for a second there, which batsman could have been in trouble, but gets away with it. End of the over. It's still got sub on as the on the score sheet.
Yeah.
Well, we will see if we can sort that out. 201 for 2. Burgess, by the way, kept the bowling. It was the last ball of the 35th over that she scrambled the single for. It's going to be Rawlins to bowl his final over.
So, 201 for 2. Can Sussex slow things down a bit with the wickets, but Burgess has hit the first one to the back of square leg. He wants the second, and actually it wasn't perfectly fielded. Slightly dodgy throw in from Harrison Ward. I know you traditionally bounce the ball on the surface.
I don't think it is Harrison Ward. I'm going to go that way now. I think it is somebody else, and I'll have a look while you're talking. I'll have a look and see if I can find out which one it was.
So pushed out the offside. Here's his shirt.
No, he's on 33, and that's 35, I think.
That's, next one is played down into the ground for no run. No, he's 35, Harrison Ward.
Is he?
Yep.
Okay, then it is Harrison Ward.
Or somebody wearing the shirt, I suppose. Wallace comes around the wicket to bowl. Maybe Adrian will help us a bit. That's played the long off for a single.
I'd written 33 down on my pre-match card, but he is 35. I've just checked him. So
also got his name on the shirt as well, which is a bit of a giveaway.
I can't read that.
No,
oh, you got your binoculars, haven't you?
Yeah.
I'd find the white on the pink doesn't stand out very well.
204 for 2. So again, Rawlings, but he's his last over. That's a worry for Sussex. He is getting some good control. Yates plays that for a single. Yates now on to 93, which have had a couple of batters out in the high 90s this season in the Championship. So Yates wants to make sure he sees this through. Sam Hain twice, isn't he? He was out for a 99, and then he was out, frankly, and umpires are only human, but he was out to an absolute shocker of a decision for about 95.
Yeah. Yes. Won't name the umpire, but
Rawlings round the wicket to bowl. That leaps up on the bat of Burgess, who ended up lofting it perilously close. The backward point that seemed to stop on the bat. He just standing there, Burgess, to say what happened there, but he survived it just about. Good over from Rawlings, but that's him done. 205 for 2.
Good 10 over spell. Couple of spells from him. Just 44
none for
runs.
44, yeah. Sorry.
And I'm very unlucky not to get something from that. It will bowl worse than that and get wickets.
So just 4 off his last over as well. Warwickshire have known, of course, it was his last over.
Just put a bit of a check on things the last couple of overs. Sussex bowlers. 205 for 2. Crocombe starts his 7th over. He's in and bowls, and he's tucked away through mid-wicket by Yates to take him on to 94. Warwickshire on to 206 for 2.
Assuming they still have plenty of wickets now, Warwickshire got to be looking at 100 in the last 10 overs. So they really should be looking at sort of 320, 330 mark from here. Give themselves plenty to defend.
Burgess on strike, it's on 4. That's when he pulls. It doesn't get hold of it properly, but he'll get a single just wide of mid-wicket. And let's scamper through 1. 207 for 2 it moves to. And one thing we can see today that they don't have to worry about the weather. It really breaks for anything. It's an absolutely magnificent day here. Crocombe in, and this is played into the ground by Yates. He's looking to play it away through the offside, gets a bottom edge to it, and the ball bounces down between himself and just passes the off stump and goes through, and Alsop takes it in the end, moving across to the leg side. Just a little bit of a false shot there from Yates. Yates faces again. This is short, and again he's just a little bit slow, short from Crocombe, and Yates got into position to play it, but it was kicked into the turf, and he didn't get any pace off the turf, and Yates was almost through the shot before the ball had got there, and all he can do is punch it up to Rawlins at mid-on. Again, a little bit of frustration just beginning to come into Yates. This one, he's beaten outside the off stump. And this is a good over from Crocombe. Another Sussex just again putting the brake on things here, where it's not getting. Had 2 or 3 overs now where they've not really been able to get after the bowling. So, well done to him. Turns for his final ball of the 7th over. He's in to bowl to Yates. It's short, and Yates cuts that one and chops it away down to the 3rd man, but he'll just get a single and retain the strike. So the ball is back in to the keeper. End of another over in the 37th over. 208 for 2. Good over there from Crocombe.
3 off it. 7 off the last 2 overs. Which still have time. Just build slightly. 13 overs to go. And we're going to see Archie Lenham return. He's had a mixed time of it so far.
He bowled mostly from the. I think he's bowled.
He bowled one over from one not particularly successful over from the Birmingham end.
It was a bit expensive when he bowled from this pavilion end.
Looks like he's going to come over the wicket to left-handed Rob Yates. He was on 95. 5 fielders inside the circle, closing stage of the innings. That one is swept uppishly but safely.
Clenches his fist. He completes his century. It's his 3rd substantial innings in the competition this season. Got the 1st century. A batter who struggled with form this season, but has done well with the white ball, both in T20 when he's been called upon and now in this competition. And Rob Yates gets generous applause, the local lad, for that century, which is his 2nd in List A cricket.
Yeah, it came off 105 balls, had the 1-6 in it, and well done to him. It's been a terrific innings.
And next one, he plays onto the onside for a single to move on to 102. He's on the verge of a career best. I think when he was doing really well last season and scoring lots of runs, it was sometimes criticised for, well, not criticised for, but it was just going to be the next sort of phase. He would get centuries and then not really make them big centuries. So his previous century was 103 in List A cricket. He's on 102 now. 215 for 2.
Must be a nice problem to have.
Indeed, yes. Better that way around. And that's open face of the bat to Burgess to a backward point for no run. Burgess just taking time to settle in, pick up the pace of the pitch, which I don't think it's particularly quick. Lenham bowls. Oh, he's gone for the big shot there. Burgess had missed it. Now, did he get a little nick on it? The wicketkeeper standing up didn't manage to hold on to the ball with the bowler about to shout. Not sure whether he actually got a touch on it or not, but we'll never know. End of the over, 215 for 2, and the boundary in that over. It's still just a 7 off it, probably. Sussex would almost settle for 7 and over from here. What would that do? That would be, we've got 12 overs to go. So that would take them, well, that would take them about 300. I think Sussex would settle for 300 right now.
325, something like that.
Yeah. 330, yeah.
So,
10 and over from here, which would take some doing, but yeah, that would take me 335, wouldn't it?
Kroger on his 8th over, he's in bowls, and that's whipped away down to what we think is Ward down Burgess moves into double figures.
That's a big over. There's 20 run over there. Keep right and running. So if you're listening to us on the stream, and I hope you are now, apologies, I don't know what went wrong there. I did hear the sort of sound that makes me think, oh, we're off, but then we're not on the stream. Everything else is working, but it must have gone slightly haywire, the wiring on the actual stream, so apologies for that. Hopefully you've got us back now. 2:35 for 2. And yeah, that was a big over for Warwickshire. 11 overs to go now. And they really need to be looking, they'll probably be looking towards 350 now if they can.
Yeah, with the wickets in hand, you'd think that they really can go for it.
Did Notts chase down earlier this competition this season? There was a ridiculous chase. Against Essex, wasn't it? They were chasing thousands and got them.
Was that at Trent Bridge?
No, it was Northants.
Northants, sorry.
So in comes Curry to bowl to Yates. Oh, that's a good ball's edge and caught behind. That's a really good ball from Curry, and just got the outside edge and a good catch. Taken away all sorts behind the stumps, and Rob Yates' excellent innings, and that might help Sussex rein it in a bit, but a brilliant innings of 114 for Rob Yates, and he goes 235 for 3.
Yeah, just got squared up. We were just mid-wave movement, just got the outside edge, and Yates got a thick edge to it, and a good catch by Allsop behind the stumps, just low down to his left. Terrific innings from Rob Yates, 114. Giving them the basis for what should be a big push in the last 10 overs.
Well, they had a 35 in just 5 overs, Yates and Burgess, and now Pandya. Trunal Pandya is coming out to bat. So Warwickshire do have some batting left. Now then, let's have a look. So I can find the one I'm looking for. There have been some big chases. They chased 344, Northants did at Northampton. Against Essex, so 343 for 9 wasn't enough on that occasion. And Middlesex came close to chasing down 360. They lost by 15 runs against Leicestershire. Glamorgan chased 305 to beat Kent. So, some decent. That I think that's probably the one I was looking for. Actually, it was Worcestershire Kent. Kent chased down 352 to beat Worcestershire. Curry in. Bowled to Pandya. It's another good ball, an accurate ball, a bit of a leading edge out to the offside for no run.
Curry bowled well in his opening spell. He bowled the first 5 overs from the Birmingham end, and they were fairly measly overs. They're just 20 off those 5 overs in the power play, and comes straight back and gets a wicket with the first ball of his second spell.
So 2 scores of 340 or more have been chased down this season already. So Warwickshire will take nothing for granted. He gets as many as they can. Cully over the wicket. Balls on. He got him. Caught behind. Yes. Andy doesn't like it. He's clearly unhappy with the decision, but he's been given out. He's got to go. And 2 wickets in the over. 235 for 4. And Curry is bringing Sussex back into this.
Yeah, another good delivery. Really, just a little bit of extra pace went straight through him, and he's looking back clearly unhappy with the decision. But it's, you win some, you lose some. I'm afraid when you play it, everybody who's played cricket knows that. And it's you're not making too much, trying to hide too much his feet.
No, he's a little bit careful here, otherwise he might get an umpire's letter.
So just have to be careful. That's terrific comeback from Curry. from Brad Curry, he's come back into the attack, and he's 0 for 20 now, reads 2 for 20, and those 2 wickets have just put a break on Warwickshire. Got rid of the Centurion and then get rid of the overseas player. New batsman is Matt Lamb.
So Lamb, who mentioned that match at Coventry, they didn't actually bat all that well in it, but Lamb did quite well. Opened the batting, made a pretty brisk 31. So he comes in with plenty of time, over 10 overs to go. Michael Burgess at the other end, which will be looking for at least 100 from those last 10 overs. Those 2 wickets might just have reined their ambitions in a little bit, but they'll still be looking for 100 if they can from the last 10 overs. But Curry, 3 balls to go this over so far. 2 wickets, no runs. Decent over. Going to the right-handed Lamb.
Got 2 new batsmen together now, so
comes in now, left arm over. Lamb guides it out to the offside, but doesn't beat the inner ring. Down Ibrahim fields it, and it's 235 for 4.
Lamb started the season really well in the championship in the red ball game, but don't think he played at all in the T20.
No.
And had a couple of in different games in the championship and lost his place and sort of drifted out of the equations a bit, so opportunity for him.
It's a bit of a stops him, got a bit of a leading edge, prevents the over from being a maiden, so he'll take a single. One more ball of it to go.
The old ball on here does seem to stop a little and just check the batsman. Just wonder whether that may be something which gets worse as the game goes on. When you look down on the square, with the amount of cricket on it, there isn't a lot of grass on the middle of this square. It really shows signs of the wear it's had.
This one is drifts away from Burgess as he plays and misses at that. Very good over then from Dan Curry. 1 wicket. Oh, sorry, 1 run, 2 wickets. And Warwickshire going to the last 10 overs at 236 for 4. So slightly less licence to thrill in the last 10 than they might have hoped at one point.
Adrian's coming back in, so put him in here. Are you staying on, or do you want to? It's entirely up to you.
Well, it's probably due for me to go, isn't it? So yeah, once Adrian's plugged in, I'll bring you in here. 236 for 4. We've got 10 overs to go, and Warwickshire will be looking certainly to get towards the 333.40 mark. Sussex will be hoping maybe a couple more wickets. They might keep them down to not much more than 300. Lenham is back in the attack, back to the pavilion ends. 5 overs have cost 38 so far, and he comes in to bowl to Lamb. Oh, he's bowled it, does he? No, he's missed everything. I think, did he get, no, I think the umpire's about a single leg by, so it must have just come off his legs. No, buys, it has beaten everything and gone through for 2 buys. So I'll bring Phil back in here, and Adrian can try and just explain what happened there.
Well, I think that turned. I mean, whether that was the googly, I don't know from Archie Lenham, but it beat absolutely everything. 238 for 4, so Sussex fighting back with a couple of wickets, and they needed them. In comes Lenham, bowls, and cut away by Lamb. Back with a point, picks up a single as Harrison Wood sprints round the boundary and gets in the throw. There's a bit more of a spring in the Sussex fielders' steps. I must admit, the way that Yates and Rhodes were going along, but Sussex have picked up these wickets, and we'll hope that they can keep Warwickshire within range. But let them just adjusting that leg side field. had Curry picking a couple of wickets up in an over in the previous over. In comes Lennon bowls, tucked onto the onside by Burgess, who takes one. They're going to think about two, but Ali all very quickly never wrote anything more than a single. I've got a note through to say there's no sound.
No, there wasn't. We had a
glitch.
Hiccup. Yeah, I think that's been corrected.
Was it a double wicket maiden from
It wasn't a maiden, no. He did have a run off.
Oh, right, okay. So I was just making my way round when I saw the... In comes Lennon bowls. That's short, pulled around to the onside. He's lucky to get away with that. Matthew Lamb picks out the fielder at deep backwards square. There's Daniel Ibrahim. One more to the total. 241 for 4.
Terrific over from...
He was from Brad Curry. And there's nothing like wickets just to halt the run rate, because Warwickshire were looking nailed on maybe to sort of 330, 340.
That's what we were saying.
Zennerman bowls, cut away by Burgess. Always a misfield by, I think that's Henry Crocombe in there, or is it Ari Carbalos? Either way, they've come back for a second run, a good running actually. It's Ari Carbalos, and it's cost aside a couple of runs. Well, perhaps always a single there, but I know it's swelteringly hot out here, and it's very easy to say from the comfort of our lovely air-conditioned commentary box here. Just important from a Sussex perspective that they keep concentrating. In comes Lennon bowls, pulled away onto the onside, all the way down to long on, fielded by Rawlins, who's best fielder in this Sussex side. He comes in and gets in the throw. One more to the total. End of Archie Lennon's over. And 244 for 4, so 9 overs remaining. Matthew Lamb is on 3, Michael Burgess is on 14. So Hamza Sheikh made 25, Rob Yates 114, super innings. Will Rhodes 76, a partnership between those two I should say, of 131. A couple of wickets in that previous over. Rob Yates, as I say, gone for 114, caught by Tom Alsop. And then Panya caught behind by Tom Alsop, looked like a bottom edge. Good catch actually by Alsop.
A little brush through, he wasn't very happy.
No, he wasn't,
but that's it. So just a single off the over from that Curry over. He starts a new one from the Birmingham end in Walter Burgess, who chops this one late down but runs it away into the offside and then scamper through for 1. It's Pajarakan running around to do the fielding on Walter Burgess. To 15. Warwickshire 245 for 4.
Just look at the options that Cheshire Pajara has. In terms of overs left.
It's Curry in and bowls, and that's run away again by Lamb, and again pick up and shy at the stumps. And that wasn't too far away, but I think
I reckon Burgess might have been John at that,
I wasn't sure.
It was close.
Yeah. It's always difficult from where we're sat, and particularly it's almost impossible to see the white line from here. There's so much dust and brown on the wicket. Gosh, it's looking a bit tired out there, isn't it?
It is. There's been a lot of cricket here played at Edgbaston.
Phenomenal amount of cricket. It's played into the offside. There's no run. We had the 5-day test match, we had the 1-day T20, then we had the finals day with the 2 semi-finals and the final. Warwickshire then had a championship game and then straight into the Commonwealth Games. And then we had the 100 match here and now this game, and then there's another match on Sunday night. As Curry in bowls, turned away through mid-wicket down to Ward. 1. We still think that's Ward out there.
Yes, it is. The catch was actually taken by Hudson Prentice, who was on the field at that particular stage. That is Harrison Ward. So Hudson Prentice, confusingly, also came on wearing a sun hat.
Thank you very much. That was it. Clive and I said he wouldn't have just given his hat and shirt to somebody, but it was Hudson Prentice. Thank you very much indeed.
But he's back off the field now, so he's been on and off a little bit.
He should be given a different coloured sun hat. As Curry comes in and bowls, and Lamb hits this one away through the offside. He's single. So he just settles himself in. 248 for 4 it goes to.
Just just thinking here, because there are 8 overs left after this. Now, Curry will have 3 to bowl of those, so that leaves 5. Ari Carvalho's has still got 3 to bowl, so that would leave 3 to bowl. Henry Croker has been expensive. His 8 overs have cost 62. But with Rawlings bowled out, he's just got a slightly tricky in terms of who he's going to bowl. Archie Lennon's 6 overs have cost 44, so he's got a bit of juggling to do here as Pujara.
I'd give Harrison Ward those overs. This next one is... really strange shot. Effective from Burgess. It's a ball which is short and it tucks up Burgess, who at the last minute sort of just put the bat in at an angle, jabbed at it, and it flew down to fine leg for 4. So
that's a strange shot, wasn't it, Phil?
Now we're getting a signal from...
Has that been signalled? Because Michael Burgess went and had a word to the umpire. Is he signalling a free hit? I thought he was for it. I don't know. It wasn't a full toss, was it?
No, I didn't think so. Looks like it is. As this next one is punched back up to long off. He's single by Burgess. So 255 for 4.
No, it wasn't a free hit. I just was slightly confused by the umpire's signal there.
11 off the over.
Yeah. So Archie Lennon is going to bowl the next over. From the pavilion. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex, CWR and WM. Adrian Holmes, Phil Brick, Clive Eakin, your commentary team here today on a beautiful day in Bone. A very hot day, I have to say. We're very lucky in our commentary box here. The Sussex Boys will be very keen to get these next 8 overs out of the way and get into the shade. In fact, a lot of spectators have made their way into the shade. Now, a few more have made their way into the shade at the back of the Hollies stand, because it is roasting hot here.
Well, those who are sitting at the Birmingham end, if you're listening, just be careful. Don't get yourselves too hot and bothered.
Here comes Archie Lennon to bowl, and that turned away from the right-handed Michael Burgess. He looks at the umpire, so it wasn't a wide, because it turned away after Burgess had played. He was beaten by that Michael Burgess. He looks a bit disappointed it wasn't given a wide.
It turned a lot.
Yeah, it's been a bit of turn here, you know. Lennon. Again in bowls, that's a full toss and clipped away by Burgess onto the onside. Now they'll be looking for 2 here. Or it's very quick. That's good running. The throw comes in, but that's good running. And it was good running particularly by Matthew Lamb, who was running to the danger end, and he set off like a hare. The throw came in from Ali Orr, but it was good running by Lamb at the non-strikers. And 2 to Burgess.
I think he'd settled for the 1, hadn't he, Burgess?
Burgess, I think you're right.
Said to him, no, I'm going.
Going for 2.
Lennon not going to get those to turn. That last ball, full toss, and the first one he definitely got some way turn from the right-hander.
It's prompted a change in the field actually. We're in power play 3, so only 4 fielders have to have inside the 30-yard circle. I'll explain that in a minute as in comes Lennon bowls. Pull around to the onside, and Delray Royce is very quickly round down here. And they made a mistake. And may come back for a third, but they won't actually. Let me explain what happened. Rawlings was very quickly to the ball down here at long on, and he stopped the ball and threw it back to Tom Clark, who he thought was better placed to get the throw away. And Clark didn't read it at all, and in the end, Sussex only conceded 2. It could easily have been 3. There are 3 men guarding that leg side boundary. Tom Alsop's directing affairs from behind the stumps.
He'd sort of run towards the ball, hadn't he?
Yeah.
The ball was thrown from where he'd just come from.
Lennon bowls and played into the offside by Burgess. A dot ball fielded by Pujara. There is no run. 2:59 for 4. 7 overs remaining after this.
Get so used to seeing these fielders and these things they do, doing it so well.
Yeah, in comes Lennon bowls and drilled to short extra cover, fielded by Pujara, who's a very good fielder, Cheteshwar Pujara. I didn't realise quite what a good fielder he is. He's very effective in there at short extra cover, and Burgess is frustrated that he didn't find the gap.
Important time, this Warwickshire. Burgess just beginning to look as though he's...
Lennon's ball, that's a good delivery, and that was a good delivery. That's a good over from Archie Lennon. 7 overs. Crumbs, those run, they go up quickly, don't they? Yeah. 7 overs.
7 overs for 48.
I don't know how many off of that over. I think it was 6 off the over.
It wasn't very many, was it?
It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
2:59 for 4, Lamb on 5, Burgess on 25, 7 overs remaining. I mean, from where Warwickshire were, if Sussex can keep them anywhere around 300, they'll feel they've done very well. They really well.
Yeah, those 2 wickets have taken the steam out of the Warwickshire charge. They're going along very well then. Whilst those 2 wickets close together. Burgess just beginning to get going. Lamb hasn't quite straps yet, but the field's well spread. As Curry is about to start his 8th over. 7 overs remaining. 3 of those can be to Curry. Imagine we'll bowl those out from this Birmingham end.
Yeah, I think so.
He's in bowls, driven by Lamb into the offside. Will only be 1. And to the cover boundary.
So hit the stumps.
Hit the stumps, yeah, in the top of the right under's leg stump.
I was watching the Sussex lads doing their warm-up routines, their fielding drills, and I was watching, you know, from up here, James Curley was hitting the ball to the fielders who were running in, having to throw the ball to a designated net, and he was hitting the ball really hard until you're out there. You don't quite realise these fielding drills, they really are for real, you know, hit the ball very hard.
Curry again comes in, bowls. Mr. Burgess runs it.
They'll
get 2 here, I think. But so put into the space with it's appreciated by the home crowd. 262 for 4.
Yeah, that was a good shot by Burgess, wasn't it? He was very good when he was at Sussex. I think Brad Curry's hurt his ankle, you know. He's taking off his shoe now, and maybe his shoelace has come undone, but he did seem to be struggling a little earlier. But he did very well the year that he kept wicket for Sussex. Sussex got to finals day here and lost to Worcestershire in the final. Brad Curry has taken his boot off and he's just redoing it. Hopefully he's okay. But he chased back after the ball. I just wondered for a minute where he'd hurt his foot or his ankle. No, he's okay. He's all right. False alarm.
Yeah.
He looks okay. He just
boot Martin Swallows. He's been a real asset for Warwickshire, played major part because Warwickshire need a wicket keeper with Tim Ambrose again, ex-Sussex, I think good supply line. Curry's in, that's a full toss outside the off stump, gets away with that one, it'll just be a single, hit away by Burgess, 263 rather. But he's really, and he's kept beautifully this year, and of course scored a lot of runs, a couple of early season big centuries, and he's done a really great job. Of course, there was always a bit of an issue because Alex Davis joined Warwickshire from Lancashire, and he's been opening the batting, which meant that Rob Yates has dropped down. But Burgess has kept the gloves. This one is pushed by.
Should just be one.
I think they'll just get one. Yeah.
Yeah. Rawlings is the best fielder in the side, and they've been risking it to take a couple to Rawlings.
Man moves to 7, 264 for 4.
Ollie Robinson in the wickets for England, the Lions.
They must be nearly through.
Yeah, 145 for 6, South Africa, still trailing by 94. Robinson has picked up 3 in the second innings, 3 for 29.
That's for Duckett. Oh, this is a full toss. Point area down to the ropes. It was a full toss and
poor ball, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He's really, and he knew it was a poor ball as well. It was wide outside the off stump, full leg delivery, and just carved away by Burgess. It was poor.
As good as the previous over was, this one hasn't been quite so good from so far from Curry. It was a no ball as well, which didn't help.
Yeah, so free hit.
Into it, 270 for 4. Burgess waits. He's moved on to 32. Gets the reverse sweep. Well, in the end, it was a reverse nothing, wasn't it? Because the ball went straight through him. It was he'd made his mind up long before the ball was released, what shot he was going to play. And sometimes, whilst it's effective, sometimes you just wonder whether they wouldn't be better playing an orthodox shot.
I couldn't agree more. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a waste of a free hit. Well, a total waste because they didn't get any runs, and Curry will be very pleased to have got away with that.
Yeah. Here he comes back in again. Bowls. Burgess solidly, but well fielded by Curry, running through. End of another over, so 270. We've had 44 overs, 270 for 4. There's 6 overs remaining. Let's have a thing here. 6. I reckon Warwickshire should be looking their eyes on 315, 320.
What's going on here? Darren Rawlings is having a word, and we don't know the umpires, but he's having a continuing conversation here is Delray, and now the two umpires are just coming together for something or another. Now I'm not sure quite what's going on. Yes, they are. Yeah. Well, Darren Rawlings said something to the umpires, and I don't quite know what all that was about, but there's certainly a discussion going on between the umpires. I don't know what all that's about. Darren Rawlings is coming down just to his fielding position, so maybe something and nothing, but it certainly did look as if
he might have been given the lunch menu and just asked him to see what the roast beef or fish.
Yeah, it was interesting, wasn't it?
He's down here below us near the... He's popped out from the restaurant and asked him.
Now, it's going to be Archie Lenham who's going to carry on from the pavilion. 270 for 4, so 6 overs remaining. And he's going to be bowling to Matthew Lamb, who's on 7. He's in bowls, and Lamb hammers this away through the cover. So just be a single to Ward, who fields on the cover boundary. 1 more to the total. Archie Lenham in his 8th over. So after this, just the 5 overs. Curry will have 2 to bowl. Carvelis has got 3 to bowl. So I wonder whether we might go all seam for the final 5 overs. Lenham in again, bowls to Burgess. Oh, how is that not bowled? That was a super delivery. Just a leg break that pitched, turned a little bit, and Burgess, how is he not bowled? Beating all ends up. Good delivery by Archie Lenham. So just the one off the over so far.
He just got a little bit of movement after the ball pitched. It just turned away from the right-hander, and in so doing, just avoided his off-stop.
Lenham in again, bowls, and Burgess has to check his shot and prods it to short third man or wideish backward point. Picks up a single. 2 off the over. 272 for 4. Good over so far from Lenham.
Yeah, very good.
3 balls gone, just the 2 runs conceded.
I'm going to make way for Clive.
Lamb waits. Lenham in again. Rolls and cut away. Again, it'll just be a single because Ward comes in off the cover boundary to field. Lamb goes to 9 off 11 deliveries. 273 for 4. Now, can Archie Lenham get out of this over without a boundary being conceded? It'll be a big bonus for Sussex if he can.
Warwickshire should be desperate to try and get boundaries now.
Lenham in bowls, pulled away by Burgess onto the leg side. They won't take 2 to Rawlings. Rawlings is in very quickly, and Michael Burgess will know Darray Rawlings from his time down at Hove. Another single, 4 off the over. 274 for 4. Burgess to 34. 1 more ball to go of this, the 45th over. Archie Lenham in bowls and played by Lamb into the offside, fielded by Pujara at extra cover. Just the 1 run, so good over by Archie Lenham, just conceding the 5 runs. And Warwickshire 275 for 5, so for 4 I should say, I do apologise. Michael Burgess on 34, Matthew Lamb on 10, so 5 overs remaining. Wonder whether it's going to be a combination of Curry and Carvelis. In fact, Brad Curry's going to carry on, so they're going to have to find another over from somewhere. So Curry's going to bowl 2 overs from that Birmingham end. Carvelis, you'd imagine, is going to bowl 2 from this pavilion end, which will leave 1 over left. So maybe we're going to see Archie Lenham bowled out. We shall see. Anyway, Brad Curry, 8 overs, no maidens, 2 for 43. It's going to come in to bowl to Matthew Lamb, who's on 10, 275 for 4. Clive is back with us.
Are we trying
trying to get 10 and over from the last 10. They're not on that at the moment, 37 from the last 5. They get 10 and over from here, that takes them to 325 as Lamb pushes that one out onto the offside for a single.
Yeah, I think Sussex will be reasonably pleased the way it's gone in the last half hour. Those 2 wickets just slowed progress a little.
I'm not sure if just one big over would be...
No, for sure.
Thereafter, but... Curry took those 2 wickets, got them back into it. Left arm of the ball. He's down on one knee there, Burgess, to play that, but he plays it straight to the sweeper, who he's crossed himself there, Burgess. He's just a single, 277 for 4. Of course, under the rules of the 50 over competition, just 4 fielders have to be inside the circle now. That's 5 for that second phase. So 5 on the boundary in a sort of arc from square leg all the way around to point. 2 on the offside, 3 on the onside. Long on, long off, both back. And Curry bowls, and that's a whipped away by Lamb. It'll just be a single. So a sweep on the offside. Warwickshire just getting a little frustrated here, perhaps. Don't need to. It's still time for them to hit a few big shots. They're going to have a decent total, whatever now, you'd think. Just to try and take advantage of the position they were in. Great partnership between Rob Yates and Will Rhodes. Just on full tilt yet. 35 or 37 balls by Burgess, who takes a couple of steps forward as the bowler comes in, but can't, he's trying to run that down to third. He ends up playing it straight back to the bowler for no run. Burgess is looking a little frustrated. This is another over in which Warwickshire haven't quite managed to get it away. It took 11 off the 44th over, but since then it's been a lot quieter.
It's funny, I mean, we say in T20 all the time, don't we, just wickets just have this effect of slowing run rates.
So what is it? Just 3 off the over so far. 2 balls of it to go. Burgess hits that down the ground, but doesn't get hold of it. It'll just be maybe 2, but no, they have to settle for 1. And ones won't worry Sussex too much. 279 for 4. Warwickshire. 1 more ball over to go. Will be the second over in a row without a boundary. On 12. So in comes Curry, and goes for the big shot there. Lamb doesn't get hold of it at all. It's a really frustrating over from Warwickshire's point of view. Good one from Sussex point of view. And they'll tell the good folks about it in a moment. And this is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire 279 for 4 with 4 of their 50 overs to go in their Royal London One-Day Cup match against Sussex. It's been a decent innings from Warwickshire, but they just got frustrated a little bit in the last couple of overs. They were well placed after an excellent stand between Will Rhodes, who made 76, and Rob Yates, an excellent 114. But losing 2 wickets in an over in the 40th over seemed to have pegged them back. Yates was first to go, really excellent delivery from Brad Curry, and he was caught behind for 114. Krunal Pandya then went second ball, clearly feeling he was hard done by to be given caught behind for 0. Michael Burgess is there on 36. Matt Lamb on 12. It's a decent total for Warwickshire, but they're just getting a little frustrated. They're not making more of these closing overs. 279 for 4.
That's Archie Lillo. I suspect this may be targeted, this over, and it is targeted. Short, all the way over long on. 6 runs by Michael Burgess, goes to 42. But it was a problem Pujara always had, that he was going to have to bowl. He's got to find some overs from someone, though Carvalho's has still got 3 to bowl. 50 partnership off 42 balls. Too short for Archie Lillo, wasn't it? All the way over long on.
Good shot from Burgess.
This could be the big over, you know.
Well, it puts a bit of pressure on you when your first ball goes for 6, doesn't it, as a bowler?
Certainly does. Comes Lenham again. Bowls. And pulled right, that's going to be another 6. 12 off the over. I'm just wondering here about the merits. I mean, you're absolutely spot on. Warwickshire were just getting a little frustrated. And all of a sudden, you're bowling your leg spinner. I mean, Carvelis has still got overs up his sleeve. I wonder if this was the best idea. We did say this with Harrison Ward earlier on. As he bowled it over and bowled it over too many.
Two excellent shots from Burgess.
So 2 sixes. See what happens with this one. And again bowls, and he doesn't time this, fielded at short extra cover by Bajara. Dot ball. 291 for 4. Now, Archie Lennon wants a word with Bajara. I wonder if it's about a change in the field. Natta. Well, no, they're leaving it as it is. The 9th over, 0 for 65 for Archie Lennon. Comes in again, bowls, and cut away, and straight to Bajara at short extra. I was saying when Phil was on commentary, he's such a good fielder. I know that was straight at him, but he's a good fielder, Bajara. Michael Burgess will be frustrated that he picked out the field on that occasion.
Yeah, he did well, but
right up in the middle
at either side of Bajara.
Comes Lennon again, bowls, and that's drilled along the ground, fielded at deep mid-wicket by Tom Clark. Burgess annoyed with himself. 13 off the over after the first 2 have gone for 6. Sussex may be relieved if they can get out of this over without too much further damage. 292 for 4. Michael Burgess, next, formerly of Sussex, goes on to 49 off just 44 balls. And in comes Archie Lennon, bowls, and Lamb just to cut that way into the offside. And well done, Archie Lennon, having gone for 2 sixes. The rest of the over just went for a single. So 3 dot balls, 292 for 4. I suspect we won't see Archie Lennon bowling another over. I suspect it'll be Carvelos and Curry that will finish things. Curry got
one left.
Yeah, in fact, they're going to have to find... It's going to be Curry. So Carvelos can bowl...
So somebody else will have to bowl the last over.
Yeah, Carvelos will not... Just reading in that Darren Stevens is going to be retiring at the end of the season.
He can't retire. He's not allowed to retire.
Yeah, is it?
He's only...
44 or 45. Yeah, so he's a wonderful career that Darren Stevens has had, but he's going to be finishing at the end of the season, the Kendall Rounder.
Tends to get heckled by his dad as well on the circuit. It's quite amusing. Really? 292 for 4. Down the pitch comes Burgess, going for the big shot, doesn't get hold of it. Inside edge and the back of square leg for a single. It is his half century though for Michael Burgess on 45 balls. He's looking a little bit frustrated at times, but he's played a good hand here for Warwickshire. I'm certainly going to get them beyond 300. Just how far beyond 300 we'll find out. But 10 and over from here, we'll get them to 320.
Harry Carvelos has only bowled 7 overs, 7 overs for 34, so he's going off 5 over, but he's only going to bowl 8 as a maximum, which is a bit surprising.
In comes Curry to bowl, and down on one knee, Lamb's hit it in the air, but it's just short of the sweeper. He hasn't found the gap, he throws his head back in frustration. Lamb, he's might be a little disappointed to have just 13 from 17 balls at this stage of the innings. It indicates there's not a huge amount of pace on the pitch, so for new batters it perhaps takes a while to really get the measure of it. That's why those 2 wickets in 1 over from Curry were so important. In he comes Curry, left arm over. Well, that's going down the leg side. If he misses that, it's probably wide, but he's... I never quite understand why players play the ball that's going down the leg side. But anyway, he's got nothing for that. Burgess, we've got the big hundreds here, all the advertising says every ball counts. I've got news for people for the 100. Every ball counts in all cricket. Every ball counts in this game. No, anyway, 294 for 4. A bit commotion outside, but very colourful. Home of Birmingham Phoenix, of course, in the 100. Men's and women's team, of course. And Burgess on strike. Good over so far from Curry. And he comes into ball. Burgess takes a little step across again, trying to hoik it over the top. He's worked it out on the onside, and it's just a single. Rawlings gets the throw in quickly. Yeah. 295 for 4.
Got the right man out there. He's very quick, and I'd say Michael Burgess would know Delray Rawlings from his time at Hove. Very quick across. I'm just wondering what Sussex are going to do with this. They've got to find another over from somewhere. We're assuming Carvelos is going to bowl at least one. But they've got to find another over from somewhere.
Yeah.
Curry's done well, though, to be fair.
He has, and only 3 off the over so far. Not enough from Warwickshire's point of view. Lamb glides up and out to the offside. It's a good, accurate delivery. He can only get it away for a single. Warwickshire might have in mind, I'm sure they've done their calculations, that somebody's going to bowl who possibly doesn't want to near the end of the innings. So they might have that in mind, that if they could target that over.
I mean, 2 overs to go, plenty of wickets in hand, and it could still be Sussex chasing, 330. But I think Sussex will feel, if anything less than that, they'll feel reasonably pleased. It looked like it could well be getting up to 340 at one stage.
Curry, last ball of his bowling. He's gone for a reverse sweep there. Burgess hasn't got it away at all, and they will just get 1 for it. Will be 1 leg by, so you can get any bat on that. And another frustrating over from Warwickshire's point of view. Good over for Sussex. 5 off at 4 and going against the bowler's analysis. And what's he finished with? Hasn't come up now. I'll check in a second. But 297 for 4 with 2 overs to go. And Curry has finished with 2 for 51 in his 10 overs.
Actually, I'm indebted to Gary Knight. Hello, Gary, listening down in Sussex. He's been in touch to say, hi, Adrian, just a small correction to your mention of Darren Stevens retiring at the end of the season. The BBC website clarifies he's being released by Kent, but wants to carry on playing if an opportunity arises. So let's hope someone picks him up. I think he's had quite a few injuries this season, Darren Stevens. Anyway, so thank you, Gary. That's very kind of you. As a wasp tries to get into our commentary box, I'm pleased to say he can't. And he's going to be Harry Carvelos. 7 overs for 34. So I'm a little surprised he's only bowled the 7, but he's coming into bowl. Suppose he pulls one to the leg side. That's going to be caught by Rawlings. No, it's not. Just eludes Rawlings. It's pulled away with a long on. I thought momentarily that was straight down the throat of Delray Rawlings, and I do Rawlings a disservice because it just cleared Rawlings. It was all the way for 6, and just as I say, I'm a bit surprised Carvelos has only bowled the 7 overs. His first ball of his 8th over goes for 6 runs. Good shot by Burgess, who's playing a little cameo here. 57 off 49, I think that is. Carvelos in again, and Burgess is at it again, and he pulls this. Oh, that is. Oh dear, that is a shocker by Delray Rawlings. He's the best fielder in the Sussex side, and he was too casual then.
But it was a shocker, but he also got a little bit lucky because having gone through his hands, it stopped. He could easily have gone through for 6.
Yeah, he's right on the ropes. It was pulled straight to him, and I would say 99 times out of 100, Delray Rawlings takes that catch. He'll be immensely disappointed. So Burgess is dropped on 57.
I think you're right. I think he was casual there. I think he was. I got this. So only one thing in mitigation.
Carvelos comes in again, bowls to Lamb. He tucked this onto the leg side there. Just take a single. It's 305 for 4.
He didn't move much. I just wonder whether he was slightly anxious about where he was standing close to the rope, and whether that influenced him, because he was fairly static.
He was. He's such a good fielder. He'll be really. I mean, it was going fast. I mean, don't get me wrong. It wasn't sort of just. Going very slowly. It was hit firmly, but he would expect to catch that. Carvelos in, bowls to Burgess, who hammers this one away. Is this going to be caught? Racing. Oh, that's a very, very good catch. That is an excellent catch. Running around from backward point, came over the shoulder of, I think that's Brad Curry down there, who raced around and caught that as the ball was going over his shoulder, and that is a very, very good catch. And an important wicket for Sussex. Michael Burgess has been going like a train. He's out for 58, so the catch didn't actually matter too much. And Michael Burgess gets a very good round of applause as he makes his way off. But I'm saying it was 35. Just waiting to see who caught that.
Who's your number 12?
Brad Curry.
Yes, it was him, I think.
Oh, right, thank you.
What score number I haven't written down. Yeah, well, look, the important thing about that drop catch is they only got one run. It could, as I say, it could easily be a 4 or a 6 when it went through his hands. So got away with it a little bit, I would suggest. He did. Rulings there. The 6th 50 took 38 balls, making it the quickest 50 of the innings. The 4th 50 took 39 balls. So the 3rd 100 took 86 balls, which is actually slightly slower than the 2nd 100. It was between overs 21 and 30 that Warwickshire were at their most productive, if you're looking at it in 10 over spells.
So, yeah, Carvelos has picked up a wicket. He's looking to bowl 8 overs. He's coming into bowl to Ethan Brooks, who's the new batsman. He's in and bowls, and Brooks hammers that away, and is he going to be... Oh, that's shocking. That's going to be... I think it went before. I think that hit the rope. Yeah, well, there's a few people saying that went for 4. That's down to the fielder, really. It was a misfield by Tom Clark at deep mid-wicket. I mean, in fairness to the Sussex boys, it's incredibly hot out. I'm not making excuses. He should have stopped it, Tom Clark.
He also bounced awkwardly, didn't it?
But he pulled the ball back, and only he knows whether it hit the rope or not. But it's exactly his hand.
I presume it didn't, otherwise he would have said so, I'm sure.
Here comes Carvelos, and a ramp shot, and he's going to be caught, and this time it is caught, and it's another wicket for Harry Carvelos, and Ethan Brooks is on his way. A little ramp shot, and running around from fine leg was Daniel Ibrahim, who took the catch, and as it turned out, that's very good over for Sussex. 307 for 6. Ethan Brooks is on his way for 2. 1 over to go. Warwickshire 307 for 6.
Yeah, they got 10 off it, but again, Ethan Brooks trying the fancy down shot, which are always great when they come off, but you can't help but sort of slightly question it when it doesn't come off at this stage. However, I'm sure he won't be criticising the change room for giving it a go. And he goes for 2 and 1 over to go. So Warwickshire going to finish short of what they would have liked at one stage for sure. They've still got a half-decent final over of them. Are getting to 320. Yeah. They'd take that. Well, it would have taken some. Well, at the start of the innings, I would imagine, but just well, slightly held back of late.
He's got Henry Crocombe in the last over.
Ibrahim took that catch. I don't know if he said that or not, but anyway, Crocombe bowls, and it's driven by Lamb, who hasn't found it easy. He's just not really timing it, man. He just gets a single there. It might suggest it's harder out there than perhaps giving it credit for.
No, I'd agree. It's already had in the last 54, 64, 64 plus 8. 72 so far have gone for the last 9 overs and a ball, which isn't a disaster for Sussex, but they won't want this to go for many.
Yeah, well, should be looking for 100 in the last 10. They're going to be short of that almost certainly, and another attempt at a ramp shot. One of those has come off. Will Rose hit one well, and the rest have all been pretty rubbish. This is Kai Smith, by the way, should be worth mentioning. He's a young player. He's played in all the games this season. I think this is the first time he's actually got to bat. So he's obviously a confident character trying that shot so early on. He's 17 years old, the confidence of youth clearly. He's come from the UAE on recommendation of Dougie Brown. So even though it's his 3rd List A match, it is actually his first innings, and his first ball he tried a ramp shot. Second one, he's a bit more orthodox and will get his first senior run as a result. Good stop.
There's Pachara again. He's very good in there, you know. Setting an example, the skipper.
Trying to keep up with all this at the minute. It's difficult to make out of everything. It's all happening. But yeah, Warwickshire are going to fall short of where they would have hoped to be at some point, but they may still. Well, it's still got a very competitive total. That's short, it's pulled, it's in the air though, and it will bounce short of Ward, but it is only a single. His priority there was just to field that at this stage of the innings.
No, I agree.
And we've got 2 balls to go. They got to 310, so the sort of 330, even 350 that we talked about that was going to elude them. Crocombe, 1 for 65. This is his 9th and final over. Oh, and he's gone well there as Smith comes charging down the pitch. Tell you what, he's not short of confidence, Kai Smith. He came charging down the pitch, swung and missed. So, interesting first innings in senior cricket. Kai Smith. So Lamb is going to finish slightly frustrating. He's 17 not out, unless he's run out of the last ball, which is highly possible. Crow come in to Smith. Oh, he's gone for the reverse sweep. Missed that completely. Yeah, might be a little friendly chat to Kai Smith about that innings. However, it's finished, and Warwickshire have made 310 for 6. So Sussex have done pretty well to rein them in. 74 off the last 10 overs, which is certainly less than they would have wanted. But it is still a pretty formidable target for Sussex. As I say, 2 targets are quite a bit higher than this. Success have been chasing the competition this season. So Warwickshire, and they couldn't quite defend 293 at the Oval. So all to play for, but Sussex will be chasing 311 to win. Warwickshire 310 for 6. Rob Yates 114. Will Rhodes 76. And Michael Burgess with, how many did he get in? 50 odd. 58. The main scorers out of 310 for 6.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think well summed up really, Clive. I mean, Sussex will be pleased with those last 10 overs because at one stage it did look as if it was going for an awful lot more than 310. That being said, you know, it's a formidable total. Sussex chased 300. What did they chase at Knots? 290 for 7, and didn't get anywhere near. In the other 2 games, they set Gloucester a total. And then they chased against Leicester, but Leicester only made 120. So we'll see how Sussex go. Much will depend as ever on Cheshire Pujara. And I think this game is even with poise, Clive.
Yes, I'll put Warwickshire a bit ahead at the end. I think they'll be the happy of the 2 sides, but it's by no means. It could be a really good game, good second innings. If Sussex get anywhere near, it will be very interesting and entertaining. So we'll be back. It's a 45-minute break, so we'll be back in due course with Sussex chasing 311 to win.
My favourite Warwickshire memory so far has to be winning the championship last year, that final day that so many of you I'm sure can remember.
It's winning the championship last year.
It's when we won the Champo.
It's to be my debut back in 2019 against Somerset at Edgbaston.
My first wicket again at Lords.
Probably signing the professional contract. My first cricket memory is taking all-time wickets in an innings.
Playing in the garden with my dad.
Andrew Flintoff bowling at Edgbaston 2005 Ashes.
Following my dad when he was second team captain of my local cricket club all around the county in Hertfordshire where I'm from.
Playing in the back garden, I think it was at Christmas actually, dragging my dad and my granddad out to play with a cricket set my mum got from the post office.
My two older brothers were playing in a cricket match, a hardball game, and I was going as a scorer with my dad, and the opposition were a man short, so they had 10 players, so I had to play for the opposition.
scores for another matches. Later on the couple of days after the first score at the Waterside Ground, Chester this week, Warwickshire and Sussex are playing. Gloucestershire haven't been compact. Our Coventry 361 with 8 over 41.5 goals. At Coventry and Northampton, the match between Northamptonshire and Morgan. The Morgan was in 221. Northamptonshire just started at the Acton Schools Underground Westwood, and that's between Leicestershire and Somerset. Somerset on the top from the left of the goal, and dismissed Leicestershire 269. At Brentford, the match between Nottinghamshire and Middlesex. Nottinghamshire won the toss on the left of the goal, and Middlesex are currently 350 for 9 with 1 ball remaining. And finally, we call it Underground Derby, the match between Derbyshire and Hampshire. Hampshire won the toss on the left of the goal, and Derbyshire in their innings scored 236 for 9.
Welcome back to Edgbaston, where we are about to enter the second innings of this Royal London One Day Cup match between Warwickshire and Sussex. Sussex chasing 311 to win after Warwickshire made 310 for 6 in their 50 overs. Let's go through the card. Have to start the second innings. Warwickshire got for a 6 start. Sanders 69 for first wicket. Hamza Sheikh, just 16 years of age, playing his senior debut, scored 25 off 43 balls, 2 fours before he was run out by Pujara. That was 69 for 1. Then a big stand of 131. Between Will Rhodes and Rob Yates before Rose was caught in the deep. Still gone down as sub on the scorecard. I meant to check with Adrian. We thought it was Alison Ward who took the catch. Broken was the bowler. Rhodes got 76 off 70 balls, 7 fours and 2 sixes. And Rob Yates went on to make a career best 114 before he was caught behind a fine ball from Brad Cully. 114 off 111 balls, 14 fours and 2 sixes. Rob Yates is going to open the poll, hugely enough. Go through the rest of the card in a moment, but I'll get on with it here. Definitely Ward batting now. He's crouched down about the face. Yates in, gives it plenty of air, and well, the crowd think it's a brilliant catch. It is a very good stop. It was a bump ball. Ethan Brooks diving to his right. Enjoying the fun by throwing the ball up in the air, but it's a good stop. Would have been forward, we've gone past him. Yates into Ward, who pushes out to the offside, and there is no run. Yates' dismissal was following the same over, the 40th over. It was 235 for 3 when he was out, and Krunal Pandya out second ball. He was a bit upset to be given caught behind. That's going down the leg side. That will be a wide. Sussex bowled 6 wides, but they also bowled 4 no balls. So give away a few runs in that department. Yates in, and he makes room Ward and plays it to long off for the first run off the bat. 2 without loss. So we got as far as Krunal Pandya, caught also bowled Cully for a duck. Washington prosper as much as it might have liked from there. Then Michael Burgess made 58 off 51 balls, 3 fours and 3 sixes. Before he was caught in the deep, caught Curly ball Corvallis. That was 305 for 5. And that was the penultimate over, and Ethan Brooks was out, same over for 2. Cordy Brown ball Corvallis, 2 off 2 balls. Matt Lamb finished 17 not out of 21 balls. Didn't actually find a boundary, Matt Lamb. That one's played out onto the leg side for a single by Orr. And Kai Smith, curious innings. The 17-year-old is first in senior cricket, so he had a real go, trying 3 unorthodox shots, which didn't come off. Finished 1 not out of 4 balls. And 3 without loss. In comes Yates to bowl, and that wraps all of the pads going down the leg side. There's no run. So interesting that Yates starts off the bowling. There were 2 byes, 1 leg by 8 new balls and 6 wides among the 17 extras. And I'll go through the bowling figures as Yates comes in to bowl. And that's guided out to the offside. It's fielded by Smith. There's no run, so 3 off the first over. Ali Corvallis, 2 for 44 off 8s. Brad Coley, 2 for 51 off 10. Henry Crocombe, 1 for 65 off 9. Delray Rawlings, the most economic bowler, 9 for 44 off 10. Archie Lennon, 9 overs for 66. Harrison Ward, 3 overs for 26, and Daniel Ibrahim, 1 over for 11. 7 bowlers used. We're going to see Ollie Hannon-Dalby.
He's a big fella, isn't he?
Tall chap, yeah.
He is.
A mainstay of the Warwickshire team in the championship and in this competition. Couldn't play in the T20.
On to Ali Orr.
I'm sure that you want to eat your lunch, Adrian? And I can. I'm happy to. You eat your lunch?
You sure?
Yeah, of course. You're not able to get his lunch immediately for various broadcast reasons. Hannon-Dalby rolls, and that's hit into the ground by Orr. There's no run. Warwickshire went steadily in the power play, got 46 in the 10 overs without losing a wicket, so I guess we're looking for something similar. Warwickshire's bowling attack without Craig Miles, who's now been called up for the 100. George Garrett gets an opportunity in the side. As in comes Hannon-Dalby, the bowl to Orr, right arm over on good accurate delivery. It's pushed out to the offside for no run. We're doing an update fairly shortly. BBC CWR, BBC Radio WM, BBC Radio Sussex, bringing you live ball-by-ball commentary on BBC Online. All the matches on there. So if you get bored with this game, sure you won't, but if you do, there's 5 others you can follow. This competition. There's a 100 match about to get underway, the women's game at Southampton. Hannon-Dalby bowls, and that's left. It nicks back a bit, but it was left safely enough by Orr. It's a dot ball. Bright sunshine, or say bright sunshine, I don't use any other type of sunshine, but it is bright here. Blue sky, not a cloud in the sky. Lots of colour around the ground, all the orange and sort of 2 shades of orange really, of the Birmingham Phoenix. And sort of green and black of the 100 signs. That's pushed out the offside, there's no run. They like their catchphrases in the 100. Together we rise, Birmingham Phoenix, you see, that's why they call themselves Phoenix. The 100, every ball counts, with a full stop after each word. Apparently not realising that every ball counts in all forms of cricket, as I mentioned earlier. It's all part of the sales pitch for the 100, which I believe has been selling well here. Decent crowds. If you're thinking of coming, I don't think they're sold out. I say the tickets are going fast. You still can get tickets for the 100. And that's played a backward point for a single by Orr. There's a bit of a misfield from Ethan Brooks, but I think it was always going to be 1. And it's first run of the over. It hasn't been a maiden in this match yet. I think Sussex bowled 1 over for 1 run. A few 2s in there as well. 20th over went for just 1. And actually the 40th went for 1 and 2 wickets were taken. Quite manager maiden. Only double figure overs, I'll count those at the moment. Is Hannon-Dalby. And that's whipped away into the ground for no run. A lot of effort for no success. He stops it and then does a quick back flip, tumble. But impressive inning again, second time for Ethan Brooks in this inning. So let's have a look. 5. I scroll upwards. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 double-figure overs. Only one really big one. There was a 20 run over in there. That's right. 10 to 13s. Liam Norwell, who's still coming back to fitness, didn't play much in this competition last season, but he's using it really this season to get himself back to fitness in what's been a difficult season for him injury-wise. So it's a bonus for Warwickshire to have him in the team for this 50-over game. He's bowling to Orr. Just one run off Ollie Hannon-Dolby's first over. Norwell in round the wicket, and he's a nudging of that one. Is Orr and plays and misses. The Warwickshire faithful appreciate that one from Norwell. I don't know what he's making that beeping noise. Is something reversing or something? The crowd, I think, is bigger than it isn't that big from where we're sitting. Crikey, that looks on. Give you an update in about a minute. Oh, Lewis, well, a wild that came out of his hand. Well, it stuck into his hand and it came out late. It's gone out very wide. He gets away with it only being a wide. Did he stumble slightly? Anyway, I was saying about the crowd, I think it's bigger than we realise, because I think there's a lot of people in the pavilion for this game. It's pretty busy here. We can't really see those supporters. The rest of the crowd looks modest. So in comes Liam Norwell to bowl around the wickets, and that one rises a bit on wall. He runs it down to third for a single. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. Warwickshire defending a total of 310 for 6. Sussex at the moment 6 without loss in the third over. Decent total for Warwickshire. They might have hoped for more. They were pegged back a little bit when losing wickets in the last 10 overs. But Rob Yates, an excellent 114 career best for him, shedding a big stand with Will Rose, who also showed form. He made 76. Michael Burgess, not always find it easy to get the bat away, still managed to score 58. And also worth noting, impressive enough debut from 16-year-old Hamza Sheikh, who scored 25 at the top of the innings. So far, Warwickshire bowling pretty well, and Sussex 6 without loss in the third over, chasing 311 to win. With one slip in place, coming to bowl to Ward, and Ward pushes that out to mid-off where Will Rhodes fields. There's no run.
No, I'd agree with you. I think there is a decent crowd, judging by the amount of people around on the field.
Yeah, that's right.
There was a young lad who was playing, I mean, I presume it was his dad and maybe granddad. So dad was bowling, granddad was fielding an extra cover. There was a young lad down there with an orange bat, coming for a hole, and he was playing the most exquisite extra cover drives. I felt like saying, God, who are you? He's good.
Giving away those actually, I mentioned it again at Coventry with the Bears Roadshow, giving away all those orange bats there. And that's a bit of a lead edge, goes to backward point, there's no run. And I think some 2-year-old with his mum just sort of, I think it was she actually with her mum, just sort of grabbed one. And the mum was about to get all apologetic and give it back, and they just, we got those, can they keep it? So early bat for her.
Yeah, it was really good. Went down here and he was hitting the ball back, and I really enjoyed himself. Good opening spell this by Warwickshire. It is. We used to are quite attacking at the top of the order, but they're having to play very sensibly.
To make sure they don't lose wickets, of course, as Norwell comes round the wicket. Oh, that's right in the pass. That looks a reasonable shot. Might have been angling down. It's not out, but it's a good over from Liam Norwell, and just 2 runs coming off it. And Sussex chasing 311 to win, a 6 without loss.
Yeah, apologies, Clive. There was a bit of a queue downstairs, and then we had a problem with our ISDN line, but it all got sorted out in the end. So Ali Orr and Harrison were having a little natter in the middle of the pitch. I know that Ali Orr's parents are here today, so we'll be hoping to put on a good show for Mum and Dad. He's such an improved, well, he had a very good season in his sort of first season last year, did Ali, and his game has gone to a different level, playing in limited overs cricket. But here comes Hannon-Dolby and bowls to Orr, who plays us firmly away to backward point, fielded there by Brooks. And there is no run. Orr on 3, Ward on 1. 6 without loss in the fourth.
Well, not be worrying yet, but the start of the innings, the required line was just over 5 and over. It has already crept to near 6.5 and over required. So it's something I have to give a little eye on, not let that climb too high.
It will. This is a good opening attack. I mean, people talk about players who've gone to the 100, but this is a good opening attack. Cannon Dolby, what is then from the Birmingham end, comes in and bowls, or is forward to ball of good length and just plays it down the offside of the track, and there is no run. And I'm sure Sussex have spoken about Liam Norwell, about Oliver Cannon Dolby, potentially being the danger men. You can't take too many liberties, but bear in mind they can bowl 20 of the 50 over between them.
And they've got Cruel Pand, he'll be key, but after that there's a little bit of inexperience in the bowling. There's going to be a Rose, of course, he's got plenty of experience, he'll bowl. He sneaked in a Rob Yates over right at the start, which just gives the captain a little bit more flexibility.
Dolby again bowls, and it's net runs, and he's going to get 4 runs, but he's a little fortunate. He's going to hammer that one away through backward point. He got a thick edge. Had there been a second slip, he might have been on his way, Ali, or in the end he gets a boundary down to third man. He goes to 7.
We've gone straight to second slip, and there's only one slip in place.
Yeah.
First boundary of the innings.
10 without loss. It's funny these games. I was looking at the game at Durham today, where against Nottinghamshire. And Middlesex at one stage in that game were 269 for 1 in the 35th over. And eventually we're out for 355, so games can change very quickly. And Dolby again bowls to all. He drives, this time a far more orthodox shot. Fielded at mid-on, and there is no run.
Let's go through the other scores. Women's 100 matches just under Elland, Spirit to 13. It's 13 off 10 balls for no, I don't know. Anyway, it's 13 without loss of 10 balls. Derbyshire 246 for 9 in their 50 overs, so Hampshire chasing 247 to win after a good start, 14 without loss in the third. Big chases for Durham, 368 Durham are chasing at Chester Street. Gloucestershire 367 for 8. Somerset chasing 270 to beat Leicester at Leicester, but they've already lost a wicket. They are 1 for 1.
They're having a great time of it, Somerset, at the moment. Sussex down there next week. In comes Helen Dolby, bowls to Orr, who just eases that one to back right. Never a run there, fielded by Brooks. It's very quickly in from backward point to field. And it's a dot ball till remains 10 without loss.
Massive championship match here for Warwickshire when they play Somerset. At the moment, I sort of feel that they're the two who are trying to avoid the second relegation spot. It's going to be a crucial match. Somerset beat Warwickshire at Taunton. Warwickshire should be kicking themselves if they just managed to limp to the end of the third day, which they nearly did, but not quite. They probably would have got the draw because it rained all day on the final day.
And Dolby and bowls and all drives. That's a good shot. That's 4 runs. Over pitch by Helen Dolby and crashed away by Ali Orr through the covers for the second boundary of the over. That was a much better shot than the first one. Ali Orr goes to 11. And Sussex to 14 without loss after 5. Probably the last time it rained anywhere, I'd imagine. I mean, there weren't too many games rained this year.
So that was their best ever so far, to gate off at the 2 4s.
Yeah.
14 without loss off 4. And Warwickshire will fancy their chances of defending this, but I saw what happened at the Oval, and they looked as if they were defending 293 easily, and then in the end had to settle for a tie. Courtesy of this bowler, Liam Norwell comes into the ball. Warning, he slaps that in the air, but it's safe. He's going to get 4 for it. It was a risky shot, but the gamble's paid off. He's got 4, 18 without loss.
Yeah, not without risk that shot, wasn't it? I think it was just a little dangerously. You have to, in the power play, only 2 fielders out. Sussex won't want to get in a situation where they get miles behind it. So you've got to take the odd chance. It's a little uppish.
Well, there's one slip, comes in the ball from us to the pavilion end, and that's going down the leg side. That's warm the pads. I think this will be a leg by. Is it a run? Must have got a bit of bat on it. 19 without loss.
Yeah, I guess there's some shade under here, is there?
Yes.
Which is why perhaps we didn't really realise just how big. But like I say, on this middle tier, there's a lot of people watching.
Could be a cracking match as well. I've seen a few in this competition this season.
Yeah, what's the capacity here?
Crikey. I think it's in the high 20s these days. That's pushed out of the offside. There's no run. It varies a lot because we've got a temporary stand around. corners, I think.
Away to the right hand side.
Currently covered by Birmingham Phoenix banner.
I think that was there for the Test match. I came for the first day against India. I sat in a very raucous Hollis stand. And we saw wonderful innings from Pant. There's the highlight of the day.
In comes Norwell's played a backward point. I actually came for the final day when it was free.
Right.
I was a bit cross at Johnny Bairstow and I can't remember who was batting. Who was it batting with him?
Root,
Yeah, Root. Because I was thinking this could be quite interesting. Lose a couple of wickets, could be 10 to.
Just smashed it round.
Just won it so easily.
Was it full?
No. Well, the problem was all the tickets had gone. I felt actually for a few people who were outside the ground trying to get in, because it was free. They felt they had to ticket it, so you could apply for tickets online. Norwell bowls, there's no, and of course because it's free, people sort of do it. They go, well, I'll ask for 4 because my mates might want to come or whatever, and then they don't. And, so it wasn't anywhere near full, to be honest, even though all the tickets went. I don't know whether they managed, because there were people outside seeing if they could get tickets, and they didn't have any. Whether they managed to get those people in the end or not, I don't know.
Well, on the first day, we missed the start of play. We were here in good time. There were massive queues around the ground. It took ages to get in.
19 without loss. Norwell round the wicket to Orr, who plays that to mid-on. Sussex making a similar sort of start here really to Warwickshire. They're going along steadily, unspectacularly, but not losing wickets crucially. And a 19 without loss after 5. Got 5 off that over. They're chasing 311 to win.
Yes, I was slightly complaining to Phil earlier on. I mean, I love coming to this ground, but you can't bring in your own food or drink, can you? And so you are sort of committed to what you can buy in the ground, and I have to say, certainly, I don't know whether it's always the way, but certainly for the Test match it wasn't the cheapest. I can understand some of the concessions, perhaps they've had a tough time because it was expensive. Anyway, it's going to be Helen Dolby, who's running in from the Birmingham end, coming into bowl to Harrison Moore. He's in and bowls, and Moore drives without timing to backward point footed by Brooks, and there is no run. Lovely afternoon here in Birmingham. Plane flying in, I presume, to Birmingham Airport away to our right-hand side.
I hope so, otherwise he's lost.
Yeah, past a big chimney, which is in the distance.
Looks like it's going to hit the chimney from here.
Yes, I hope he doesn't know he doesn't. He's safely past it. Just the one slip in place. The two fielders outside of the 30-yard circle are a third man who's standing in the shade down here, Liam Normal. I don't blame him. He's actually outside the boundary rope. And a deep mid-wicket who's in the full glare of sun as Dolby in bowls, pulled away by Ward onto the leg side. He doesn't get all of that, but I think he'll get a couple of runs. As the fielder for deep mid-wicket needs to come running across to field, and it's 2 to Harrison Ward. He goes to 8, and Sussex to 21 without loss.
Kai Smith out in the deep there on the mid-wicket boundary.
Get that Harrison Ward, pulled the ball away, goes into, no, he goes to 8. Ray Yates is back in touch about the sound. He says that the sound is not great. I don't quite know why that is, as in comes and Dolby bowls towards and drives nicely through. That's 4 runs. That was a good shot by Harrison Ward, drilled the ball through mid-off, and it's a lovely shot for 4 runs.
Is that on the stream?
I don't know. How are you listening, Ray? I'm not sure whether you're watching the live stream from Edgbaston or whether you're listening via the BBC app. Perhaps you could let us know if you can hear us, Ray. That'd be good to know. He says it's very muffled and distorted. Hoping for things to improve, says Ray. But thank you for letting us know, Ray. Could you just let us know how you're watching, Ray? And that might give us a clue as to whether, perhaps if there's a gremlin in the system somewhere. 25 without loss. Helen Dolby is in again. Bowls. Ooh, and a play and a miss from Harrison Ward. Beaten through to keeper Burgess, and there is no run. Not sure if anyone else is experiencing the same shoes as you. No slips in place now. So let's get 2 slips in for a good part of the opening 10 overs. The first 10 overs, Warwickshire were 46 without loss. This is the 6th over, so Sussex haven't lost a wicket. 25 without losses. Bowls, and you're looking to flick that one down towards 5 leg. Doesn't time it at all. It is a short 5 leg. And again, there is no run. Good start by these two. I think they've, Aaron Dolby and Norwell on a good accurate line. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 fielders saving one on the offside, 4 on the leg, and there's 2 men out. It's going to come around the wicket now, a change in line from Hannon Dolby. A tall man bowling from the Birmingham end, as well as the left-handed Harrison Ward, who's 12 not out. He's in around the wicket and bowls, and Ward plays firmly into the offside and just takes a single. So again, he doesn't quite time it as Harrison Ward, picks up a single nonetheless. He goes to 13 at the end of the 6th over. Sussex are 26 without loss. Ward on 13, Alistair Orr on 11. Martin Mahoney has been in touch. And Martin says, all clear in High Wycombe. So how are you listening, Martin? Are you watching the live stream? Are you watching via the BBC app? It's just good to know, because we might get some idea of if there is a gremlin somewhere.
To be honest, if it's a stream, there's not a lot we can do.
No.
But anyway, 26 without loss.
Yeah.
Technical people here. Anyway, Liam Law balls. That's hit hard by Ward. Down through, long off for 4. And then into that one. And connected with it well. 30 without loss. Ward on to 17. It's a decent start from Sussex. Got a lot of work to do to chase down 311, but they're getting off to a start.
Darren's been in touch. He said, can you ask Pajara why our best bowler only had 8 overs with 2 for 44, yet Lellam was clearly struggling this year, bowled 9 overs for 66? Really fair question.
Round the wicket, good with Norwell. It's hit to mid-on, cut off.
Colin Bowman got in touch. He said, due to a hectic week, decided not to travel today, but enjoying the commentary here in sunny Burgess Hill. He says, classic commentator's curse with Delray Rawlings. I was saying that Delray Sussex's best fielder, and then he dropped the catch on the boundary. Thank you, Colin, for getting in touch. Good to hear from you.
Norwell turns. And bowls round the wicket to Ward, who hits it into the ground and beats the fielders inside the circle. That may go all the way. It's being chased. The ball's going to win. That's going to be 4 more. 2 boundaries this over. Ward's on to 21, 34 without loss, and Sussex are beginning to move here.
Martin's been back in touch. He's listening via the BBC app, so the stream is going out fine. So it would seem as if any sort of distorted sound, maybe something on the stream. So there's not much. Certainly let people know, but so it's going out fine on the BBC, which is all we can do from here.
In comes Norwell, the ball, good accurate delivery that time. Ward pushes out to the offside. It's a dot ball. Damage done this over already. Sussex.
Sorry, Gary Knight's been in touch. He says, I'm watching via the Warwickshire YouTube channel and your commentary's been distorted for some time. So it would seem like there's a problem somewhere with the Warwickshire channel. So apologies.
Fielder drops out on the sweeper position on the offside. So they've got a sweeper mid-wicket, a sweeper cover, the 2 fielders out on the boundary during the power play. No catches in. Now as Norwell pitches that one up, it's hit into the ground and Nord as well, tibbled over the bar. I think again some of the crowd thought that was a catch chance. In fact, it was a very good stop. It's a bump ball. Looked like it might sail over his head and go all the way, but Norwell got enough on it to stop it and prevent any runs.
Yeah, just momentarily, if you're in the wrong place in the ground, it would look like a catch, but as you say, it's a tall man, did well. I was saying just to tip that one over.
Norwell around the wicket to Wards, who hits it hard into the ground and will get a single into the deep. And a productive over, the most productive so far of the innings, 9 off it. And Sussex 35 without loss after 7. So they're going at 5 and over, and their required rate is a little over 6 now.
Yeah, in terms of the rest of the order, I'm uncertain how Sussex will probably line up as they have done in the other games. So Tom Clark, left-hander next, then Chechiswa Pujara, Tom Alsop and Delray Rawlins, so 5 of the top six will almost certainly be left-handers. These two have given Sussex a decent start, as Clive says. It's going to be Hannah Dolby. 3 overs for 60 is coming in around the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Harrison Ward. He's in the bowls, and he's going to hold out to mid-off. He's held up to cover. And that's a rather tame dismissal from Harrison Ward. I don't know whether that's stuck in the picture, but it's a slightly slower delivery. Either way, Harrison Ward was completely deceived, and he's played the ball in the air. And a very soft dismissal, short extra cover. Harrison Ward is on his way for 22.
Matt Lamb with a catch, tumbled backwards, tumbled on his head backwards as he took it. It was slightly awkward, even though it was in the air for a while. He was sort of running backwards. Whether he was in the best position to take the catch, I don't know, but he took responsibility and grabbed it. And I'm not sure, exactly I should say he needed that. It's so early in the innings, but just I think I was just a little bit too comfortable to start from Sussex. But that changes that, and ball goes to 22.
Straight shot though, Clive, wasn't it? I wasn't sure whether maybe it's got stuck in the pitch a little bit, or maybe it was the delivery, but it was just completely mistimed by Harrison Ward. He may have just been slightly mindful of making the most of the power, but Sussex off to a decent enough start. There's no rush, and I've got 5 and over.
Yeah, I want to have stopped on the batters a little bit. The timing has been out. I just did wonder, and particularly when I watched like Michael Burgess and Matt Lamb bat, and they were coming on with wickets and late in the innings, you think they're going to hit it all over the place, and they actually struggled at times to get it away. So I just wonder whether it's a little bit sticky and slow out there.
Yes, you're right. It was. In which case, maybe the 310 is a better score than we thought. Nonetheless, the new man in is Tom Clark, 21-year-old. He's club cricket at Horsham, same club as Tom Haynes and Will Beer, a number of Sussex players who come through. Chris Nash amongst those. Here comes Helen Dolby to bowl to the left-handed Tom Clark. He's in and bowls, and Clark plays out into the covers, fielded there by... Who was that? It was Ethan Brooks. There is no run, 35 for 1.
All the Warwickshire players wearing these tubes on their arms, off the tubes, avoid losing skin on the dry outfield.
It's a bit of a thing, isn't it? I watched a couple of the Sussex boys had them on as well, as Helen Dolby in again, bowls to Clark, who's beat outside the off stump. It's a good delivery by Helen Dolby, and Tom Clark was rather reaching for that outside the off stump. The ball rattles through to Michael Burgess behind the stumps, and there is no run.
I mean, must be quite warm, those shoes on this hot day. On the other hand, to protect elbows and arms, so it's a pretty dry outfield. And I see Ollie Helen Dolby's got his little umbrella, his little oasis again.
Oh, down at the far, yes. Yeah. Dolby in bowls, and Clark drives through the offside. First runs for Tom Clark, and it's going to be a boundary. Overpitched and nicely dispatched by Tom Clark. Draw extra cover, and he'll fill a whole pile better out the middle of the bat. 4 runs. He's on his way. Sussex 39 for 1.
Yeah, so in the deep, there's where Ollie Dolby feels there's an umbrella put up there for him, so he can cool down in between deliveries, get a bit of shade. Bit of a tight doesn't. You'd think he might sip a pina colada while he's down there. He doesn't do that. A bit of water, I think, for him. Disappointed about last ball. That was the first really bad ball he's bowled.
Helen Dolby in again bowls. Clark covers up, plays down the track. Helen Dolby feels there is no run. Ray's been back in touch to say he's watching via the Warwickshire website as well. So apologies for that, right? But as I say, the BBC app seems to be fine. So what we're doing from here is fine. It's what's coming through the club stream, which is distorted in some way. Not to try to pass the putt, but I'm not sure there's an awful lot what we're able to do. We'll certainly make it known as in comes Helen Dolby running in to bowl to the left-handed Clark. He's in and bowls, and Clark off the hip clips this nicely down to deep backward square, picks up the single. Tom Clark, he goes to 5. It is the end of another over, end of the 8th over. And Sussex are 40 for 1. Tom Clark is on 5. Ali Orr is on 11. The man out, Harrison Ward, who was caught by Lamb, by Matthew Lamb, of the bowling of Oliver Allen Dolby for 22.
So still ticking on nicely enough in terms of runs, Sussex, but just a setback of losing that wicket. Liam Norwell mops his brow. He's going to continue his 4th over. Rob Yates bowled the very first over of the innings. Since then it's been Allen Dolby and Norwell. Allen Dolby round the wicket to Clark. He's got a slip back there for the new batter, and it's a good, very good fielding from Ethan Brooks. So picked the ball up and threw at the stumps, but I've been decisive enough in going for the single. 41 for 1.
James has been in touch. He says, "Hi Adrian, I'm listening via the BBC app in Rouen in France. Always loud and clear and very much appreciated as I recover from COVID whilst on holiday here. Celebrating my wife and my joint 60th birthdays courtesy of our wonderful 3 daughters and their families. What better way to convalesce than listening to the commentary in the shade by the pool?"
I cannot think of a better one. This next one is cut. That's a nice shot by Orr. It's going to go for 4. Just a little bit of width. And he's taken full advantage of a nice cut shot. 45 for 1.
Goes on to say, sorry,
I was going to say, in terms of runs, Sussex are going to win the power play. It's Warwickshire got 46 runs. 10 over. Sussex already under 45 in the 9th.
And actually, James goes on to say, looks to be setting itself up nicely as long as Sussex don't panic. He says, blessings from a very warm France.
Norwell bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery, and Norwell's claiming a catch behind, but no, not getting much support from anyone around him, and crucially, not getting it from the umpire. And bowler and umpire have a jovial enough conversation with him. Oh, sorry, I was certain that him obviously didn't.
And James is Reverend Dr. James Webster. His church is in Kings Langley, which is kind of around the M25 towards sort of Rickmansworth, that sort of area. We've had this conversation before. I'm fairly sure it's sort of near Watford.
Norwell in, a bit of an inside edge onto the onside. No run.
Thank you so much for getting in touch. Lovely to hear from you. Yeah, it's hot pretty much everywhere in Europe at the moment, I think.
45 for 1. The target 311 for Sussex to win. Their 3rd win. Warwickshire looking for their 2nd. They are still unbeaten, Warwickshire. Norwell bowls, and that's played a backward point, and there's no run. Ethan Brooks fields. I'm just going to go off and do an update, so we'll fill in here. Last ball of the over coming for Liam Norwell. Got the slip in for Orr, who's well set. On 15, Norwell bowls to him. He plays that to backward point. And in this field, there's no runs. And the one really good shot from Orr in that over. 5 runs in total off it, and it's 45. 4-1 after 9. George Garrett coming on. Ollie Allen Dolby, 4 over spell, 1 for 21. And George Garrett played 1 championship match. He played in the game at Southampton, and although he didn't really get the rewards, he got 1 wicket late in the match, but I thought he bowled pretty well, especially in his first spell of that match.
I'm reading Adrian's emails now. He's had one in from, how do you say it, Laos, L-A-O-S, Laos?
Laos, I think.
Yeah, Laos. He said it's from Stuart, and he said, I'm listening, and yes, the YouTube sound has been distorted.
Garrett fielding that, there's no run.
Is it me? Is it?
Yeah. I'm so surprised they're not with Lewis Pascoe, not unless it gets so hot they decide to come off. Dan's been 60, which I suppose just because of the 1 wicket lost, I suppose.
Yeah. I should think Sussex at this point in time are quite pleased, happy with the way things are going. Here's George Garrett again from that Birmingham end. He comes in, very straight run, in, bowls, and a little inside edge that which squirts away behind square on the onside. And there's no run.
It's his first game in the competition this season, George Garrett. It's his 5th List A game altogether.
Hans Sheikh, by the way, was the youngest ever Warwickshire player in the List A. Beat Warwick Tidy, who was the previous one, back in 1970. As Garrett in bowls driven and through extra cover, he'll get a couple of runs this time. Clark is returned back. And Hammond Dolby there, tied is up. 47 for 1. Clark is on 8, or is 15. I have to say, I haven't seen much Garrett at all this season.
Well, he's only played one first-team game. I think he played the championship match against Hampshire.
He's in and bowls down the leg side. That will be signalled a wide because batsman got nothing on at all on it. It's scurried through quite low through to Michael Burgess, who could stop.
It's a little hard. I know it's down the leg side, but it was fractionally down it, however. Umpire just looks like he might also be telling Garrett he's getting a bit close with the front foot.
Yeah, I just had a look at the wicket with him and a chat with him just to warn him. Garrett again turns and comes in. Bowls. This is played with no great certainty by Clark. Runs away into the onside. And again, now looking about running down the wicket now. So not just the front popping crease, it's the where he's running onto, which is strange because he's got a very straight run and you wouldn't expect him to sort of break off across in front of the umpire, which is what's indicating. We'll watch him perhaps on this one and see what he does. Perhaps needs to get just a touch wider at the delivery point on the crease. It's in and bowls. This one again down the leg side and again signalled a wide. Just struggling a bit at the moment to get the line right.
Yeah, no arguing with that one. Again, it wasn't much down the leg side, but enough for it to be called a wide.
.49 for 1. 2 wides and 1 scoring shot for 2, so 4 runs so far off the 4 balls of allowed balls of this over. As Garrett comes in and bowls, and this one is hit into the offside, into the ground, and up to Matt Lamb at extra cover. Garrett
just about 6.7 over now.
It's just a touch out 6 at the start. This one is crashed away through the offside. That will be 4. That's a lovely shot. Right down, just wide of the hole cover. Hits the fence, bounces back under the trail on the little tractor unit. And all laid into that. Thumped it away 56. So nice little half volley outside the offside. There's a man out on that fence. Shakes out there, but he couldn't get round to that. Hits it with real power.
So make him feel better.
Goes on to 20 on that shot. Goes again. It's in, he bowls. It's a better ball. Just should have the offside squared it up a little there as he played that one and just run it away to the other side. Straight to the lamp. Extra cover and there's no run. Six. Comes in, charging in balls. That's again another flourish shot to the offside. This time it will only be a single. Shakes out there, does the fielding, gets the ball back into the keeper. Think about the second, but the ball was on its way and it's a sensible decision. Just taken 57 for 1.
4 bowlers used so far, plenty of options for Will Rose. He's got himself, hasn't he? Got Ethan Brooks. Of course, Krimal Pandya will certainly play a key part. Potentially, possibly Matt Lamb. So plenty of options.
This is down the leg side, just down the leg side. It just narrowly misses the leg side.
Sense of stretching for that one as it turns away from him, goes into the offside. And there is no run. And he comes round the wicket, Yates again, and he leans back or and guides it to a point where it's half stopped. He's able to get through for 1. Well, I hope you're hearing us better now on the
Matt Lamb
screen.
again there in the field. His ball's following him a bit in the field at the moment, Matt Lamb. If you could just let us know whether the sound is any better.
It's an appeal for LBW there by Yates, down on one knee. So he's by a little bit of an angle and there's no not out. Hasn't been
well
an
across his stumps there when he was hit.
Hasn't been an LBW in this game. There was a caught behind decision which didn't go down too well, but no LBW's been given. That one is cut into the ground, out into the offside. Certainly for 1, and they think there's 2 there, and there probably is. It was well run by Clark in particular. Orr was a little slower, but Clark was going to the danger end, and he judges it well, gets 2. 65 for 1 in the 13th. Clark fairly quickly on to 16. 17 balls. Yates bowls to him, has turned, and they're appealing for a stomping here, but not out. Of course, there's no TV umpire to help, so very, very difficult for the square leg umpire to judge whether the boot was actually over the line or not. And not out is the call. Burgess was fairly hopeful, I think, but umpire.
Yeah, looking on the replay, well, they were looking head on, but he didn't appear to come out of his crease at all. It might just been he lifted the foot.
It's played out to the onside for a single by Clark. It's a good ball by Yates at any rate. So that's the end of the over. Just a 4 off it. I hope Yates continues to go well. And 66 for 1 are Sussex. And we've had 13 overs.
Dean in Cambodia says he's not the usual good standard on the sound. It sounds like wind on the mic. He's watching on stream. If you are listening and it has improved, if you could just let us know. Let us know on Adrian's email, because we've got that up. In fact, we have got, yes, thank you, that's perfect. This is Ray Yates. He says, yes, thank you, that's much better. Apologies for the problems we've had. We can't do much about it while we're commentating. That's frustrating, but we have to wait for somebody to come and fix it for us. In the meantime, Garrett has changed his line of attack to Clark. He's round the wicket. This one is placed into down into the gully area. They think about the single, then change their minds, quite sensibly change their mind, and there's no run. 66 for 1. We've had 13 overs, so the original rate was a fraction over 6 and over, and at the moment it's running at just about 5. So there or thereabouts. I think really 12 or 13 behind. And almost level on the Duckworth Lewis. As this one is played away into the offside, there'll be just a single out to the cover boundary, but watch have a fielder out there. And there's a Sheikh who does the fielding and just restricts it to a single. .67 for 1. Garrett again comes in and bowls. This one is again punched out to some fielder and on the edge. You're going to get plenty of practice with that throwing arm this afternoon, because again it restricts them down to 1. Going along quite nicely here, these two. 68 for 1, trailed by 242. Flag at the far end is hanging fairly limply today. There's just a bit of fluttering, but not much breeze. As Garrett is in, this again is punched out exactly the same. Out he comes again, and throws back in this time. Throws it into, so it bounces in front of Burgess. Again, another single taken. So Warwickshire won't mind if they can just keep these down to singles. It's the boundaries which cause the problem. This next one is clipped down to third man for 1. 1 total, 17th. So all's on to 24, 19 to Clark. These two just accumulating at the moment.
Yes, you sense of sort of setting the game up here a little bit. It's just ticking along towards the stage where either runs will be scored at a fast rate and Sussex will get there, or wickets will be taken and Warwickshire will stop them.
It's Garrett in. This one again is pushed out. They're going to take about a second this time as the ball's going to come back in. They're going to have to rush, and they make a terrific fielding out there by by Sheikh, who got the ball, thrashed it into Michael Burgess, and they thought about the second and changed their mind, and I think they made the right decision, because I think they might well have been in trouble with that. Such a good throw in from the boundary.
Well, it definitely would have been. He wasn't far off running them out, trying to get back.
Yeah.
Yates did appeal, but he just got back.
71 for 1.
So 5 off that over. And still ticking along. Sussex, at some point they will have to pick it up, but at the moment they're ticking along reasonably comfortably. Rob Yates, 3 overs have gone for just 9 runs so far, so he's going to stay on. He rolls around the wicket just on leg stump. It's pushed out by Clark. Again, they think about the second, which they might well have got, because actually Sheikh didn't pick it up cleanly. He recovered it quite well, but just that might have meant if they'd gone for the second run straight away, they might well have got it. However, they settled for the 1. 72 for 1. Clark on to 21. Yates wearing number 17 on his back, comes around the wicket, and that's carved out to the offside. Kai Smith has to come around. Ethan Brooks has come around and field it, and does it really well. He's fielded really well so far in this innings. Ethan Brooks looks like he's taken a divot out of the ground. 73 for 1. I saw one of the Commonwealth games. The player put a knee in the crowd, and he didn't half pick it up. Blimey, huge hole at the end of that. That's a 4 defensive. Back to Yates is no run.
Having a good chat with Gary Barwell, the Warwickshire groundsman.
He's had a quiet summer, isn't he?
You're going to say, I said to him, but you'll be glad when you can get a bit of work on, Gary, won't you?
That one is pushed out to the offside. They're going for a quick single. It might have been tight if Smith had managed to pick it up, but in his excitement, he fumbled the ball, so they got through for 1 easily enough. 74 for 1.
He was saying how much he'd enjoyed the Commonwealth Games.
It was enjoyable. England ultimately disappointed. Rob Yates comes into bowl, and that's played a long on for a single. What does disappoint me most about England? They lost the semi-final to India. I mean, that can happen. It's a knockout, and India did really well and played well, and you sort of accept it. And obviously, they're really disappointed. I might be wrong, but just watching the bronze medal match, I thought they took that disappointment into the bronze medal match and forgot to make sure they at least got that. And that is played out to the offside for a single. That was probably their worst performance of the competition, the bronze medal match. You just felt that maybe they were feeling a bit sorry for themselves and actually needed to pick themselves up for that game. And while they might have been disappointed in the short term with the bronze medal, it was still something to have shown their grandchildren in later years, and they didn't get it. Whereas New Zealand, you felt, admittedly New Zealand are probably less hard. Obviously they'd be disappointed to have lost their semi-final, but it wasn't a great shock for them to lose to Australia. You felt that they were really up for just trying to make sure they won a medal, and got it as a result. There we are, 76 for 1 after 50. But yeah, really enjoyable games, successful games. Well done to Australia for winning the gold.
Yeah, he was saying how virtually all of the teams have been so sporting and really, were a pleasure to have there. There was just the odd exception, but obviously I'm not going to say who that is, but yes, generally he said it was a fantastic thing. New over, and Rhodes has come into the attack. The captain's come in, so George Garrett out of the attack. They've done the bowling change while we were talking, and the first ball is run away down to third man for a single by Clark. He goes to 24. So Rhodes is the 5th bowler used, I think. Yep. And he comes again round the wicket and bowls. That's Ropes on the pads. Runs down fine leg, and they will get something 1 and signalled as a leg by.
Keeping Krunol back, maybe feeling the difficulty Warwickshire had at times has really sort of accelerated, so maybe trying to keep Krunol back for that period where Sussex are really beginning to have to go for it. And he has the capacity to frustrate them.
Rhodes in, bowls. That's going to be as wide down the leg side. She's signalled. So 1 more to the total. 79 for 1. Still going along between 5 and 6 and over the last few overs. Boundaries have dried up a little bit. So this next one will probably go straight to the boundary as Rhodes comes in and bowls. This one is played away into the offside. They're going to be quick if they take the run on. It's a shy at the stumps. Back 80 for 1. He was there just in time. The ball missed the stumps. Directed might have been interesting, but Clark made his ground. 80 for 1. Rhodes from that Birmingham end is in, bowls. This is run into the offside by Orr. They think about the single, but Clark sends him back. Stays on 80 for 1. Orr 26, Clark 25. Comes in, bowls. This is looking to launch it away over the deep mid wicket. In the end, gets ball, cheats him just in the ribs and drops down in front of him. It wasn't quite there. It's either just held up a little bit once it had gone into the surface, but his head was up and it was like sort of a real ooh as the ball went into the body.
Hurt a bit.
Yeah, intention was for the big smack over mid-wicket into the Hollis stand. Here's Rhodes in, and this next one is just pushed into the onside, and they just go through for the single. So a tidy over from Rhodes with 4 runs coming by. Yeah.
Well, 5 including the leg by, so 4 to his analysis.
Yeah.
81 for 1. So just ticking along here. So it's keeping wickets in hand. How difficult will they find it to accelerate when they need to do that? Time will tell. Rob Yates. Good old roll. This is his 5th over now. Bowls around the wicket, and or just has to adjust and plays it down to short third where it's cut off by Garrett. There's no run. Watching their blue and black colours. Sussex in their dark pink with the black trousers. In comes Yates. That's played out to the sweep on the offside for a single. 81 for 1. 82 for 1.
Yates bowling pretty well to his field. He's got the cover boundary and the deep square leg boundary covered, and bowling at it.
This next one is played to point again. He turned the ball a bit there, Yates. Good stuff. Clark's not able to get that away. It's a dot ball. Now Krunal Pandya is looking as if he's preparing to come and have a bowl. Yates round the wicket, and that's played back to him. Off Clark, no run.
He's having a busy game, Rob Yates here so far.
It's innings of 114, his second List A century in his career best List A score. Going with 2 half-centuries he scored in the first 2 games. Yates bowls, it's a little short on that one, but it's cut straight to backward point. Smith does the fielding, there's no run. 82 for 1. Last ball up, it's been a very good over so far. 1 run off it. And it will stay 1 run. The next one is hit straight to Lamb, and the colours. Really good over from Rob Yates. It's the second over the innings to go for just 1. The first having been the second over. There were a couple of 1-run overs in the Warwickshire innings. 82 for 1 off 17. We're having a little drinks break.
Yeah, really good bowling from Rob Yates there, and his captain. And all welcome up, shake hands, just say well done, because Matt Lamb came over and said well done.
Let's go through the other scores. We're having a drinks break. In the 100, London Spirit are 128 for 3 off 84 balls. 16 balls to go. That's against Southern Brave. Afghanistan are 42 without loss in a T20 match against Ireland in Belfast. Hampshire are struggling a little bit, chasing 247 to beat Derbyshire. They are 62 for 4. Durham chasing 368 to win, have an awful lot to do. They're 73 for 2 in the 16th. Somerset chasing 270 to beat Leicestershire, 45 for 2 in the 15th. Northamptonshire cruising against Glamorgan, chasing 222 to win. They're 141 without loss in the 24th. And Nottinghamshire got a lot to do. They're chasing 356 at Grantham to beat Middlesex. They're 78 for 2 after 13 overs. Scores elsewhere. Bring Phil back in here after I've done an update. In the meantime, Adrian is going to join us. 82 for 1 on the score. Now we are going to see Pandya in now. 18th over of the innings. And Pandya comes in from the Birmingham end. This could be fairly critical. I notice a modern thing for the commentators to do just these days at the start of an over and say, this is the game. This is the game. Well, it's not really, is it? Because
there's a long way to go. The sound is better apparently now, which is good.
Yes, yeah. Chat camera sorted that out. So it is quite an important phase of the game, though. Let's see how Pandya gets on. If he gets in 10 overs for not really many, then Sussex will have a lot to do. On the other hand, if they can score runs off him, he can build on this start. The first ball is played out to the onside for no run. I'm going to do an update in just under a minute. Pandya bowls, and that's played to backward point, and it's fielded by Liam Norwell. There's no run.
Got a bit of a strangle on here at the minute, haven't they? I think that's 7 balls without a run.
Yeah. That's played back to the bowler. It's another one, another dot ball. It's one slip in place for Pandya. Ball's always gone for the big shot there, though, and got that away. That could go all the way. It does for 6. That's one way to get out of the break off the shackles. There's do an update now. This is Clive Egan at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are defending 310 for 6, and Sussex are 88 for 1 in the 18th over. Warwickshire were keeping a bit of a stranglehold on Sussex, but just now all has hit Krunal Pandya for a straight 6 in Pandya's first over. Rob Yates has bowled 5 overs of spin pretty effectively and helped to keep Sussex tied down, but Sussex have kept wickets in hand. The only one to go is out of Harrison Ward, who mistimed a shot from Ollie Halland-Dorby to be caught by Matt Lamb for 22. So still interesting game here. Warwickshire probably slightly ahead at the moment, but Sussex still very much in it at 88 for 1 after 18. What's an interesting over? Is it 5 dots and a 6? So 88 for 1. And Phil will come in here. I'll leave you in the hands of Phil and Adrian Harms.
Yeah, thank you, Clive. So, interesting game, isn't it? The 50 partnership coming up in that over. So, partnership of 53 now between Orr and Clark, as Clive was saying after Harrison Ward was out for 22. Robbie Yates in his 6th over, figures of 0 for 15. He's coming into bowl to the left-handed Tom Clark in and bowls, and Clark cuts this one away through point, picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary, fielded up there by Ethan Brooks. One more to Tom Clark, he goes to 26. I'm sorry, I know there's been 1 or 2 problems on the sound, but it's all loud and clear now, so well done to everyone at Warwickshire who's got it all up and working, which is great, and we could be in for a good finish. Yates in and bowls to Orr, who's back and hammers that down the ground. You've probably heard it come right out the meat of the bat, but it's just a single down to long on, fielded down below us by Liam Norwell. Rick Pipe has been in touch with an email. We were talking about wearing shorts He says it reminded me of a story about Phil Edmonds and his brother Pierre. As in comes Yates and Bowles, and also sweep. I think that's missed everything. It's going to be 4 wides. I think it's missed everything. It's gone racing down towards the Birmingham end, and it has gone away, and they are 4 wides. And Sussex, everything will be gratefully received.
Bonus, isn't it, that?
So in the late 60s, I mean, the Edmonds emigrated from Zambia to England, says Rick. The two brothers went to Skinner's School in Tunbridge Wells, and the cricket master wouldn't let them field in shorts. In comes Yates and Bowles, and Clark works that to backward point. There is no run field there by Pandya. Field's back with us.
That's strange, isn't it? Because I'll tell you after this ball.
In comes Yates again, Bowles, and Clark works that to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
When I went to grammar school in Solihull, you weren't allowed to wear anything else but shorts.
Really? At grammar
Until
school?
you were in the 3rd year at grammar school.
Wow, so you'd be like 14 then.
Yep.
In comes Yates, and just dabbed onto the onside, and he's going to move on here, but Tom Clark goes through for the single, and the total goes up by 196 for 1. Clark's 227. Wow, I mean, yeah, I mean, generally shorts were sort of primary school. By the time you got to senior school, it was.
No, we had to, the first 2 years in grammar school, we had to wear short trousers, and you've got some big lads, and you can imagine the difficulties that parents got getting grey shorts, school shorts for them.
Comes Yates Bowles, and Orr drives down the ground to long on, picks up a single, fielded by Norwell. One more to Ali Orr, who's going nicely through the gears here. He goes to 37. It is the end of the over, the end of the 19th over. Sussex are 97 for 1. Clark on 27, Orr on 36. I'll finish the email actually. It says, in Phil's authorised biography, A Singular Man, by my favourite sports journalist Simon Brahms, it describes the anonymous person as a particularly horrible school teacher, the sort of school-minded, mean-spirited person that I despise. He says, over 50 seasons on, if like me you were at Skinner's in that period, you know exactly who Phil was describing. Anyway, he's looking forward to dozing in the deck chairs at Hove on Sunday for the game on Sunday against Surrey, says Rick. Yeah, there should be a lot of people at Hove on Sunday. Sussex-Surrey, always a big local derby.
Pandya starts his second over. He's in bowls, and he's Orr just pushing it to him.
And Phil has been in touch. Phil Tibbs has been in touch. He always sends a photograph of his lunch, does Phil. Look at that. A nice glass of red wine, a nice cheese board. I'll describe the rest in a minute.
This is driven to play up to long for his single.
He says he's having his usual late lunch on a Friday, watching on the iPad. He said, I'm not mentioning anything for the fear of goat mouth. Yes. Best we keep quiet, I think, at the moment. What a lovely glass of red wine that looks.
In, draws, can't forward to that one. Just using his feet, but can't score any runs. Pandya again, Bowles. This is a little bit shorter and trying to pull round the corner. Clark didn't really quite get hold of that one, but he does enough to get a single down just behind square on the onside. The umpire at square leg, who we still haven't determined which one's which, he's on the
Yes, he is.
Saying something to somebody. Was that signalled a no ball there? I don't think it was.
I didn't see any indication that it was. Sometimes just when it's frustrating, because we haven't noticed in the commentary box, so I'm sure the spectators may be a little confused as well.
Anyway, here's Pandya in again. A reverse sweep, which will go for 4. That's a little flick around the corner, and Orr moves into the 40s with that. He goes to 41, reverse sweep, and got it, timed it nicely, and got it away again. Predetermined shot there. He was moving into position before the ball had been released almost, but it worked very well for him. Here's Pandya in again. Pushes this one back to the bowler. Feels it with his feet and then with his hands. End of another over, 6 off the over. So moving along. So that is 20 overs gone, 103 for 1.
Yeah.
The original requirement rate was 6.2 an over or something of that nature. So it should be about 120 So a little bit behind, but nothing serious.
No, and actually at the same stage, Warwickshire were 89 for 1. Just look at that photograph, you can't see it to our listeners. It's a photograph that Phil has very kindly sent in of his lunch, which I'll describe throughout the over. As in comes Rob Yates to bowl his 7th over, figures of 0 for 24 he's in and bowls to Clark, who is for, there was an appeal, but I suspect there was a bit of inside edge onto pad, and it's a picture of a nice glass of red wine, some ham and cheese on a nice wooden board, and some sort of, looks like a baguette that he's cut a bit off of. He's got ready buttered to go. Very nice too, Phil. Thank you for getting in touch. Yates in bowls, clipped away by Clark on the full, out to deep mid-wicket, picks up a single.
I'm not sure whether that's reflective of our commentary that somebody sends a picture of their lunch.
He's watching it. He's watching. He's got his laptop on the table.
His laptop's there.
Yeah. So he's listening to the cricket and having a nice lunch.
Enjoy. It's a late old lunch, isn't it?
Yates in bowls and or dabs that to backward point. There is no run. Alior on 41, Tom Clark 29. These two coming together when Sussex lost their first wicket. Harrison Ward out for 22 when the score was 35. Yates was on his way again, but Alior wasn't ready at the non-strikers. At the strikers, I can get it right, Adrian. So again, in comes Yates, bowls, and Orr rocks back and hits this one away through the offside. It's just going to be a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. One more to Orr. He goes to 44. You have to have good eyesight to see the numbers, or is my eyesight particularly poor?
No, it's very difficult with the yellow.
Yeah. Is that 42 or 44 he's on?
He is on 42.
Yates in again, bowls to Clark, who plays in exactly the same area through backward point, picks up a single again, fielded by Brooks on that cover boundary. Clark goes to 30, I can see that now.
Once the sun gets on the yellow, the white's not particularly bright, I understand that, but the yellow really does become difficult to read sometimes.
Yates again bowls, or dabs then onto the onside this time, picks up a comfortable single. Alior, he goes to 43, the end of Yates is over 7 overs. Rob Yates has bowled now. 7 overs, 0 for 28. And Sussex 107 for 1, all on 30. Sorry, all on 43, Clark on 30. Sussex needing another 204 to win in 29 overs. Plenty of wickets in the bank, but we saw in the Warwickshire innings, if you lose a couple, you've got new batsmen in. It didn't look that easy for those coming a little further down.
Lost momentum a couple of times, didn't they, with that?
Warwickshire, yeah.
They stuttered, they were going well, then they lost wickets, stuttered, and what looked originally to be about a 330, in the end, they really scrambled to get to 310. Here's Pandya, starts a new over, and this is launched over the top by Alior. He's going to get, well, he's not, I was going to say he's going to get 4 runs, but the shake-out there has done a remarkable job running round and diving full length. He must have made 30 yards there, and diving full length restricted him down to a couple, so well done to him. So just 2 off that in the end, but it was a nice shot. In again, or again picks the same spot, and again it's a long chase, and again it's another terrific stop.
He's saved 4 runs in the last 2 balls,
and it's almost identical spot, identical stop. Yeah, it's 2 boundaries have become 2 twos. See how important that is. So he's really having a good game. He batted well. Pandya in. This is going to be a little easier for him. It's hit straight to him this time, and he will restrict them to a single. He's going to stand out there thinking, I thought putting me out on the boundary, it was going to be a quiet afternoon, but quite the reverse. He's balls following him like a magnet. I'm filings to a magnet. And in bowls in the air and the goal. Pandya strikes, Warwickshire get the 2nd wicket, Sussex just beginning to look going along nicely. So it's the end for Tom Clark.
That's a shame for Sussex because, as you say, Sussex were just starting to get themselves in a good position. They've lost a wicket. He's batted really nicely, Tom Clark. I don't know if he got caught slightly in two minds. He was looking to clip that one away through mid-wicket. One to be halfway through the shot, he rather changed his mind. And he clipped that straight to mid-wicket. And Panja picks up his wicket. Tom Clark goes, a partnership between the two of 65 past 4, so it's at 77 between Tom Clark and Ali Orr. It comes to an end in the, where are we, the 22nd over.
And the new batsman is
Dweeb Pujara.
Pujara, yeah.
And this is key now for Sussex. It's always important when Cheshwar Pujara comes in. About 3 double hundreds in the championship this year. This is a really important innings. In terms of the one-day stuff, he made 63 against Gloucestershire. Missed out at Trent Bridge where he made 9. And then he was not out on last week against Leicestershire, 14 not out. But if Pujara stays and people can bat around him, Sussex have got a chance.
Well, they'll enjoy playing against each other, these two.
I'm sure they will.
Batsman and bowler. Yeah, to Pujara. So, 12-2.
Just may have to reset himself a little bit, Ali Orr, because he was certainly looking to get aggressive, wasn't he? But now wicket's gone down, he may just feel he needs to just rein himself in a little.
It's the hold up while somebody just walks across the side screen.
Isn't it? I mean, there's barely anyone at that end of the ground. Oh dear.
Lady sits down with her family. So here he comes. In and bowls to Pujara, who's off the mark straight away, just turning this one behind square on the onside. And he ambles through for a single. Nice friendly first delivery for him. 13 for 2. A further 198 required for victory for Sussex, Warwickshire. Sussex don't get close to this one. He's given plenty of air and brings all forward to bring us into the offside. It's the end of the over, so 6 runs coming from the over. More importantly, that big wicket from Tom Clark was just beginning to go along nicely. But, the score 13 for 2 after 22 overs.
Yeah, so Pujara's stats so far in the competition, averaging 43, Ali Orr averaging 44. Next in will be Tom Alsop and Delray Rawlins. So plenty of left-handers, 5 left-handers in the Sussex top 6. And now we've got a change of bowling. Interesting with that wicket taken, and it is going to be Oliver Hallen-Dolby who's coming back into the attack from the pavilion end. Live cricket here on BBC Radio Sussex on CWR and WM here in the Midlands. Adrian Harms. Alongside Phil Britt and Clive Eakin.
There must be a cloud in the sky.
There must be.
The sun's just gone in and we can't see it.
Merciful relief for the fielders. In comes Hallen-Dolby, over the wicket bowls to Pujara, who's forward and drills this down the ground. What an effortless shot that is by Pujara. It's going to race away for 4 runs. He barely seemed to hit that, Pujara. It wasn't the worst delivery in the world. It was well pitched up, and Pujara just drove the ball straight back past the bowler for 4 runs. The outfield is lightning quick, but immaculate timing from Pujara, who goes to 5, and Sussex to 117 for 2.
Yeah, they had a real chase on there, but the ball was getting further and further away from the two of them.
And Dolby in again. Also, Pujara clips this through square leg. They've taken 1, they'll think about 2, but there isn't 2 there. In fact, Ali Orr was definite there was the second. Pujara does run his runs extremely fast. He's always looking for the second run. Wasn't there on that occasion.
It was He's come out with a purpose here, Pajara.
He has.
It's not going to hang about.
Right, the sun has gone in. There's a bit of a glimmer of sunshine at the far end of the ground, but there must be a cloud somewhere. How dare it? Alan Dolby in bowls or forward defensively plays into the offside. There is no bit of hint of swing there, I thought.
Just a hint. But this cloud cover, which is coming over Adrian, is going to make it. There's another little tiny cloud crept onto our beautiful blue outlook over to our right as well. So, gosh, let's see. I don't think we're going to have to worry about anything else.
Alan Dolby in bowls or tucks inside the line, plays it to backward point. There is no. I think what's important here for Sussex. Ali Orr's only 21 years of age, but you've got someone like Bajar at the other end. I'm sure he's saying, well, we don't need to panic here. Sussex are up with the rate, well, ish. They've just lost the 2 wickets. They've got to lose another one here. Paul, I think Sussex, I always say with these games, if you're still in it with 10 overs to go, you've got a real chance.
Yeah, if you've got some wickets in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hannon Dolby in bowls and all clips this away through square leg, picks up another single alley. He goes to 49.
Well, that game yesterday in the 100, I don't know whether you saw that, but at one stage you wouldn't have given the Invincibles a chance, I didn't think. Adam Knight was going along, rocketing the ball all around the ground. They looked like they were going to be going up somewhere close to about 180, 190, and then they lost a clutter of wickets. And then, even then, it took some late stuff from the Invincibles. So you can never tell in these games. They can swing so quickly.
And Dolby in bowls. Oh, there's a good delivery. Now, wherever's in too many, they've got a bit of extra bounce. But I'll tell you what, Hannon Dolby really bent his back, and Bujar had to jerk his head back out of the way. The ball goes through to keeper Michael Burgess. End of the over. 23 overs gone. Sussex 119 for 2, so needing another 100 and... What's that, 92 to win?
192 to win.
In 27 overs. Around about 7 and over, so Sussex won't, they'll know they can't just, they'll need to push on, but they'll also know that, pick up the 1s and 2s, keep ticking along nicely, and keep themselves in the game.
There's going to continue from the Birmingham end. Bowling to Ali Orr. He's going back and opening himself up just to run it away to point.
This is half century.
Play to him.
Yep, he's a young man whose game is going from strength to strength. He's working very hard with Grant Flower, who's the Sussex batting coach. He was very much regarded as an opening batsman who could chop a lot of balls, but his game has just developed enormously this year. He's played some T20 cricket. He's, once they chew up balls, an opening batsman, a good solid opening batsman, but his game has expanded on all levels.
This next one is Prince Pajara forward and running it away to Matt Lamb at mid-wicket. There's no run.
So he's one of the young, working with Grant Flower has really helped.
Driven, but owning up to deep mid-on. What's the fielding?
Good field placing this.
Bowling to that field quite well, didn't he? He's in the bowls, and this again is run away this time to short extra cover, and there's no run.
Well, the pressure comes slightly, doesn't it? 3 dot balls in a row, just 1 run off the over so far.
Yeah, if you can smuggle 2 or 3 of these into the middle of the innings. This one is wide down the leg side, and that just spoils it a bit because they also run a single.
It must have come off the keeper's pads, I think. So I thought for a minute it was a leg by.
A couple of runs there. 22 for 2. Brings all back onto strike. Down the wicket, but can't score anything this time. He just pushes it up to mid-on. There's no run.
Well, Ali's parents are here today, so
oh right,
they'll be very proud of the way he's played.
Oh, this is might be out, caught. Oh,
should have been
dropped on the boundary.
Should have been caught.
gone for 6, straight through the hands of a fielder out there who...
I think that's Brooks.
I think it is Ethan Brooks out there, yeah.
Well, what happened? Did you think he lost it in the sun?
I don't know, because it was straight at him. He was quite close to the boundary rope, and whether he was more concerned about that, but in the end it went straight through his hands and over the rope which was behind him for 6 runs. So instead of a wicket, it's for 6.
Well, talking about Goatmouth, I mean, I was thinking, and I've just said how well he's played, and I think he's going to hole out to deep mid-wicket. But that's a let-off, and he's gone for 6. I thought that sure as eggs are eggs, that was out.
And then he has to run from one side of the ground to the other to go to field at backward point.
Here comes Alan Dolby, bowls to Bajara. Bajara is forward and plays to straightish mid-wicket, and there is no run. Does Sussex 128 for 2?
Was Ethan Brooks.
It just, it looked like it always burst through his hands, and it went out. Whereas with Rawlins, who also put one down on the ropes earlier on, Delray Rawlins put one down. He was fortunate that it didn't go for 6, but poor Ethan Brooks wasn't quite so.
Well, he just went straight through them.
He did.
Just he didn't get his hands together, and he went straight through his hands.
And Dolby in again bowls. And Bajara forward. He was looking for a single, but it really wasn't there. Who's that in at? Short extra cover.
So Matt Lamb is usually in that sort of position.
Okay. And very quickly, number 7 on his back. I've got number 17.
Yeah, 7. It's Matt Lamb.
In very quickly. And Dolby runs up from right on the edge of this 30-yard circle. Number 20 on his back, tall man. He's running away from us. The bowl to the Churches where Bajara is in and bowls, and Bajara cuts firmly through backward point. Now think about 2 here, will Bajara, and he's coming back for the second. He needs to get a bit of a move on. The throw comes in. It was a good bit of running by Bajara, good bit of fielding again by Sheikh, who's patrolling that cover boundary, the 16-year-old. Bajara was always looking for the second, and Sussex are going to have to do this because they can't afford to get too far behind the asking rate. 181 that needed to win. We're going to be exactly halfway through in a moment's time. In fact, the halfway stage of the Warwickshire innings, Warwickshire were 130 for 1. Sussex were 130 for 2. So it's
virtually
nip and tuck. Holby bowls, cut away, and he's dropped again. That's 2 drops. Ethan Brooks, same player, and he's dropped Bajara, and that could be very, very costly, and he's absolutely furious with himself. It was cut away, it was low, and Brooks has put the chance down, and he's going to feel awful about life at the minute, is Ethan Brooks.
And I think that's he's still thinking about the one he dropped in the previous over, because he never looked like catch. He was hit at him, and again it was just straight at him, and it was spilt. There was not even a sort of fumble.
And Dobby in bowls, and all lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Burgess, and there is no run. So 2 drops in 2 overs, and poor old Ethan Brooks, he's put down Alistair he was on 50, and he's now put down Bajara while he's on 8.
And it was hit straight. It wasn't one where he got a move to his side. It was absolutely straight at him, the backward point. And I have to say, 19 times out of 20 you'd hold them.
In comes Holby again, played to backward point. Brooks does field. It's the end of the over. 131 for 2. Bajara is on 9, Orr is on 56. Halfway through the innings, at this same stage, Warwickshire were 130 for 1. Sussex are 131 for 2. Time for me to make way. Just Phil's been back in touch regarding his back on commentary, Phil, so I've got to go and do an update to the listeners in Sussex.
Need to do just a little bit of clever work here, whilst get Clive in. You might just lose the commentary for 2 seconds. Right, apologies for that. As this first ball, Bajara's new over is pushed. Pandya's new over is pushed away for a single by Bajara. 132 for 2 as Clive rejoins us. Just these complications about changing computers and stuff at the moment. There we are. Well, I think we're all sorted now, Clive. This next one is pushed away into the offside. There's no run. 32 for 2. It's in. Down the wicket and played back to the bowler. And again, there's no run.
Doing an update in a moment on BBC CWR. So, it's 133 for 2. With Pujara on 10 and all on 57. A hint of a run-out chance there, but they got through for the single. As Pandya bowls played out to the offside, and it's a single.
Well, you feel Warwickshire might have missed the trick with those 2 drop catches. They were both very catchable.
Intriguing match here. Sussex 134 for 2 in the 26th over. They are chasing 311 to win. It was a decent total for Warwickshire, built on an excellent partnership between Rob Yates, who made 114, and Will Rose, who shared a century partnership with him scoring 76. But Warwickshire didn't quite build on that as much as they might have liked. Michael Burgess made 58, still a decent total, and so far they're doing reasonably well in defending it. However, they have just let Sussex off the hook twice with 2 drop catches. Unfortunately, it was Ethan Brooks both times. The first time from batter Orr, the ball went through his hands and over the boundary for 6, and the second time a low chance not taken to dismiss Pujara, and that maybe has put Warwickshire slightly on the back foot. It's fairly evenly poised at the moment, with Sussex 135 for 2 off 26.
It's about level where they were at this stage, I think.
They're exactly level on terms of runs.
Yeah.
Warwickshire were only one wicket down. And then Dolby comes into bowl. That's played down to 3rd by Orr for a single. And it's 136 for 2. Warwickshire's best spell was overs 21 to 30 when they scored 77 runs. So Sussex actually, in the first 10 and second 10, were a little bit ahead of Warwickshire in terms of run scoring. This phase of 10 overs was Warwickshire's best. As Hannon Dolby comes into bowl, oh, that's wideish delivery. He gets away with it a little bit, but Jara gets bat onto it. We're going to find the sweeper for a single.
Yes, that was not that normal length or direction there from Hannon Dolby, and perhaps one there which didn't quite come on as quickly, I think, to the bat as Jara had expected.
So Warwickshire did score at a little bit better than 7 and over from here, from this part of the innings. So Sussex will need to match that, since they're about level with them at the moment, as Hannon Dolby comes around the wickets, hit into the ground at backward point. It's fielded by Brooks. There's no run. So the last 10 overs for Warwickshire, I mean, it wasn't bad. They got 74, but they'd have been hoping for nearer 100 from those 10 overs, you would think.
Same with Adrian. They probably ended up about 20 runs or so short of what we originally thought they were going to get. And in the end, they sort of struggled a bit to get to the 310.
Comes Hannon Dolby to bowl. That's run down to 3rd for a single by Orr.
I shall make way for Adrian to return and join you.
So it's 138 for 2. Will Warwickshire pay for those 2 drop catches? Ali Orr now on 60. Aiming to play the innings that Rob Yates played for Warwickshire. Made 114. And Dolby comes to bowl to Bajara, against a little tap and run. Gets the single onto the leg side, 139 for 2. And a little bit of drama, but just calming down once again. Getting set up for the run chase at the end, which threatens to be interesting. And Dolby just pulling his shirt up as far up his shoulders as he can. Keep his arms cool. He comes in to bowl, angled into Orr. He plays it on the onside. Bajara wanted the single. Orr wasn't convinced and persuaded him to go back. And the end of a tidy over from Alan Dolby, just 4 off it. 139 for 2, Sussex.
And we're going to get a well-needed drinks break. Well, Bajara being brought out of drink by Sean Hunt, the Sussex 12th man, and Ali All, who's been out there since the start. He's on 60. So Sussex needing up 172 to win in 23 overs.
Just under 7.5 an over now required.
This is all about how can you feel if Bajara, and both Bajara and Orr have been given a life. Both to the unfortunate Ethan Brooks, who put down Orr at deep mid-wicket, and then Bajara, which can be a big miss. We'll have to see how that pans out. Rick's been back in touch. He was talking about Phil Edmonds a little earlier on. And Rick knows Phil Edmonds. He knew him at school, then at college, and he's one of his all-time favourite cricketers. He says so many amazing stories. Apparently during the 1984-85 tour of India, captained by David Gower, England were playing the 3rd test at Calcutta. The host played at a snail's pace towards an inevitable draw. Phil, fielding at square leg, produced a copy of the Daily Telegraph and proceeded to read it. Well, I'm assuming that's true. He said it'd be great to see a Sussex player reading a Sunday newspaper out by the Palmyra Avenue sight screen during the game against Surrey. That's happening on Sunday. In the meantime, Bajara clips this down to 3rd man and picks up a single off the bowling of Will Rhodes. Bajara goes to 14, 140 for 2. Yeah, should be, the weather's going to be like this. It should be a really good attendance down at Hove on Sunday for the game against Surrey, local rivals. Let's hope so.
Elsewhere, Southern Brave 21 without loss after 14 balls. They need 135 more in 86 balls to beat the London Spirit in the Women's 100 at Southampton. Hampshire still struggling, somewhat 100 for 5, chasing 247 to beat Derbyshire. They're in the 20, sort of had 21 overs.
Rhodes in and bowls, or tucks this through square leg, and they pick up another single. Sussex Ali Orr goes to 61. Just to say, the Duckworth Lewis is currently 147, so Sussex just marginally behind, but
at Chester Street, Durham looks like they're going to get nowhere near. 134 for 3 in the 25th. They're chasing 368 to beat Gloucestershire.
Wow.
Somerset got work to do, 79 for 3 in the 24th, chasing 270 to beat Leicestershire. The game that's going to finish first, though, I confidently say, is the one at Northampton.
In comes Rhodes, bowls to Bajara, who needs to reach for that and plays it to backward point, fielded by Brooks, who gets in the throw at the non-strikers end. Is well backed up and there is no run.
Northants 200 for 3 in the 32nd over, need just 22 more to beat Glamorgan.
Wow, Glamorgan, the holders.
Yeah. The holders don't always do terribly well. The holders of the T20, Kent, struggled this year, didn't they?
Had a wretched time.
And the group, after the holders of the 1st division of the county championship aren't having the best of defences either.
Comes Rhodes, bowls. Sorry, was it your over, Rich? I'm sorry.
No, you stick with it. I can't remember, to be honest. You stick with it. No, I think it's yours. Carry on.
Single to Bajara. He goes to 15, 142 for 2.
Just to wrap it up, Nottinghamshire 139 for 2. So I got a lot to do. They're chasing 356 to beat Middlesex. Are in the 23rd over, and just the T20 Ireland match against Afghanistan. Afghanistan 110 for 2 in the 14th over in Belfast.
Rhodes in again, bowls, cut away by Orr, down to 3rd man, picks up a single, fielded just to our left on the 3rd man boundary by Hannon Dolby. One more to Alistair Orr, he goes to 62. He's had off 81 deliveries. I can't quite see because the sun's glinting off the scoreboard. I think it is 143 for 2. Sussex needing 168 to win.
It is 81 balls, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was my eyesight, but it's just Phil very kindly got me out of problem, and so it's where the sun is glinting off of that scoreboard at the far end. I love that scoreboard. And comes Road, bowls, and Pajaro drives straight to the cover. There could be a couple of runs here, but there's a good bit of fielding on that cover. But there's going to be a problem here, and he's run out. I thought he was in real trouble. If the throw had been a little better.
I don't think Rose managed to knock the bails off. That was the problem.
He was really struggling, Alior. The throw came in. Who's that out? That's Smith out there.
Yeah.
The throw came in from Kai Smith. It wasn't the best of throws, and we're not sure the bails were whipped up either way.
The bails have come off, but I'm not sure that Rose had the ball cleanly, because it looked out from here, and yet Rose didn't appeal. So I can only assume that he didn't have the ball in hand when he knocked the bails off. And that might be another life given to Orr. I mean, Sussex have got to turn the ones into twos, but I reckon Alior was really struggling then. Anyway, he survives. He's on 62. End of the over, 145 for 2, and Liam Norwell back into the Warwickshire attack. Not 6 off that over yet. No, Warwickshire need wickets, you feel here. They've been given opportunities, but unfortunately they're not taking them. Come on, Bear, says someone in the crowd in a slightly exasperated tone. As Norwell bowls, and that's played to mid-on by Orr for no run. 145 for 2.
The scorebook will keep changing the stat at the bottom, does it? It says Duckworth Lewis is 152, it's currently going up 5.2, need to go at 7.6, so...
Still work to do, Sussex,
yes,
absolutely, but with wickets in hand...
You don't want that getting above 8. You know, it's...
Norwell into bowl to Orr, who turns that round to square leg. Man of the deep comes into field, it's a single. And 146 for 2.
Must be sweltering hot for batters and fielders alike out there. It's a steaming hot day in Birmingham. It's been a good game though. I can see the umbrella still up down at the far end.
Oh, I hand will be underneath it. I don't think it's going to cool down before the end of the game. So Norwell comes to bowl, and it's run down to third for a single. If anything, it seems to get almost hotter in the sort of early.
No, I would agree.
147 for 2. Murmur around the ground. Could be an interesting finish. Might not be. Sussex might get them 5 overs to spare, or they might get bowled out. But at the moment, it's looking as if it could well go pretty much the distance one way or the other. Might be another tie. We have one for Warwickshire this season.
That's true.
Norwell comes into bowl round the wicket, and that's hit into the ground to the offside for no run. The problem with the tie, because of the point system, you almost feel that was a waste of a few hours, because if it had rained all day and they hadn't played, they would have got a point each, which is exactly what they got, and they tied. It was an entertaining game. I wasn't there, I listened to it. Mr. Mark Church, Richard Wilford commentating on it. 147 for 2, Sussex chasing 311 to win, and Norwell comes around the wicket to bowl. Pitches it short, it's hoisted up in the air, he's going to be just about okay. Didn't actually get hold of it, or maybe it's a good job he didn't, because there's a fielder out there. It bounces in front of him, and it is 1 run.
I think you're right. I think had he got hold of that, it's a long boundary out to that leg side of the ground from where Alior is sitting to. I think he got that pretty high on the bat.
So a substitute fielder down there. Johal is fielding down there, so I'm not sure who's off. So just sneaked a 12th player on. Liam Norwell comes into bowl, and that's turned round to back of square leg. They will get 1, or they probably should have got 2 there, but I think Smith did well, young Kai Smith, because he sprinted towards the ball, and although I think there probably was 2 there, they just had a bit of doubt in their minds because of the speed with which Smith was going to the ball. 149 for 2.
No, I agree completely, Clive. I think that the fact that he got to the ball made Pujara and Orr think twice. In fact, the throw wasn't the best, but it didn't matter. It was the fact that he got to the ball and the throw was on its way. So Sussex needing 162 to win in 21 overs, so that rate is inching up towards 8 and over. So although they got plenty of wickets in the bank, but as we saw in the Warwickshire innings, it hasn't been the easiest wicket to come in and straight away get on with things. So Sussex won't just want to leave this. I think when you've got you know, Bajara and Orr are in, you feel that probably one of these two has go on and play a major innings and be there pretty much at the death. And then people can bat around them. Anyway, Rhodes is on his way, 30th over of the innings, coming into bowl to Bajara, and Bajara is forward. He just tucks this through mid-wicket to pick up a single. There won't be any more than that because it's young Hamza Sheikh who comes running into field. He's fielded very well out on that boundary. He's prevented a number of runs. 150 up for Sussex.
Get the smattering of applause.
He does, yeah. In fact, a lot of spectators have now opted for the shade. There's a few hardy souls who are staying out in the sun, but as if to pick up on Clive's point, it always seems to get hotter. A lot of people seem to have drifted up into the shaded area as in comes Rhodes and bowls to Orr, who pulls this away, and that's gone many a mile. That's 6 runs, and that's a big 6 from Ali Orr. Too short from Will Rhodes, and Ali Orr tucked inside the line and heaved the ball away over a wideish mid-wicket for 6 runs. Lovely shot. He goes to 70. There's Ali Orr, and Sussex to 156 for 2.
Well, maybe looking to start the acceleration because there hasn't really been that much of acceleration. The third 50 has taken 55 balls, the second 50 took 56, the first 63. So haven't really accelerated, but maybe that's an indication that they're about to push the pedal down a bit.
It's not too often, I imagine, the ball gets lost at Edgbaston, but the ball has gone directly between the 2 stands at the Eric Hollis stand. So just the Hollis stand sort of stop where that gap is, and then the rest of it is another stand.
Yeah, there's an entrance in there where the big screen is.
They've got it back now, and the players, Kai Smith, I think it was, went out through the little picket fence there. Now the umpires will look at the ball and make sure it's not damaged in any way, which it doesn't seem to be. Rhodes wanders back to his mark. Ali Orr is a great bat twiddler. He's twiddling away as he waits for Rhodes. Comes in from the Birmingham end of the ground to bowl to Alistair Orr. He's in and bowls, and Orr's up on his toes, plays that to backward point. There is no one. You probably heard the cry of wait on from Ali Orr. That was the right call because Brooks was very quickly at a backward point to prevent the single. Douglas Lewis says 157. Sussex are 156. It's that tight. Rhodes in his 3rd over, figures of 0-17. Comes into bowl to Orr. He's in and bowls, and Orr is forward. Plays to mid-off. They're going to take a single, and in the end it was a comfortable single. He just hesitated slightly because he hit it firmly down the ground. Fielded there by there's Pandya at mid-off. 1 more to Orr. He goes to 71. Sussex to 157 for 2.
We need a wicket now. They've squandered a couple of opportunities.
Rhodes in bowled to Bajara, and Bajara finds the gap through the cover with the shot. He didn't really time, and it's left to the sweeper on the cover boundary, Smith, to come running into field. 1 more to Bajara. He goes to 22, yeah.
That's 6 from Ali Orr, was his 3rd, and those are the only 3 in the Sussex innings so far. Warwickshire hit a total of 7 sixes.
Oh, good stat.
Michael Beale just got 3 of them.
These two closing in on a 50 partnership on 46 so far. Rhodes in, bowls to Orr, and Orr just tucks that onto the onside and picks up another single. Does Ali Orr. He goes to 72 at the end of Will Rhodes over. Sussex are 159 for 2. They need 154 to win in 20 overs at the same stage after 30 overs. Warwickshire were 166 for 1. So it's nip and tuck, it really is.
10 off that over. So a good over for Sussex.
More drinks being brought out.
Yeah, so towels being brought on as well. This hot, sticky evening. It's going to be Norwell to continue then. Just 2 wickets for Warwickshire so far. Harrison Ward caught down ball, Hannah Dolby for 2. For 22, I beg his pardon. And Tom Clark caught Yates ball Pandya for 30. Warwickshire certainly need more wickets if they're to win this game. I'm not going to win it 2 down, I don't think. Liam Norwell comes around the wicket to bowl, and that's played into the offside by Orr for no run. 159 for 2, Sussex. The target number 311. This Royal London One Day Cup. 2 randomly drawn groups of 9 in the competition. Each team plays each other once, so you get 4 home games, 4 away games, 8 matches in all. Group winners go straight through to a home semi-final. The 2nd and 3rd places play each other for the right to take the away semi-final places, and it all ends up with the final at Trent Bridge on a Saturday this season, as that's pushed out to the offside for no run. Much criticism last season when they played it midweek.
I agree, and actually I'm really glad it's random who we play as well, because I think we play the same counties year in, year out in the Blast.
Yeah.
And I think it's rather nice to, Sussex haven't played here for 5 years in any sort of competitions. It's just great to come to different grounds and play different opposition. I think Orr will be the aggressor here.
Here's Norwell bowling to him. He just turns it around to back of square leg for a comfortable single. This is Norwell's 6th over. Hasn't got a wicket yet. We should be looking for him to have wickets. Looks like Krunel's going to limber up and bowl again. Plenty of options for Will Rhodes. Rob Yates getting those 5 overs in has given him some options. Used 6 bowlers so far as Norwell comes into bowl, and that's short and slightly clothed, but they'll get a single for it. Got to the stage of the innings where you begin to think he probably won't use any of his other potential bowlers now. Stick to those 6. Might be right. If anyone gets knocked about a bit, he might rethink, but within those 6 he has plenty of options. Rob Yates actually bowled 7 overs. Ollie Andobbie still got his 3 left, and Liam Moore will still have 4 left after this one. And Krunal Pandya's got 5 left. He bowls, that's a bit, giving a bit of width there, but a bit of bounce as well, and all leapt in the air and hit it into the ground, out into the offside for a single. 162 for 2.
50 partnership.
50 partnership at Warwickshire have had chances to break, but 50 off 55 balls. And it's keeping Sussex with wickets in hand and with an opportunity to have a real go at this target in the latter stages of the innings. Ali Orr on 73, and Chet Pujara on 22. And in fact 74 Ali Orr, and Pujara runs that and down to 3rd for a single. It's the end of a decent enough over from Liam Norwell, 4 off it, 163 for 2.
Duckworth Lewis says 167, just to give you an idea of how close it is. So 19 overs remaining. Sussex needing another 148 to win. Pujara and Orr have a little natter in the middle of the pitch, and you were quite right. It's going to be Panya who's going to come back into the attack from the Birmingham end of the ground. If you
Sussex have gone about the same pace throughout the innings. Warwickshire accelerated after the first 20 overs. Warwickshire went watch-free in the first 20 overs, and actually Sussex outscored them in the first 20 by about 13 runs. But then Warwickshire got going 77 between 21 and 30, 70 between 31 and 40, and 74 in the last 10. Sussex just got 56 in that 21 to 30 stage, so they will have to start stepping it up fairly soon.
They will. Panya 5 overs, 1 for 31. He's coming in to bowl left arm around the wicket to Chechua Pujara and place it straight down the track, and Panya fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. Back to his mark already. 3 or 4 places round the wicket. Bowls cut away by Pujara to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is Smith. Pujara goes to 24, and the total to 164 for 2 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC CWR and BBC WM, from Edgbaston. Very, very hot afternoon. Barely a cloud in the sky. In fact, I can see a cloud now. In fact, I can see several clouds. But trust me, it's not going to rain. Panja coming over the wicket to the left-handed Ali Orr. He's in on bowls, and Orr cutting firmly through the covers. They'll be looking for two here. Sheikh is very quickly round. That's a good bit of fielding by Sheikh, who's fielded extremely well, covering that boundary. He's very quickly to the ball. Orr has to be content with a single. He goes to 75, 165 for two.
Well, having gone away with one, they seem quite reluctant to take too many run-out risks here, these two.
Pandya wants his backward put almost a third man, short third man in position as he bowls, and it's just played by Pujara through extra cover, picks up a single down to long off. One more to Pujara. He goes to 25. I'm just slightly struggling to see the score, but 166 for two. All on strike. He just surveys that leg side field. There are three men patrolling that leg side field, a long on, a deep mid wicket, and a backward square. And you're in again, and Orr works that one to short third man, fielded by, is it Haddon Dolby? Yes. And there's one more to Alistair Orr. He goes to 76, 167 for two. 144 needed for Sussex to win in 18 overs and one ball. Pandya in bowls, and Pujara is forward. That's a good tight economic over by Pandya, just cost the 4 runs. Sussex 167 for two. Pandya has bowled 6 of his overs. He's also picked up the wicket of Tom Clark. Pujara and all have a little natter. And you're right, at some stage, I mean, Sussex are in a good position here, but they'll just be mindful. They won't want to get too far behind. An awful lot more of that, because that puts pressure. If one of these two does get out, you're putting pressure on those coming in. As we've said a couple of times today, it hasn't been that easy for the new man to come with it and hit the ground running. Michael Burgess played a nice knock for 51, but certainly Matthew Lamb found it pretty difficult when he came in.
So Liam Norwell to continue. Still got plenty of wickets to down. That's the big plus for Sussex. Norwell round the wicket, bowls to Pujara, stops him a little bit to Orr rather, and he's back into the ground safely. Norwell feels it's a dot ball, just 4 runs off each of the last 2 overs. Norwell and Pandya in tandem, just keeping him a little bit tied down.
He was looking to play that one. He was looking to be slightly more aggressive with that shot, Ali Orr. He's just surveying that leg side boundary. You can see there's a man at deep backward square. He's very strong on that leg side.
Norwell bowls to Orr, who doesn't quite middle it, lays it onto the leg side. It's fielded by Lamb. It's another dot ball. It's early to say that this is putting big pressure on them, but just a little bit. Indeed, Pujara's coming down the pitch and having a chat with Orr.
Yeah, that's when it's really important here. I think having Pujara out there. Ali Orr has made a list day 100, his first, which came at Worcester last year. He just keeps surveying that leg side.
2 fielders on the boundary on the leg side. 5 inside the circle at this stage of the game. Oh, that's edge, and would have been a chance for a slip, but there is no slip, and it is not stopped down at third. So it's 4 runs, 4 streaky runs, but Sussex won't complain. 171 for 2.
Yeah, so he's surveying the leg side, he gets a thick outside edge, and the ball races away for 4 runs. So, welcome boundary for Sussex. If slightly fortunate, I guess that's the way of one-day cricket. Moral victory for the bowler.
One more boundary in the over will make it a good over for Sussex. 3 balls of it still to go. Norwell round the wicket bowls, and it's turned to mid-wicket. Oh, good stop. And almost gets a run out there, Matt Lamb. Very good. On one of the covers of the wicket, he dived to his left, stopped it cleanly, and then threw it underarm, and was having to scramble to get back. Hope he hasn't done himself a mischief all there. He's getting up rather slowly.
He's feeling a bit tired. Ali Orr is... it's very, very hot out there. He's been out there since the start, but as I say, he was a brilliant piece of fielding there.
I'm not sure anyone's getting to that if it goes past Lamb. So really important stop from Matt Lamb. 171 for 2, end up being a dot ball. And this next one, ball to Orr, plays it back to the bowler for no run. And That's cricket, isn't it? You get a streaky edge and you get 4, and you hit a really good shot and you get nothing.
No.
171 for 2. Last ball of the over coming.
There's been a little bit more cloud around because periodically the ground goes into a bit of shade. So it's going to be a brief respite, I think. Barely a breath of wind. A little bit. You can see the flags fluttering at the far end slightly.
Just one scoring shot off the over so far. That was a 4 though, so important from Norwell's point of view. Keeps them down to no more than a single off the last ball of the over, and he will keep them down to a single if they're quick, and they are. Ethan Brooks throwing at the stumps, but they get through. So 5 off the over. So still, from a Warwickshire point of view, that's not a bad over. The last 3 overs have just kept them tied down a bit. However, they haven't got the wickets, so Sussex still feel I have every chance of chasing this down. 172 for 2 off 33, chasing 311 to win.
It's a partnership of 60 now between Chetishwar Pujara and Ali, all that after Harrison Ward was out for 22 when Sussex were 35 for 1. Tom Clark out for 30 when the score was 112 for 2. That was in the 21st over. If you just joined us earlier on in the day, wonderful innings by Rob Yates, who made 114 for Warwickshire. Will Rhodes, who made 76, the main contributors. Michael Burgess with 58 towards the end of the innings. Sussex bowlers the best. Ari Cavalos at 2 for 44. Delray Rawlings wicketless at 10 overs for 44. And this is a nip and tuck all the way through. It's going to be Pandya who's going to carry on from the Birmingham end of the ground. Comes in and bowls to Orr, who pulls this away on the leg side. Is he going to be caught? He is caught. Pulled away, Ali Orr. I just thought that he's caught by Ethan Brooks, who put Ali Orr down a little earlier on the deep mid-wicket boundary. So he will be relieved to have taken the catch, and a very fine innings of 80 comes to an end from Ali Orr. I just thought he was beginning to look a little weary, Ali Orr, in that previous over.
Yeah, maybe hot work out there, but please for Ethan Brooks, he raised both arms in the air and release celebration. It wasn't that easy a chance. He had to come in and take it low. He got lifted off the ground by one of his teammates, and congratulations. But if he dropped that, blimey. No hiding place for them, but well, good innings from Ali Orr, and it certainly puts Sussex in with a chance, but they do have to get going a bit now. The new batters are going to have to try to play themselves in. They've got time to play themselves in a little bit, but they do need to start moving the scoreboard along a bit, because the required rate has got to over 8 and over, and certainly Warwickshire at no point were they able to score at that sort of rate. They got towards 8 and over for 110 over block, and certainly no more than that. So, but Pandya has his second wicket there.
Well, the new man will be Tom Alsop, who's permanently signed for Sussex. He was on loan at the start of the season. He's had a really good season as Tom Alsop, and this partnership now really crucial for Sussex.
Yeah,
experienced players in the side. I'm going to make way because Phil is back with us, and I will disconnect this up.
81 off 102 balls for Ali Orr, 6 4s, 3 6s, and this is Clive Egan at Edgbaston, where we're in an interesting 50-over match here. Warwickshire defending 310 for 6 in their innings, and Sussex at 172 for 3 in the 34th over. Warwickshire just got a crucial wicket. A big partnership was developing, but 2 catches put down in that partnership, both of them unfortunately by Ethan Brooks, one of which went through his hands for 6. So when the ball sailed in the air towards Ethan Brooks again, everyone held their breath, but this time he took a good low catch, and Ali Orr has gone for 81. A second wicket for Pandya. Pujara is a key player. He's had 1 life. He's on 25. Alsop almost playing on to his first ball. Warwickshire, I'd say, may just have the edge at the moment here, but with wickets in hand, Sussex will still fancy their chances. 173 for 3 in the 34th over. Yeah, a bit of a bottom edge there from also, but he survives it. And now Pujara will tip and run. They're going to have to be quick here, but it's a well-judged single, although it's a direct hit from Molly Handleby, which will result in a rather unfortunate overthrow. They do get 1 extra, but throw ended up being too accurate behind Dolby's point of view. So they get 2, and it's 175 for 3. A little bit with me.
It was good to see that Brooks managed to get that one and got the chance to a little bit of redemption. Pleased for him. Interestingly poised now, this game.
It is.
I'd like to actually say
Throughout it, I've had Warwickshire a little bit ahead throughout, and I still do, but there's not a lot in it. Win predictor would maybe have them in the high 50s. For what that's worth. That's played out to the offside for a single. Just think runs on the ball. I think you saw in the Warwickshire innings, it's quite difficult to accelerate, and this required run rate has crept up a little bit from Sussex point of view. They still have wickets in hand. That one is a nice little tip round his pads there from Allsop for a single, sort of a half sweep, and he gets 2, 177 for 3.
Yeah, one of the batsmen is going to have to actually take the bowling on and start to reach the boundary a few times.
This one's right into the toes of Pujari, digs it out to play it a long on for a single. 2 wickets for Pandya now. Always felt that he was going to be fairly key. They have scored some runs off him, but 2 for 41 off 7 now. So he's only got 3 overs to go. Sussex might think, let's see off those 3 overs. It's 178 for 3, 34 overs gone. 311 the target. Now we're going to see George Garrett back in the attack, so Liam Moore will save his last 3 overs for the end.
Still no Ethan Brooks.
No.
Not being used as a bowler.
Mayfield doesn't need to. There's 6 bowlers used, and none of them have hit all over the park, have they?
No. George Garrett, 3 overs from the Birmingham end. He's now back into the attack at the Pavilion end. Pujara, who sits and waits. First ball is down the leg side, smacks him on the pad and runs away for a single. Good underarm pick up and throw. Brooks has hit the stumps. That's Warwickshire have actually been really accurate with some of their shies at the stumps today.
I'm always a bit reluctant to use the comparison over by over, because we know what happened in the remaining Warwickshire overs in the end. The only comparison that matters is after 50. But they are 15 runs behind. At the end of the last over, they were 15 runs behind Warwickshire. Now, Warwickshire didn't do as well in the last 10 overs as they'd have liked. So that does give Sussex some opportunity to claw those runs back. But they just are slipping a little bit further behind.
Allsop waits, left-handed bat, just getting himself comfortable. As Garrett is into him and bowls, and also runs this one away to back point, straight to Brooks, who does the fielding. There's no run. And 79 for 3.
Garrett getting a rare first-team opportunity this season.
Yeah, he's not had much chance, has he? He must have been wondering what he got to do when they brought in Brad Wheel. This one is flicked away and well stopped by Matt Lamb, not for the first time today. Matt Lamb at mid-wicket makes another really good, not just a stop, but a flick back to the stumps, and Allsop goes scurrying back, and again, it's only a single, but it just keeps that pressure on. Full credit to these players. It has been absolutely steaming hot out there today. I've just been outside for 20 minutes, and I'm quite glad I'm not having to spend the whole day out there. It's roasting hot. 179 for 3. Here's Gareth in to Allsop. He's in and bowls, and Allsop flashes in this one. No foot movement at all. Looking to force it away through the offside, and in the end, a little bit lucky. He didn't get a top edge on that through to the keeper.
Perhaps it's a good thing there are so many teenagers and young men involved in this game. Not too many elder statesmen who might find it a bit tougher.
Yeah. Drives down the ground, but just down for a single.
Garrett can get his last ball in, and we've got through over really well here. Just 2 off it so far. It helps his point as a relatively new batter, but if he can keep it down to 3, even 4 in the over, that would be a really useful over from Warwickshire's point of view. A bit of advice there from Krunal Pandya.
And he comes bowls, whipped off. So, probably some fielding there around the corner at back with the square leg.
That's Liam Norman, I'm afraid. Let Garrett down there a little bit. I mean, still not a bad over, 5 off it, but it should have been 3.
Yeah.
Possibly even 2, to be honest. Whether they've got a run at all or not, I don't know, but...
Fielding not been great today. Having said that, Matt Land's made some good stops, and Shake's made some fabulous stops and fielding out on the boundary, but their catching has obviously let them down. 1 or 2 ground errors.
A couple of, I suppose, a difference is unfortunately for Ethan Brooks, the one that went through his hands went through for 6. There was one from Rawlin dropped very similar, but he must just have got just enough on it for the ball to actually stop by the rope and not actually go over. So because it was so late in the innings, it wasn't really that expensive a miss in the end, although it could easily have been a 6 and therefore cost 6 runs. But anyway, 183 for 3, so it's still creeping up. They're needing around about 8 and over. They haven't got that since the 30th over. The last 5 have all been quite a bit less. And
they're going to continue. He's got 2 of the 3 wickets. The other was the run out, of course.
Sun has gone behind some clouds now.
Yeah,
very strange.
It must be behind us.
It's an attempted reverse sweep there by Bajari. He hasn't got much on it, but the ball squirts out for a single, and it's 184 for 3. So we're on with 36th over. At the start of this over, the required rate up to 8.5 now, which in the modern game is, particularly with wickets in hand, might not scare teams too much. However, it's creeping up all the time, and just taking his sunglasses off Pandya and putting him on the back of the umpire's head. He wants a quicker ball. It's another reverse sweep. It doesn't get past Ollie Hannon-Dolby inside the circle at short third, so Allsop doesn't get a run for that. He was looking to beat Hannon-Dolby and get a 4. It ends up being a dot ball. And in again, Allsop comes dancing down the pitch and cannot get it past the fielder. He's getting a little frustrated as that's fielded by Yates, and it's another dot ball, 1 off the first 3 balls off the over. They need a boundary this over.
Well, Allsop's faced 8 balls now for his 3.
And he's gone for another reverse sweep slab. He's missed it. There's an LBW appeal. It's not out. Wicketkeeper Burgess throws at the non-striker's end. Is all happening, and at the end of all that, it's a single. 185 for 3.
Yep. That was. Thought he'd in with a chance of getting that one there. Pandya, when we haven't had, as you, I think you said earlier on, we've not had an LBW in this game yet.
I'm sure they don't. Well, sometimes the umpires almost take into account the shot, and if it's an ugly attempted reverse sweep that misses, they're more inclined to say on your bike. But anyway, not out is the verdict. Round the wicket, 2 balls to go. Comes Pajara and comes Pandya, rather, bowling to Pajara, who plays that into the deep on the onside for a single. He's on 34, 186 for 3. So again, it's 1 ball away from this being another good over for Warwickshire.
Just 3 runs so far. That flag flapping a bit more, was a little bit more breeze than it was earlier on in the day.
It worked out well for Warwickshire. The field, it might be slightly less stifling for them. Probably not much. Pandya in, comes down the pitch again, does Allsop. He works it away on the leg side. Thinks there might be 2 there because the field are coming in from the deep, but there is only 1. And for all Allsop's effort, he tried to improvise, he tried to come up with something different, but only 4 off the over. So it's a run now, 6 pretty good overs for Warwickshire. 187 for 3, 14 overs to go. They still need 124 to win.
Yeah, and this rate now beginning to creep up. It's up to nearly 9 and over now. And at some stage, Sussex are going to have to push the button here because that run rate is beginning to creep up way beyond anything we've seen today.
Again, the comparison-wise are now 18 adrift, so Warwickshire got 70 on the last 10 overs. They're going to need to get nearer 90, you'd think, if they're to win the game.
Yeah, it's not a new over in. This one is driven, but Allsop can only dig it out, and Lamb again makes another good stop and prevents the run. Lamb doing a really good job in that mid-wicket area. It's had a lot of cricket in the first team recently, but good job here today. As Garrett again steadies, comes in to bowl to Allsop. Ian and bowls. Allsop steers that one away to backward point, straight to Brooks. There's no run. So Garrett opens up with a couple of dot balls, and Allsop now is 5 off 12. Pajara 34. Sussex just beginning to start to look round, thinking how we're going to get it. Bringing third man's coming up to the edge of the circle here and pushing the mid-off rather down to the long-off boundary. As Garrett's next ball is in, and it's worked away through mid-wicket. They get one, they turn for 2, a shake comes round, does the fielding, get back comfortably for a second run. Shake quite a bit of ground to make to get to that one, he does it and gets it into Garrett. 189 for 3, 123. 1 is the deficit. In the 37th over. So 13 more overs after this one to get 121. It's 122 to win. Waits field. Waits 5 men inside the circle. This one is hit to land. It's wicket. Allsop has gone caught by Lamb. Allsop looking to force it, playing it straight to Lamb, catch. And Allsop's innings comes to an end. He's out for 7. Was at the wicket for 14 balls and really didn't look to be in any sort of touch at all today.
Well, he did, but his innings in a way was not dissimilar to some of Warwickshire's towards the end. I think when new batters have come in towards looking to accelerate from the start, they found it pretty difficult from both teams, and I think that was also came in wanting to hit shots straight away. And he just, his pitch is just a little bit testing than that. Please look at it. He got a championship wicket eventually. He deserved more than one at Southampton. He got one eventually towards the end of the match, and he's got one there.
So 189 for 4. Pajara's still there. He's on 34.
Matt
Batsman is
with the catch. A nice easy catch, but he deserves a nice easy catch the way he fielded. That's his second catch of the innings.
Yep. Ray Rawlins comes out now. Now he can bat and he can hit the ball, so big hopes here for Sussex that he's going to be able to combine with Pajara, and the two of them see Sussex back on track. Some work to be done. Another left-hander.
They're definitely behind now, Sussex, which is not too well. Let's not forget how far Surrey were behind when they were chasing a target against Warwickshire at the Oval. I mean, I think Mark Church had practically started his car and was heading home because it looked certain that Warwickshire were going to win, and in the end they were fortunate to get away with a tie. I say fortunate, some credit to Liam Norwell.
Garrett again is in bowls, and this is first ball is turned off his legs by Rawlins for a single.
So what I think I'm saying in a very roundabout way is the game has still got plenty of time to change. However, right now I'd say Warwickshire are in control. But they'll be mindful of what happened at the Oval. We'll know that the job's not done until either the last wicket falls or the last ball of the 50th over is bowled.
It's the last ball of this 5th over from Garrett. Comes into bowl to Pajara. He's in and bowls. Pajara cuts this one down to 3rd man. So Hannon Dolby's down there. So he does the fielding. Another good over from Garrett. Just 4 runs from it and a wicket. So doing his job well. He's got one up for 28 now from his 5 overs. And Sussex 191 for 4.
Well, he's only gone for 9 in his last 2 overs, and at least 2 of those runs were from a misfield. So a good effort from him. We're going to see Pandya's going to come out. He's going to hold him back maybe for towards the end, and Liam Norwell's going to come in. He's got 3 overs to go, none for 34. Nice applause for George Garrett as he takes his place down below us. It's been one of the factors of this competition, seeing some of the younger players, some of the homegrown players, the players that come through the second 11 in the academy playing this competition. Actually not as many this season as did last season, although Warwickshire were signing players from all sorts of places last season to play in the competition. But still there are opportunities for players, and the members and supporters appreciate it. Liam Norwell comes into bowl, that's so whipped away. That's a good shot from Pajara, just short. And he's whipped it away the back of square leg for 4, and maybe Pajara's thinking it's down to him now to try and win this game for Sussex. 195 for 4. Yeah,
and here's the key. If he can get boundary off the first ball of the over and then put the pressure on the bowlers. He certainly whipped that one away. It was not a great first delivery from Liam Norwell. Pajara helped it on its way, flicking behind square on the onside.
Here's Norwell to bowl. Oh, he almost played on. How on earth? Inside edge. How on earth? That missed the stumps. And it's taken well by Burgess moving quickly. There's no run. They haven't got the required rate in any of the last 7 overs, and they've only done it once in the last 13. So they could do with a decent over. And having got a 4th, the first ball of the over.
Rate is now over 9 and over, so this is what it's going to be required each over.
In comes Norwell. Oh, he's dropped that in the air. Has he got enough on it to clear the fielder? Just about. He will get 2. Pandya fields it. Sailed over his head. He scrambled backwards, Pandya, but was never quite going to get there. And he's told to stay out there now, out in the deep. And Warwickshire, of course, are just a couple overs away from it. I've been allowed to put another one on the boundary. In this 50-over competition, once the initial power play is gone, you have to have 5 inside the fielding circle until the last 10 overs, when you're able to drop 1 more back. Norwell comes into bowl to Pajara, who he again almost plays on bottom edge, bounces down and rolls out, and he gets a single. So come back from Liam Norwell from being hit for 4 off the first ball of the over.
7 though off the first 4 balls. So Norwell wants to keep this tight at the end of this over to Rawlins, who's just faced the one delivery. He got a single off the first ball.
Morrow from the Birmingham end. Sun back out again. That brief respite from cloud cover is gone. Norwell balls, that's right in the block hole. Unfortunately, Norwell's just wide of off stump, otherwise that would have bowled Rawlins, who got nowhere near getting his bat on that. It's a dot ball though. Ollie Allen Dalby's twirling his arms, looks like he's going to come in. Warwickshire without their traditional death bowler Craig Miles, now that he's up 100, so I'm bowling the last over of a 100 game, or not over, the last set of a 100 game of the day. 98 for 4. Last ball of the over, one boundary off it so far. And Rawlins will settle for play that the back will put. It's well fielded and a shy at the stumps as well from Brooks, and that might well have been close if it hit. That would have cheered him up a bit in the field. It was a good piece of fielding. They do get one though, 199 for 8, so still not quite getting the required rate that over, but pretty close to it. They got 8.
Well, it was close. It was there was a chance of a run out earlier on, I thought.
Yeah. I think it was the one with Will Rose. I think he mustn't have gathered the ball properly, must he? Because there was no appeal, and yet from all, when he looked here, you're thinking that's out. So he clearly
dropped. The ball came and he scuffed it out.
Yeah.
It ran away. Yeah, that's why I was watching up from top, and I thought that's a chance gone.
Yeah, they have missed a couple of opportunities, but well.
Makes it interesting, doesn't it? Keeps the game alive. 199 for 4, 111 required, 12 overs, and it's going to be Oliver Hannon-Dolby into the attack to bowl to the left-handed Rawlins, who is 2 from 3 balls he's faced. He has a look round the field. Last over, a couple more overs here with the fielding restriction, then one more man can go out as Hannon-Dolby runs in, but as he runs in, Rawlins pulls away. There's a wasp or something annoying him, and he's still flicking at it now to try and get rid of it. On a nice hot day, that's just what you'll want as the bowler. Unnecessary run-up.
In the comparison in terms of runs, Sussex now 16 behind, but this 39th over was the biggest one in the Warwickshire innings. They got 20 off the 39th over.
It's Hannon-Dolby. He comes in and bowls a slower one, which beats forward push of Rawlins. It bounces 2 or 3 times before it gets through to Burgess. And it bobbles its way to him and through, but just took all the pace off that, and Rawlins was completely deceived by it. The fielding change as mid-on goes back to long on, and the deep backward square leg comes in onto the edge of the fielding circle. Yeah. This one, Rawlins comes down, attacks, throws the batter, and goes away for 4 through between extra cover and mid-off and down to the fence.
He enjoyed that one, Rawlins. He was pleased with himself after that shot. A good bold strike. We need a bit more of that. That's a 200 up.
So let's come in this 39th over. 39.2 overs. 203 for 4. Still just over 100. 108 required for victory. But, that's the 4 they needed. One more this over they'll need as Hannon-Dolby comes in. Rawlins goes across his stumps. That's never. Just looking at that, that's between, outside of the blue line and between the blue line and the white line. He did come charging down the wicket there before.
Precisely, but I don't see how that could be a why though. I'm not number, so I'll be quiet.
I do think quite often that the bowler has a pretty rough deal in limited overs cricket. The game is geared towards the batsman.
They're keeping going at about the same pace, Sussex. That fourth 50 took 56 balls. The first took 55, the second 56, and the first 63. So it's been about the same pace all along.
in again. Bowls again a bit slow, and again Warriors can't get power onto that. Got it right off the bottom of the bat, looking to drive it away, and it just ran away to extra cover, but they galloped a single through. So it moves on to 6, total to 204 for 4. One of the problems they're going to have is that ball is sticking a bit. Often the ball not coming on, and it does tend to go up in the air a little. We've seen quite a number of catches today which have been, in the end, look fairly soft sort of dismissals, but I think the batsmen have been caught sort of in two minds, and the ball's checked on them. This one is wide outside the off stump, so it goes through to the keeper, but he looks back at the umpire to see if he's going to let that one go. It's perfectly okay, so a dot ball. Stays on 205 for 4. Pujara stays on 42. That's come off 41 deliveries. And Dolby turns. Once again on his way in to bowl to Pujara. This is clipped away nicely, but straight out into the onside. Down to deep mid-wicket boundary, but straight to the fielder, and again it's 1, 206 for 4. And are we having a chat with the umpire about something? As he comes back round the wicket to the left-hander. So we've had 5, 6, 7 off this over so far, as Hannon Dolby is in and bowls, and this one is cut to backward point. They think about the run, but can't do it. That's the fielding. End of a good over from Oliver Hannon Dolby. Just 7 from it. Good over from Warwickshire's point of view. 206 for 4. 105 more runs required. 11 overs to get them.
Yeah. Last 2 overs have been better for Sussex, and they've hit a boundary in each of them, but need a little bit more than that even, and the required rate is now over 9.5 an over. Krunal Pandya, who's got 2 overs left, is coming back into the attack now. 40th over.
Sussex could get one really good over in it. It would give them, putting them back into some feature.
121 over. Sussex haven't had one of those yet. That's played down to long on for a single by Pujara. And moves on to 44. She won't be too unhappy with Pujara getting singles. 207 for 4. Still the 5 fielders inside the circle. They can drop one back after this over. They've got mid-off up. Long on his back. 4 inside the circle on the offside, just one on the leg side, and he bowls it outside off stump, and Rawlins pushes it out to backward point. Rob Yates fields, it's another single. Getting to the stage where this pilot's using a T20 by a coach, but singles are almost a win for the bowler now. Wicket, dot or single, win for the bowler. This next one is going to be a dot as he comes down the pitch. Pujara plays it straight to the fielder.
Every dot being applauded by the crowd, of course.
And next one is played to exactly the same place. And Matt Lamb, who's made some excellent stops today, is able to gather that one easily. And pressure building on the batter this over. They haven't got anything from it yet of note. That one is squirted out to backward point, and it's fielded by Smith. And it's a bit of a spring in the step, Warwickshire in the field at the moment. And the frustration building, Pujara. He knows he's got to probably bat the way through, but he's going to have to start taking some risks. He tries to come down the pitch, but doesn't get hold of that one, and it's only a single. He's got through that over very quickly, Pandya, and he's conceded just 3 runs off it. 209 for 4. Warwickshire were a bit disappointed, I think, to only get 7, to say only, to get 74 from their last 10 overs. Well, Sussex are going to need 102 from their last 10 if they're to win this.
nice easy sort of calculation now. It's 10 and over required, and the fielder now can go back and protect those that boundary. Another one.
Only got 50 and that from 31 to 40 there, Sussex. Only 50 runs. They got 56 from 21 to 30. So they've actually slowed down slightly. Obviously the loss of 2 wickets have contributed to that. It's going to need some big hitting, which we know can happen. It's going to need that if they're going to win this now. They're going to have to entertain us if they're going to win it.
Don't think it's that sort of wicket where you can go after it that well. Will Rhodes returns to the attack here at the pavilion end, and he's in and bowls in this first one to Pujara. Is again Pujara looking for the big shot, the ball not quite there, and it slaps it away down to long on.
I can't remember which one of us has been on longest. Who's due to go off?
It's you to go. I'll move. Let Adrian come in. You got a news up?
I thought they might have, but it doesn't look like they are coming to me. So I'll stay in the room and start waving your arms frantically if you start hearing anything. But anyway, you're going to go off first. So we'll let Adrian in, and Will Rhodes come into bowl to Rawlins around the wickets. And it's a little tip and run from Moyes. He might get 2. Will Rhodes chases it quickly and does stop it. And it is a single, but they need more than singles now. So they need at least a boundary every over, and need a couple in some of them. They need exactly 100 to win now. At least they can work that out easily.
Well, I would say, Clive, that much here is depending on Delray Rawlins. He's the man who can clear the ropes. With all respect to Pujara, Rawlins is the man that Sussex need to really fire here.
And that's going to be a wicket, is it? No, he just gets away with that one. Pujara, it just died on the fielder there. And he's going to get through for 2. It looked like that was going to carry to Liam Norwell. I don't think in the end that was a chance. It just died on him. He couldn't reach it. 213 for 4 on that bombshell. I'll bring Phil back here.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of elsewhere down the order, Sussex haven't really got anybody, I don't think, further down the order who's as clean hitting as Delray Rawlins. And it has been difficult for new batsmen to get the ball away here, so much depending on him. Pujara can hang around, push the 1s and 2s. In fact, as I say that, he hammers the ball straight down the ground. He gets, what do I know? Hammers the ball straight down the ground for 6 runs. Lovely shot by Pujara. That's just what Sussex needed, but I still feel that Rawlins is the key. Pujara goes to a half century. 54 and 51 balls, lovely shot straight down the ground. Sussex need quite a bit of that now because 10 and over is going to take some getting from here.
Yeah, we've seen nothing like that on a consistent basis through the game, but that doesn't mean that can't happen.
Rhodes again from the pavilion end, in and bowls to Pujara. Pujara leans on that and plays it into the offside, picks up a single to backward point. 220 for 4, Sussex needing another 91 to win, and just 9 overs left after this. Delray Rawlins surveys that leg side boundary. It's just so difficult for new players coming in here to get themselves going. I think that's the problem, but Rawlins is capable. I mean, Pujara, clearly Pujara may meet my words with a big 6 down the ground, but you feel Rawlins is probably the key. Rhodes in and bowls, and Rawlins drives, doesn't time that at all. The ball comes off the bottom of the bat. You've probably heard a rather tinny sound. He dribbles onto the onside. Nonetheless, he picks up a single. It's the end of the over. 221 for 4. Sussex needing 90 to win off 9 overs. That will tell you the maths. Pujara on 55, Rawlins on 10. And Warwickshire have done very well here in the last 10 overs or so. They put a bit of a squeeze on Sussex, Phil.
Yeah, there was 12 off that last over, so that's going to have to be for the next 9 overs that they're going to have to go at that. So we're going to be looking for a big shot every over. Really.
Yeah.
Now, and then you can get that in the bag and just build around it. So it can be done.
Well, it can be done. Yeah, absolutely, it can be done. I just feel that, you know, if someone can get sort of, 15, 16 off over, it's likely to be Rawlins. But Pujara just hit a big 6, so who knows?
Pandya in again to start a new over, and this one is, well, a bit of extra bounce, and it was, I think, deceived a little bit by the fullness of the delivery outside the off stump. And Rawlins off to no shot. He goes and pulls this next one a little bit shorter, but then he gets a single down to deep backward square leg for just the one. And in his final over here, he's 2 for 48. So Warwickshire will be looking for him to get make this one a nice tight economic over, requiring 91 at the start of this over for victory, or 90 rather for victory at the start of the over, and 89 now for the single. This next one is just lapped round the corner. Jara, they'll get the single for that, that's all it'll be. Shake does the fielding.
You just feel that Sussex have got to hit the ropes at least once and over, haven't you, to keep themselves. It's no use when it gets to sort of 15 and over, something like that. You know, they've got to hit the ropes here.
What they must do is lose wickets. This one is lelted it in the air. It could well be caught out. It is. It's the end of Rawlins. It's caught out. Never really tried to watch him across. Repractices the shot and he gets his third wicket. And Sussex lose their fifth wicket. They're 223 for 5. Rawlins goes for 11.
Yeah. And I rather fear that might be Sussex's last chance. Just in terms of someone who can hit a very long ball. Clearly we've seen Cheteshwar Pujara do that. He did a 6 in the previous over. So Daniel Ibrahim is the new man who's but it's asking a lot for an 18-year-old to come out and score at 10 and over. And it's going to be more than that now. I mean, it's never over till it's over, and you know, still fill their room with a shot, but that's a big blow losing Delray Rawlins.
Pujara's really got to take this now.
Yes, he has.
He's got to take ownership of it and really go for it.
Yeah, and the new bat as well has got to do that. I mean, there's no time for hanging around. You've got to hit the ground running here.
Well, you really got to try and just make sure Pujara gets 90% of the strike as well, isn't it? It's his job to make sure he's trying to get as much as he can.
And the long boundaries here at Edgbaston. Delray Rawlins was looking for that leg side boundary. I mean, at Hove that might have been a 6, but not here. It's a long way out to that Hollies stand. The catch was taken by Ethan Brooks.
Yeah.
He's picked up a couple of catches now,
Well,
having
he's
dropped.
made up for the 2 he put down.
Yes.
So well done to him. He had time there almost to settle himself, get his arms and take it. It was comfortable in the end. Here's Pujara, Pandya. About to start another over, just doing field changes. He's got Oliver Hannon Dolby coming up to mid-wicket. Just switching.
Good figures, aren't they? 3 for 50.
Yes, they are. Yeah. He's in and bowls, and Ibrahim plays this first ball he receives back to him. So he has one ball to go in his spell. So Adrian said 3 for 50. Oliver Hannon Dolby being sent down. Almost worth giving him the single, which is run into the onside, and that's exactly what they do. Ibrahim retained the strike. It's a really good spell. 8 overs to go. Sussex require 87 to win, so it's now crept up to 11.
Yeah, I think that's a huge ask, isn't it? 11 and over. You've got a new man who's come in, who's Daniel Ibrahim, who's got no time at all to get the pace of the pitch. You've just got to hit the ground running here. And if I look down the Sussex order, Archie Lenham, Ari Cavelas, who else has got to come? Henry Crocombe. All these guys can come back, but I'm not sure. I think 11 overs is a big ask from here, Phil. So much depending on Ibrahim, much depending on Pujara, but I think Warwickshire are in the driving seat here. So it's going to be Norwell who's running in from the pavilion end to bowl to Daniel Ibrahim, who's in and bowls, and Ibrahim plays that without timing onto the leg side and picks up a single to mid-wicket. So he's goes to, has it gone up already? He goes to 2, 225, 3, 86 needed to win.
He's done the right thing though. He's got straight.
He has.
He's got Bajara on strike, and he's really got to. That's what he's got to be looking to do. If he can't get those boundaries, let the man who's sitting there on 56, let him be the one. And you do feel that he's going to have to really go for it now.
Yeah. Norwell. In the bowls, and Bajara clips this onto the onside, and he's going to pick up a boundary. That's a good shot by Cheshire Bajara. Well, having said that, I thought Rawlins was the man to score the runs. Bajara hits a big 6 down the ground and a beautifully placed 4. It was well placed, Phil, because there are 2 men out of that lug side boundary. He picked the gap. He goes to 60.
Just 60.
60, exactly.
229
for
Rob
5.
Yates and Ethan Brooks down there, both, and he picked almost the absolutely slide rule perfect between the two.
Norwell in again, bowls. Bajara drives through the offside. He's going to get a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is Hamza Sheikh, who batted very nicely for 25 earlier on today.
He's fielded well, hasn't he?
Yes. Michael Burgess come down to have a word with Liam Norwell. Perhaps with a little bit of advice or a suggestion of a field placing. 230 for 5. Yes, fielded very well. I mean, he saved 4 runs in 1 over, didn't he? He 2 falls, he made into 2 twos.
Yeah, he's controlled that boundary really well. I think he's had a good debut.
Norwell in bowls, and Ibrahim flicks this onto the leg side and picks up just. We're going to come back for the second. They'll need to hurry, and they do hurry. And nice looking shot by Daniel here. Good cricket all round. Actually, good bit of fielding by Smith on that leg side boundary. Ibrahim might have thought he was going to get a boundary then. He goes to 4. So we've had 7 off the over so far. 2 balls remaining. Well, just the. In fact, yeah, there were just the 4 men inside the 30-yard circle, so 5 men on the boundary as Norwell is in the bowls. That's a full toss and driven down the ground by Ibrahim to long on. Can't do anything more than that. He goes to 5, 233 for 5. We've certainly put back to ball here, Daniel Ibrahim, but it's, you know, he's only 18 years of age. It's a big stage. And it's a big ask. Sussex are hanging on in there. As Norwell wheels round in front of us, coming into bowl to Bajara, who's on 61. In bowls, and Bajara drives into the offside. He gets a single to backward point. As Bajara, a good bit of filling at backward point there by Panja.
Who's now gone down injured.
Yes, he has. I think he hurt his hamstring there. He moved very smartly to his right. But I think he's okay. The umpire's just come across and say, are you okay? And he's getting up to his feet. So, end of the over, 234 for 5. Sussex needing 77 to win off of 7 overs. So still, that rate is 11 and over for Sussex. Bajara on 62, Ibrahim on 5.
Scored off every ball, got a boundary, and still didn't quite get the rate there. It's now really requiring a couple of boundaries every over. 7 overs to go. It's 77 to win. It's exactly 11.
Who will they target here? Because Norwell's got 1 to bowl. Hallam Dolby's got 2 to bowl.
Rhodes himself, I think.
Yeah, Rhodes 4 overs for 32.
Of course, Garrett.
Yeah.
His second spell, when he bowled from this pavilion end, I thought bowled better than when he bowled from the Birmingham end.
Yes, I would
agree. He's now back on at the Birmingham end, so we will see. Bonnie Bajara, he's got a long on, a long off, a deep backward square leg, a deep mid wicket, and the cover. So in he comes to bowl to Bajara, who is turning this first ball behind square on the onside just for a single. 235 for 5.
Well, it's imperative that Sussex get, at least get a run with every ball they face, and but they need to pick up a boundary. So there's 3 men guarding the leg side boundary, 2 on the off. Big boundaries here, big boundaries to clear, certainly.
Well, and you're right slap in the middle of the square here as well, so there's not sort of favouring one side.
Oh, nice.
Right, up in the air, and this is the... because they're having to force everything. It's hard work, and it's going to make it difficult for them. 2:35 for 6.
Yeah, I think it's very, very difficult. I mean, he's got no choice there, Daniel Ibrahim, has he? He's got no time to settle himself in, get used to the pitch. It's a case of coming in now and swinging at everything. I'm looking down the order now, and I'm kind of thinking there's no one really down the order, I don't think, who can play at. I was thinking when Sussex played at Trent Bridge, Brett Hutton came in and smashed a quick 30-odd in no time at all.
Like that again as well against his old side.
Yeah, 29 he made in 14 balls, and I just don't think Sussex have got that firepower down the order. They've still got Pajara, and this is interesting. Harry Carvelas is coming out now. Generally, Archie Lenham has come out ahead of Harry Carvelas. Carvelas made a very good half-century in the championship match at Lords. He made runs. What out 6 against Gloucester, and at Trent Bridge he made 26. So I suspect he's been sent out as ahead of Archie Lenham. But this is a really tall order now. I think Warwickshire will feel very disappointed if they don't see this home from here.
Well, they had that disappointment at the Oval.
Yeah.
They'd gone from the highest mountain to almost to the deepest valley in the space of about 40 minutes. It looked as though they were going to romp home against Surrey, and in the end just managed to get a tie out of it. However, 2:35 for 6, so Carvelas is the new batsman. As Garrett comes in from the Birmingham end to it, bowls, it's driven out into the offside. A bit too casual there from Pandya. Lets the ball go past him, and they get just a single, but he sort of strolled in, and the ball missed the ball completely. 2:36 for 6. Absolutely beautiful, magnificent day here at Edgbaston.
Yes, it is.
It really has. You could not have wished for a better day. The only thing you'd say it's a bit too hot as Garrett comes charging in and bowls. This is in the air over the top of Pandya. They'll get just the length of the boundary. There's man fielding out on the cover boundary is able to comfortably get around for that one, and just keep it down to 2. So Jara goes on to 65. The total goes on to 2:38 for 6. Really, those need to be boundaries. 2s at the moment, whilst they're useful, they're not quite enough. Garrett, and again, that was in the air for quite a long time. Garrett comes in again and bowls. Down the wicket he goes, gets all lucky, he swings the bat. Pajara gets a thick inside bottom edge, which runs down to Hannon Dolby at short fine. And 1, because he now has to come and take virtually everything on. He's opening up, he's giving the bowler real opportunity as well. 2:39 for 6. 72 more required with 1 ball and 6 overs remaining. Garrett is in and bowls. This will be runs. It will probably be 2 as they come back for the second run. That's good running. Big gap there. It's Garrett. This one, he's got a field which is set for an offside field, and he's bowling leg stump, so they're not really quite the line he needed, but they get a couple there quite comfortably. Ended that over. That's the 44th over gone. 241 for 6. There was what in the end? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 off that over, Adrian, and a wicket.
Yeah, it's not enough, is it? For Sussex, it's a mountain to climb, really. 70 needed in 6 overs. Your big hitters are really all gone, and as I say, down the order, Sussex just don't have anybody really after Delray Rawlings who's destructive enough to come in and hit these sort of numbers that Sussex lead, and there's a huge weight on the shoulder here of Pajara. He's batted very well. I mean, 66 in, is that 59 balls? I can't quite see with the scoreboard.
59 balls.
Yeah, for 60, he's batted very well, but it's a massive ask now. Sussex needing to score at what? Best part of 12 and over.
Yeah, it's getting that way, isn't it?
It comes Norwell, bowled to Bajara. Well, he's not given up, and he pulls that one away, and it's gone for 4 runs. Erring down the leg side, and Bajara pulls it away with a fine leg and picks up a boundary. He goes to 70, Sussex 245 for 6. Nice shot by Bajara, but you feel it's down to him, really.
Looking at that one, I was just looking on the replay, he actually fetched that one from about a foot outside the off stump.
Wow.
He went across his stumps and swept it away. It was a pretty good, intense shot, but might make Will Rhodes just rethink the line.
Comes Norwell again, bowls, and Bajara's going to look for 2 here. He plays that through backward point. He's coming back for the second, so 6 off the first 2 balls. Oh
no! Can you tap the?
Clive's looking at his clock. He thinks it's a bit early.
I've got a cue in my ear, but I'm not quite sure what it is. It might just be a bit of music.
Yeah.
To let Clive in. So I'll let Clive in anyway, so he can finish this off.
Norwell in again, bowls to Bajara, and he's on it again. Yeah, that's going to be 4 more. That's a super shot by Liam Norwell. Well, that's 2 shots he's played down to fine leg, and there's me. What do I know? Saying that Bajara can't do this on his own, and the runs are likely to come at the other end, and with that he's taken 10 off the first 3 balls of the over. 2 exquisite shots. I mean, he's such a clever cricketer, isn't he, Bajara? He noticed that the fine leg is up inside the circle, and he's played 2 fours exactly in that area, and it's prompted a real council of senior players down below. Will Rhodes chatting away. Pandya is joining him as well. He'll know how Bajara plays.
They had this on against Surrey. In the end, it was every ball was like a fielding change. It was almost like.
So Norwell again, 10 off the over. Comes in and bowls. That's a full toss, hammered away, and that's going to. What if that was over waist high? We'll wait for the umpire's signal. Bajara comes back for 2. Now Bajara's looking at the umpire as if to say, was that over waist high? He's still looking at him, and the umpire is, I think, just getting clarification of that, because that could, well, no, it sounds like it was okay. 12 off the over. That's what Sussex need. They need this of every over to the end of the match. Bajara to 78.
I don't think this has been the greatest over to his field by.
No. Norwell in again, comes in and bowls, and Bajara hammers that straight down the ground. And that's gone for 6 runs. Belted down the ground by Bajara. Wow. 16 off the over. Full toss of Bajara belted away. He goes to 84. Sussex 259 for 6. Well, Sussex needed a big over. What a knock this is. Well, and I called this completely wrong. I thought it really did rely on people to bat. Well, Pat Bajara is just saying, well, it's down to me now. And he's just shown a full array of shots. It's amazing cricket. Norwell in again, bowls, and Bajara's going to do it again, you know, hits it straight down the ground, and that's 4 more. That's 20 off the over. That's an extraordinary over for Sussex. 263 for 6. And Sussex suddenly need 48 off of 5 overs, and they're 8 down below 10 and over. What a knock this is by Bajara. He goes to 88, and Sussex 263 for 6.
I don't think Will Rhodes will be too pleased with that.
No.
I think that was a very ordinary over there from Liam Norwell, and well played Bajara. He took full advantage of some. Yeah, we moved the fielding off the boundary and bowling full tosses, which allows him to hit it straight into the gaps. However, who knows? So, Clive's on, so we're back. I'll see you, Adrian. Nice to work with you.
And you, Phil. Lovely to see you again. Thank you for your company today. It's been great fun. I wonder whether we've got a twist in the tail here. And having been saying for the last half hour about Cheteshwar Pujara, he's showing a full array of shots. What an innings this is. 88 of 64 balls, I think that is. And that over going for 20 runs. And all of a sudden, well, Sussex aren't back in it, but, well, yes they are. I mean, 10 and over needed now. Harry Carvelos on strike, and he's going to be facing the Warwickshire skipper, Will Rhodes, who's running in from the city end, and Carvelos has nipped then into the onside, back to the square, picks up a single. Clivey's back with me. And all of a sudden, the Sussex have given themselves a squeak here.
Yeah, well, these games can change very dramatically. It was actually 22 off that last over.
22 was it? Yeah. Sorry, I got as far as 20.
Which is the biggest over from either side of the game. Warwickshire had 120 run over.
Well, so Sussex leading 47 to win in 4 overs and 5 balls. It's still a tall order.
Well, you feel Pajara manages to bat through, then they've got a decent chance. If Warwickshire to get Pajara out, I think they'll feel they're nearly there. And
yeah.
It's Rhodes coming into bowl. And that bat's hit down the ground. Now it is in the air. I think it's going to be safe, and it's going to be 4 for Pajara. Straight down the ground, long off and long on the back. But it was straight enough to beat them both. And Pajara is now racing for the line really here and trying to win this game for Sussex. He's on 92.
Wow, what a shot that is. I mean, we haven't seen really Pajara playing in the 50 over game, not in a situation like this, but he's absolutely taken charge, hasn't he? And it's been an extraordinary innings. I had Sussex out of this, but Pajara's got other ideas.
Warwickshire need to get Pajara out, otherwise I might well. And this will be a bit of deja vu for Warwickshire. No, it wasn't quite as in control as the Surrey game, but again, another game where they look to be doing everything right, heading for a win, and suddenly they're now anxious. Pajara has played that onto the onside, so he's going to keep the strike because he's going to get 2. That's the other thing they'll try and do is get him off strike. 94 to Pajara, 270 for 6. So they've got 7 runs off the over so far.
They need to score, what, about 10 and over?
And Rhodes into bowl to Pajara, right arm over, and a little tip and run there for Pajara, gets a single, 4th ball of the over. It's taken 8 runs off it. He's not far short of what they need.
No, he's just doing the maths, Pajara, isn't he? What have we got? 2 balls left in this over, then there'll be 4 overs after this, so he knows it's about 10 and over.
So Carvelos, what does he do now? Does he just go for a couple of shots and try and... He can't afford to be too chancy because they are 6 wickets down, so...
Yeah.
It's a 271 for 6 as Rhodes comes into bowl. And that one is played to long on. They've just going to get a single. 272 for 6.
This partnership is worth 37, of which Carvelos has made 5. Shows how Pajara has taken the mantle of responsibility on his own shoulders. I think he'd probably be happy to pick up a single here.
Yeah. Field hasn't altered. So it's 4 inside the circle. Rhodes bowls and Pajara whips it away. Will get that single. So what will they get there? They got 10 off the over.
That's what they need.
Yeah. 273 for 6. Warwickshire need a good over now. They need a good tight over to peg them back a bit. Going to do an update shortly. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. We're heading for a tight finish in a match which, rather like the game at the Oval, Warwickshire appeared to have in control, but is just in danger of slipping away from them. Sussex chasing 311 to win, a 273 for 6 with 4 overs to go. They need another 38 runs to win. They appear to be well off the pace until 22 runs scored off 1 Liam Norwell over, and the man doing the damage is Chet Pajara, who is now single-handedly trying to take Sussex home. home. He's on 96. Warwickshire look to be on course, particularly when Ali Orr caught for 81. A few more wickets follow. Pandya taking 3 of them, but now they are under some pressure as Pujara just gets an under edge and gets a single out of Olihan Dalby. Warwickshire need a few singles and dot balls and preferably some wickets. This one looks like going down to the wire. Sussex 274 for 6. So bottom edge, which nearly hit the stumps and didn't, so that's a little victory of Helen Dalby, isn't it?
Well, I'd imagine that Carvalhais here, it's all about giving the strike to Cheteshwar Pujara. So 3 men serving, 1 on the offside, 1 on the on, as in comes Helen Dalby. He's in and bowls, and Carvalhais plays us into the offside. That's good cricket. Picks up a single. Carvalhais goes to 6, 275 for 6. Sussex needing 36 to win, and it's going to be Pujara to face. Just 3 runs short of what would be a magnificent century for the Indian batsman. And really, well, Sussex looked absolutely dead and buried. Pujara waits as Helen Dalby runs away from us. Pujara on 97. He's in and bowls, and it's hit into the onside by Pujara. It's only getting a single though to deep mid-wicket. Good bit of fielding coming racing in off the boundary. That was, surely that is, but he's prevented anything more than a single. So 3 singles coming off the first 3 balls of the over. Pujara wants a drink or something brought out to him, or maybe a pair of gloves. He's waving towards the dugout. And Dalby waits Pujara to 98, 276 for 6. Sussex needing 35 to win. But Rhodes is just discussing with Oliver Helen Dalby the field.
That was Ethan Brooks, who he's confused us by taking his arm tubes off.
Ah, that didn't help.
No.
Helen Dalby races away from us, comes in and bowl, and Carvalhais drives firmly down the ground. They're just going to pick up a single, so 4 singles off the over so far.
I'm wrong, sorry. That's Ethan Brooks there.
Yes, just down below us is...
it's Rob Yates, I beg his pardon.
So 4 singles off the over, Sussex needing 34 to win, and there are 20 balls remaining in the match. Pujara just surveys that leg side field. He'll see there are 3 men guarding the boundary.
It's 4 singles so far this over. If Dalby can get away with 6 in the over, that would just push it up a little bit.
He's in and bowls to Pujara, and Pujara eases this one over extra cover. They've taken 1, they'll think about the second, but there isn't a second run there. And Pujara goes to 99, 278 for 6. It's a good over from Helen Dalby. Carvalhais just confirming with the umpire how many balls are left in the over, and it is 1.
So he might just go for a shot here rather than look to scramble a single.
Yeah. So Helen Dalby's back to his mark. Carvalhais waits. He's 7 not out. 278 for 6. Sussex needing 33 to win. He's in and bowls, and Carvalhais plays onto the onside. They've taken 1. I think they'll look for 2 here. They're going to be very, very quick. Pujara's herring back. Will he get there? He does get there. That's really good running by Cheteshwar Pujara. He came racing back for the second run. It was a good bit of fielding from Yates. The throw came in, but Pujara was quickly back. He's 2 to Harry Carvalhais. He goes to 9, and Sussex needing 31 to win of the last 3 overs. Chet Pujara is 99 not out.
10 and over to tie.
Yeah.
All down to Pujara. He's having a bit of a drinks break. 3 overs to go. George Garrett, his last 2 overs have been very good. He's a very inexperienced player. He's coming to bowl. So Liam Norwell's bowled out. Olihan Dalby has just 1 left. So Will Rose is having to, and Krunal Pandya is bowled out. So he is having to find a couple of overs from elsewhere. And he's entrusting young George Garrett. Has got 2 wickets. He's gone for 35 off 6. I think his last 2 both went for 3.
We've seen Cheteshwar Pujara this year, Clive. He's made 3 double hundreds for Sussex in the Championship. We really have only seen him in these 3 one-day matches. He's taken over the captaincy of Sussex since Tom Haynes broke his hand. Hasn't really had much of an opportunity. He made up at Trent Bridge. He was 46 not out. Against Gloucestershire, he made 9, and then he was Against Leicestershire last week he was 14 not out, so will he go through to 100 here?
Well, he's played 5, although most of his internationals have been test matches. He has played 5 ODIs for India. He has only scored 51 runs in that time. That's probably why he's only played 5. But obviously lots of test matches, so
can he get his ton?
284.6, 3 overs to go as Garrett comes in to bowl, and that will be his 100. He'll get 1, he might get 2, and they are told it was good work by Galvez to turn quickly. They are appealing for a run out,
just
but no TV umpire here, and I think he just got there. So Pujara completes a century of 73 balls, and it might be a match-winning century for his team. A terrific knock. And he's got to see it through now. He looks tired out there. He's got both hands on knees, bending over. He knows he's got to see this through now. He does look a bit...
He looks exhausted, doesn't he?
He's had to run the last couple very, very quickly.
Yeah.
And I just wonder whether that's taken a bit out of him.
And really nice to see the Warwickshire players applauding. I mean, it's been a quality 100 by Pujara, and, you know, great to see in a game that's really close. The Warwickshire lads standing around and applauding. What a knock from... I think you're right, he looks absolutely shattered, doesn't he? Just taking his time here.
29 required from 17. Ooh. To talk in 100 terms. In comes Garrett to bowl, and that's whipped away, and well, he will come back for a second again, and he'll make it. It's taking a lot out of him, but Kai Smith does the fielding, but he gets 2 again. 2 aboard is enough.
He's shattered, isn't he? He's bent down over his bat, is Cheteshwar Pujara. Well, he's doing this all on his own. He's just trying to catch his breath. It's like he'd almost do with a runner.
No chance, no chance to get one of them.
He looks exhausted, does he? He's just taking his time.
If he's going to the umpire, there is no way Warwickshire will agree to a runner here, nor should they.
And if he's wanting a little break for a drink,
he's out. He's walked over to the umpire.
I think he's asking if he could be bought out a drink.
They might need maybe some sort of tablet, perhaps energy tablet. Ollie Andorby, he said something to Ollie Andorby to explain, and Andorby's raised his hand and said, fair enough, yeah, he needs a drink quickly. He must be a bit dehydrated out there.
He could be feeling not great, Pujara. I mean, it is incredibly hot.
Well, the question is, can he continue now? He needs to get that liquid down and quickly.
Yeah, actually, the physio is coming out. Who would normally be John Morelli, who's away with the Southern Brave, and I think that's Rachel Doyle, who's the physio, who's coming out and just talking to Pujara, and he ran that too, and he came back and he said to the umpire, I just need a moment here, and he just may be feeling really unwell.
He hasn't taken that drink yet. Obviously the physio will know better than me what he should do here.
He feels a bit sick or a bit dizzy.
Yeah. I hope he's able to carry on, but his health obviously is the most important thing.
He's now having that drink, Clive.
It looks like he's getting some sort of energy tablet, or maybe that's an anti-dehydration tablet.
I'm not sure he took anything, actually. I wonder if it could be some salts or something, or...
He's getting plenty of that fluid down, and maybe he's just beginning to feel a bit better after having had a pause. Oh, as for the drama, 27 required, 16 balls to get them in.
I mean, it is extremely hot.
He suddenly had to run a lot as well. I mean, obviously he's run plenty during the innings, but suddenly he's had to sprint. The last 3 times he's hit a shot, he's had to sprint to go for a second, or his partner hit a shot. He's had to run very quickly. So he seems to be okay now.
Yeah.
And somebody sarcastic in the crowd shouts, take your time. But clearly this is more than just being a bit tired.
Perhaps he was just completely out of breath. I mean, anyway, 27 needed off
16 balls, yeah. And they've taken 4th the first 2 balls of this over. Now then, maybe Garrett can take advantage of the slight break of concentration in there as he comes into ball to Bajara. It's short, Bajara's pulled it, and he's still running. He's got the first one hard, he's not this time going to get a second. As it's fielded by young Sheikh on the boundary. And it's 1 run, so 5 of the first 3 balls are there, but that's okay for Sussex. It's also the 50 partnership of just 25 balls, and they need 26 off 15 now.
Carvallis is going to have to play his part here, isn't he? I mean, so far he's been content to push the ones.
Yeah, but Giles can be down the pitch. But always saying to him, can you just hit a boundary here? Because I really don't fancy running.
No.
Well, somebody's getting a bit sarcastic about the time Sussex is taking. Warwickshire aren't showing any signs of objecting. I think they understand the circumstances. But Garrett comes into Carvelas. Oh, it's short, it's high in the air, it's a no ball, it won't be out. The catch is taken, but the umpire has signalled no ball for height.
It's a bit free hit.
It will be a free hit, they get 1 run, plus the 2 for the no ball. That is fairly disastrous from Warwickshire's point of view. 23 required off 15, the first of which is a free hit.
And Bajara's going to be facing.
Yep.
Oh, drama.
Umpire just confirming it's a free hit. Hasn't gone down too well with the home crowd. I don't think there are many objections from Warwickshire in the field. I don't think they were much doubt about that call. Garrett's just got to keep his nerve here now. Bajara's got licence here. Can't be out unless he's run out, and he's gone for the big shot. It's out in the deep. It's not going to go to the boundary, and he will get 2 though. 21 needed off 14, and now pushing themselves into favouritism here, Sussex. Only caveat after that is Bajara is clearly struggling. He's still playing fine, but he's clearly struggling out there, and that could be a problem for them with still 21 runs needed.
I wouldn't be surprised. You know, he's looking towards that dugout again. There's a few cries have come on. I think he's absolutely shattered. I mean, he's got his hands on his knees.
Well, 2 balls left this over. And Garrett comes into bowl. He comes down the pitch, Bajara, he hasn't beaten the field, he sent his part of the back there. And it's a good stop. Well, there might have been 1 there, but it's stopped by
I think that's Pandya there, yeah.
And it is a dot ball, so I should be grateful for that. 21 required of 13. Well, sort of back them really in 2 overs to get that. But there are 6 wickets down, so Warwickshire get 1, particularly if they get Bajara out. That would make it difficult. This one, it could be another time, don't you? I said that a while ago. Garrett in, last ball of the over, slower ball, and it's played out into the deep for a single. He'll keep the strike, Bajara, and 20 required from the last 2 overs. And Garrett will, you're interested to see whether Garrett, who's going to bowl the last over? That's the question. Crowd are getting a bit restless now because the physio's coming back on, but I think they have to understand this is genuinely a medical issue, I suppose. Well, actually, the umpire is telling her, no, you can't come on. The crowd, the Warwickshire supporters at least, are suggesting that he needs to retire if he's that unwell. Yeah, the umpire's shivvying the physio away.
Yeah. I don't know if you have to wait for the umpire's permission to come on, but Rachel Doyle came running on the physio together with Sean Hunt, who's on 12th man duties with various strengths. I mean, to be fair, the Warwickshire lads don't seem to be overly bothered.
Will Rose hasn't raised any objections, so
Michael Burgess is going to be standing up to the stumps here.
Ollie Hannon Dolby the bowl, a penultimate over. Well, it's that cliche these days of this is the match, but it could be this over. He's got to give whoever bowls the last over a decent number of runs to protect here as Ollie Hannon Dolby.
I thought Michael Burgess was going to stand up to the stumps, but he's not. He's going back now. So 3 men saving 1 on the offside, 1 on the leg. The other 5 fielders scattered around the boundary. As in comes Oliver Hannon Dolby to bowl to Bajara, who's 107. He's in and bowls at Bajara. Oh! Bajara goes. I think he played on, to be honest. And that's the end of Pajara. Helen Dolby, well, right up in the block hole. Pajara has gone with him, and that's really nice to see, actually. I have to say that Will Rhodes gets 10 out of 10 for me. He walked up to Pajara and shook his hand, and that's wonderful because a few spectators in here felt that maybe Pajara was taking a little too long. He's going to get a great round of applause at Chesterfield Pajara. Here he comes. That's a great innings. Listen to the applause.
Well, it is, and it's given his team a chance still. Obviously, that's a big blow for them. He is getting good. I'm glad he's getting good applause. You can tell how big the crowd is in this pavilion, just the reaction to the wicket. We can't see these spectators that you can hear, so I'm glad to see they're giving him the applause he deserves. But now, this is going to be tough for Lenham, who comes in. They still need 20 to win, 19 to tie, and they have 11 balls to go. The last over will not be bowled by someone who is used to bowling last overs in this sort of first team cricket. Will Rhodes has gambled a bit, trying to keep Sussex tied down to get wickets earlier, so it will probably be young George Garrett to bowl the final over.
That partnership was worth 66 between Pajara and Carvelas. Now, Archie Lenham can bat. So let's see what happens. In comes Hannon Dolby. Bowls to Lenham, who plays into the offside and picks up a single, giving the strike to Harry Carvelas, who's the man who's in. 19 needed off of 10 balls. A couple of boundaries to make it interesting. The ball was thrown there to Oliver Hannon Dolby. He wasn't looking. It very nearly hit him. It was Matthew Lamb who threw the ball.
Sussex still have a very good chance here because, as you say, they could just hit a couple of boundaries and get it down to a runner ball with a couple of boundaries. And as I say, George Garrett's a very capable player, but Holly Arndobby will want to give him as much as possible, or maybe get another wicket, get them down to the last couple of wickets for this final over. If they can get it down to 12 off the last over, even 14, they might well fancy their chances.
Hannon Dolby is coming into bowl to Harry Carvelas, who's on 10. He's in and bowls, and Carvelas stumps this away. He's going to get a single out to the fielder at deep cover. Fielder out there by Hamza Sheikh, who's been very reliable in the outfield for Warwickshire today. Every single's getting applauded by the Warwickshire players. It's a really good game. 293 for 7, Carvelas to 11. Sussex needing 18 to win off of 9 balls. Now it's getting tricky. Sussex need a boundary.
Well, it's the second tight finish in Warwickshire's 3 games in the competition. They beat Gloucestershire with a bit to spare, but showing him into the time, this was certainly a tight finish.
And Dolby in bowls. That's down the leg side. It's good to maybe Archie Lenham. That's a boundary. Full toss down the leg side, and Archie Lenham didn't panic. He just tucked inside the line and clipped the ball down to fine leg for 4 runs. He goes to 5. 297 for 7. 14 needed off 8 balls. What a game, Clive.
Up to then, that was an excellent over from Hannon Dolby. He got the wicket, a couple more balls, but he got that one badly wrong. A full toss going down the leg side. I say all they had to do was make contact with it, and it's going to fly down to fine leg for 4. So you'll know that Ollie Hannon Dolby be disappointed with that one. He needs to finish off this over, the last 2 balls. He needs to finish well, preferably get another wicket.
Well, the third man is up and is the final leg as well now. Archie Lenham does like that little dab down to third man, so we'll see what he does with this one as Hannon Dolby is in again. Bowls, and then with a play and a miss, and they're going to take a bye. Oh dear. Michael Burgess, I think, probably took his eye off the ball. And Sussex have run a bye to the keeper.
I think it's the way it bounced in front of him, bounce awkwardly. He'd be disappointed with that, Burgess, but
11 needed off 7.
13 needed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
12 to tie.
Where did I get 11 from?
Wishful thinking.
Yeah. 13 off 7. Sussex could do with a boundary here.
It's going to be a big final over. Whatever happens now.
People getting very excited inside the ground. Yeah, great game. In comes Hannon Dolby, racing in. Bowls to Carvelas, who is just going to get a single. That's well bowled. He'd have taken that, played out into the offside. So a single off the last ball of the over. Sussex needing 12 to win with Lenham on 5, Carvelas on 12. It's a tall order, 12 and over. I think you have to favour Warwickshire at the minute, but you never know. It's been that sort of a game.
I think the win predictor is probably 50-50 maybe. Particularly when it's, you know, again, I'm obviously a capable player, but this is only his second first-team game in any form of cricket this season. So it is asking an awful lot of him. 12 required, and 1 boundary early in the over, and all the pressure will be on the bowler. That's got a career economy record of 5 in List A, but it is only his 5th List A match. So this is a big moment for George Garrett. If he comes through it, he'll remember this day. If he doesn't come through it, he probably will also remember this day, but not quite so affectionately. Carvallis on strike. He'll be looking for the big ones, long on and long off her back. Warwickshire don't mind singles.
Got his fine leg and third man up as well.
So in comes Garrett, bowling over the wicket to Carvallis. It's a good slower ball. He's appealing for an LBW. Won't get that, but it will just be 1 leg by. 11 to win in 5 balls, 10 to tie. Is that right? 200? Yeah, 300 has gone up now. So 11 to win, 10 to tie, 5 balls left.
Archie Lennon, yeah, almost unnoticed 300%. Archie Lennon is more of a sort of a deflector of the ball. I don't think he'll be thumping the ball down the ground for 6, but he's quite strong through fine leg and through backward point.
They need 2 boundaries,
yeah,
basically, don't they, in the next 5 balls? Unless one of them's a 6, in which case they might get away with 1. I would think Garrett took the pace off that first ball the over. I think he may continue to do that. Force the batters to play through the ball. He comes into bowl. He bowls a slow bouncer and it works well. They'll get a bye, but that's all they'll get. And well, that was a bit of a gamble for Garrett. That could have gone horribly wrong, but it didn't. It was a good ball. Ollie Dobby runs up to him, pats him with the bat. 4 balls left. 10 to win, 9 to tie. And remember, and Warwickshire know this because they've already done it once, a tie is a tie in this competition. No super overs, no account of wickets lost or anything like that. If the scores are tied, they take a point each. Batters have a chat. Carvallis is on strike. He's been in there a little bit longer. Well, even he's faced 11 balls, so not been there that long.
I think he's been very brave here that he's got his 3rd man and fine leg up. So there's no margin for error here. He's got he's going to pitch the ball up. That's what he's trying to do.
Garrett in. The ball, right arm over. It's another slow bounce, and Carvallis swings and misses. They will get through for a bye. But, well, it's a good tackle from Garrett. It's worked well. 9 required off 3. 2 boundaries would tie it. 2 boundaries and a single would win it.
Yeah. Well, come on, Archie.
Well, will he continue with that? They'll know what's coming now if he does. But he's just gone for these slow bouncers. And on this pitch, I think the ball's sticking a bit, and the batters are rather playing through it.
Yeah, they are.
Long off, trots back. So, again, he's, as you say, there's a bit of a risk. He's got 3rd in and fine leg in. He has to have, of course, 4 inside the circle. Garrett bowls. Oh, he's gone for the slower ball there again. Now, they've gone through for a bye. That would have been a wide if the batter had stayed where he was.
He should have done.
But because he didn't, it's signalled as a bye and no more.
No, he should have stayed where he was. He tried to ramp it. You know, you can't blame Archie Lennon for being innovative, but Sussex needing 8. They need 2 boundaries.
Well, Carvallis just had a word with the square leg umpire. I think the problem was that it actually went inside the batter because he'd gone so far wide.
Yeah.
He didn't get that slower bouncer right, Garrett, but he got away with it. So, well, it's a simple equation. He's got to hit 2 4s here to win the game.
Yeah, they're big boundaries.
He can hit a 6 and he can tie it with a scampered single. Garrett bowls. This time he pitches it up. It's hit away. It's good. This could be the first boundary, or will it be stopped? No, it's going to be stopped inside the rope. They've run 2, and that's all they're going to run. So they need 6 off the last ball. It does go to the final ball. It is still possible for Sussex, but the only thing that will do now is a 6. There's no helmet on the ground that they can try and hit for a 5. So it is a 6 that's required. Pandya runs over to Will Rose to suggest things. They've got to think, where can he possibly hit sixes and put fielders there, haven't they, basically?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, with all due respect to Archie Lenham, I think with big boundaries, probably the best chance Sussex probably have is Carvelas. But want to bowl a no ball here.
Indeed, he has got to be watchful of that.
I'm sure the umpire will be eagle-eyed.
Well, he will, and also I think the umpire's decisions have been right, but he's kind of got away with pushing the boundary a little bit in this over, so I suspect he won't get any more wriggle room. George Garrett.
I thought that was going for 4 when he hit that.
Yeah.
It was a good bit of fielding. I don't know who that was
Smith,
out there.
I think it was.
Yeah, really good.
Well throughout. Warwickshire benefited from having so many young players on the boundary. Yes, they made the odd mistake, but they're athletic and fit, and they've been getting to the ball well. So, lots of conversations going. This game, here we are, we've had nearly 100 overs, and it all comes down to this. This really is the match. And it will be decided off this final ball. If Carvelas hits it for 6, Sussex pull off an incredible win. If he doesn't hit it for 6 and it's not a no ball or a wide, then Warwickshire win.
What a game. Over 600 runs. What entertainment for a decent-sized crowd here.
Mustn't bowl a wide, Garrett, because a wide would leave them needing 4 to tie, which is a lot more doable.
No pressure.
Good pressure on young Hayes. Done well so far this over.
Yes.
Here we go then. Here's the match. George Garrett into Carvelas. He's gone for the big shot. He hasn't got it away. It hits the non-striker stumps. He runs one. It'll be no more than that. It's been a bold effort from Sussex. Pujara outstanding and nearly turning a losing position into a win. George Garrett is mobbed by his teammates. It was a big ask for the young bowler to protect, what was it, 12 off the last over, but he's done it, and Warwickshire have won by 4 runs. A terrific match. Carvelas finishes on 16, Lenham on 5, and have a safe journey home, they say, over the tannoy. The crowd have enjoyed that. It's been another terrific game. Warwickshire get their 2nd win. With that century from Rob Yates, we've seen a brilliant innings from Indian international Pujara. This competition is alive and well, I would suggest, despite all the odds being against it. And a thrilling game has ended in a 4-run victory for Warwickshire, with Sussex 306 for 7, Adrian.
Well, first of all, congratulations to Warwickshire. A tremendous game of cricket, over 600 runs. The crowd kept on the edge of their seats until the very end. I thought Sussex were out of it, to be honest. I thought when Delray Rawlings was out, that was it. But Pujara, a wonderful innings of 107. Warwickshire kept their nerve. Wonderful innings by Rob Yates, Will Rhodes as well with 76. That 58 from Michael Burgess was crucial, you know, towards the end of the innings. But much talk about this competition with a lot of players away from the 100. But I'll tell you what, that's as good a game as cricket as you could wish to see, Clive. That was and played in a great spirit as well, I have to say.
Yeah, 616 runs scored. And it's 13 wickets taken. Some pathetic applause for the Sussex batsmen, the batters as they leave the field. And good applause for Warwickshire, who just about defended this score. It's been touch and go at times. Over from Liam Laurel went for 22, almost turned the game around. Credit to Warwickshire, they stuck at it. So there we go. That's it from us from here.
Thank you, Clive. Been great fun today. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, thank you as ever for all of you listening at home, and this Royal London One Day Cup game finishing Warwickshire 310 for 6, Sussex 306 for 7. Warwickshire win by 4 runs. That's all. I say a very good evening. Try and stay cool this weekend.